What's going on, guys? Gallant Dill here. Today I'm going to do a quick overview of what you're going to be getting from the six-figure blueprint. This is my best training materials put into one place. I promise you this blueprint and this guide can change your life if you apply these steps. Lots of my students are taking this exact training. They fly in from all over the world. They pay me tens of thousands of dollars for this material, so you've gotten it at an incredible price, and I want you to truly apply what I show you. I've truly figured it out, and it's worked time and time again. So listen up, take notes, and let's get into it. I'm going to show you exactly what you should be getting out of this course. First off, welcome to the six-figure blueprint. I'm extremely grateful that you're here. I'm excited for you to take your life to the next level. What to expect and what we'll be covering. The first thing you're going to be discovering is the secret niche, right? A lot of people are like, Gallant, what should I sell? What services are we going to sell? Well, don't worry. I've already figured out the best service that all my students have been offering. Some of my students are making over $50,000 a month from this, right? So I'm going to show you exactly what that is. I'm going to explain to you what a niche is, and I'm going to show you who the perfect customer is. A lot of people end up working with the wrong customers that cost them their business and their sanity. Just kidding. But I'm going to show you who to stay away from and who you're going to want to do business with so you can start making the 5, possibly even 6 figures a month from this. Next, we're going to be talking about your success foundation. The perfect business name. A lot of people are always like, I don't know what to name my company. I don't know what to do. Listen, this is a blueprint. I'm going to show you exactly what to do. I'm going to show you how to pick out the perfect name. Then I'm going to show you how to set up your domain. Then I'm going to show you how to buy and set up a logo, right? So you don't have to worry about all your basic branding. And then we're going to talk about understanding your website. I might even throw in a little bonus, which I did, on how to set up your own website. I'll help you build your own site, and then I'll also show you if you want to go and get someone else to build it for you. And then we're going to go over social media, right? I'm going to show you everything you need to know to make sure your business looks credible and extremely badass. Then I'm going to show you how to set up a legitimate business so you're not just running some run-of-the-mill shop. I'm going to show you how to set up an LLC and DBA. Then we're going to go over my favorite module, Unlimited Clients Forever. How does that sound, Unlimited Clients Forever? What if I told you that I'm going to bring you thousands of leads in this module and you're not going to have to spend any real money, right? It's going to be nice getting leads without having to run Facebook ads or spend tens of thousands of dollars. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it, all the secrets I have. Then I'm going to show you where thousands of leads are at. So get ready. You're going to want to take notes. This module will blow your mind. Next, I'm going to show you your success toolkit. All the tools you need to succeed, like how to collect payments, how to put together proposals, how to set up a call scheduler, how to run a CRM so you can stay organized. And I'm going to add some extra stuff in there like setting up your funnels, and then I'm going to talk about the importance of maybe having a little cheap office line, make a little more credibility happen. You know what I mean? Next, we're going to be talking about and going over the holy sell scriptures. Guys, this is 7 years in the making of the best email scripts and the best call scripts known to man. The 5-minute closer. Close anyone in 5 minutes or less. This has been making myself and students hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've never released this information. You can only get it here, and you only ever be able to get it here. Then I'm going to show you how to write your own 5-minute close. Close anyone in 5 minutes or less, so don't worry. Then we're going to be talking about onboarding clients, right? Let's say you close someone. I'm going to show you what to do next, so don't worry. This is a blueprint, step by step. I'm going to show you how to send over a client survey, how to manage everything in something like Basecamp. I'm going to show you how to invoice and set it up as reoccurring so you don't have to bother your customers every single month. And then I'm going to go over proposals and contracts again so you are protected and you have plenty of examples, because we both know you're probably not a lawyer. Then we're going to be talking about outsourcing, right? Let's say you don't want to deliver the results or do them yourself. You can find somebody. I'm going to show you who to find that could do it for you so you can just sit back and let this thing run on autopilot. Next, we're going to be talking about delivering an out-of-the-world experience. I'm going to show you how to retain your clients so you can keep getting paid, so you don't have to spend all day trying to close new people, right? You can be on the beach hanging out with the fam, making money. I'm going to show you all the stuff I know on copywriting and research. And then I'm going to tell and show you exactly how to set up a successful Facebook ad. That's not some boring 10-hour training like you probably purchased on Facebook. I'm a no fluff, straight to the point kind of guy. And then I'm going to show you a lot on how you can deliver those reports to your client. Then we're going to be going over next level branding. I'm going to show you how to become an influencer, an icon, so eventually you can own your niche. We're going to be going over headshots, press releases, podcasts, Facebook groups, how to make money in Facebook groups, how to build Facebook groups. And then we're going to talk about the importance of video testimony. And then I'm going to show you my very cool 20 people a day marketing approach. Then we will be talking about the mindset and staying motivated, because a lot of this might sound scary, you know? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna take this training. Guys, this isn't boring. This isn't a fluff training. I'm gonna show you how you can stay motivated to where you wake up and you crush it. I'm gonna give you my daily routine. I'm gonna show you how I set goals. We're gonna talk about accountability and inventory. And last but not least, I'm gonna show you how to turn this from the 6-figure blueprint into the 3-day-a-week $1 million business, right? Wouldn't that be nice if you can make $1 million a year working 3 days a week? Well, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. I'll see you guys in the next modules. I look extremely forward to you checking them out because I promise you they're going to blow you away. I'll see you guys there. Guys, welcome to Module 1, Discovering the Secret Niche. This is going to blow your mind, so take notes. How to figure out your niche. Don't worry. In this training, we've already narrowed it down for you. What is a niche? A niche is a services you'll be offering and who the services will be sold to. Example of niches: SEO, Facebook ads, marketing, branding, PR, copywriting, photography, sales, LinkedIn ads, Amazon selling, creating websites, graphic design, coaching, pay-per-click, book writing. I've already buckled down the easiest, most sought after niche from 3 years of testing and mentoring. So you don't have to worry about learning all those. It's just an example of what niches are. You know, I'm sure you know a lot of these marketers are selling a lot of those services, but that's not us. Can you guess what this niche is going to be? Anyone? Anyone? Well, it's lead generation. I'm going to show you how to generate leads. Every business and pretty much everyone needs leads. If you want to sell other services, that is completely fine, but for this training, I want to show you something that I know is working and has worked for hundreds of my students, including myself, daily. The goal for my course is to make you $100,000 to $1 million a year. Everything I show you is something that I've used that already works. We're not here to waste time. Your niche is specializing in lead generation. Don't worry. By the end of this course, you will be an expert in generating leads for your clients and yourself. My goal for you is to have 5 to 10 clients each paying you $2,500 to $10,000 a month. That's $25,000 to $50,000 monthly. Dozens of my students are hitting these numbers. They don't even have degrees or any real previous experience before my trainings. One of my top students is doing over $53,000 in residual income, and he did it in 30 days. Everything I show you has not only worked for my students, but has also worked for myself. I'm virtually opening up an exact copy of one of my streams of income that has made me a millionaire by 25. Anyways, let's get into this training and start getting you closer to the money. Everything I show you will be straight to the point, no fluff or stuff that I've never done myself. I didn't just read a book and then put this in here. This is stuff that works and makes a lot of money. For the rest of the training, keep in mind though, your business is around lead generation. You're not a digital marketer. You're not a salesman. If someone asks you, say you're a lead generation expert, right? Specialist. What is lead generation? Some of you might be scratching your head like, oh, what is this? What am I going to be selling? I don't know about all this, Count. What's this? Guys, trust me on this. This is the easiest, best thing to sell. Leads are potential customers for your clients and yourself. So you are pretty much getting leads for your clients or businesses. You are specializing in getting leads. Leads are the lifeblood of all service-based businesses. Without leads, most, if not all businesses would crash, fail, and burn, right? Examples of companies who revolve around leads and who will be going after. We're not going after restaurants. We're not going after the broke companies. We're going after surgeons, hotels, insurance agents, real estate agents, lawyers, car dealerships, doctors, dentists, chiropractors, solar companies, med spas, churches, home builders, pool builders. The goal for the client we go after is that they make over $500,000 annually, right? We're not trying to go for broke people. Remember that. First rule of business, just hinted at it, is never do business with broke people or broke businesses. And before you get offended, please, please, please listen to the reasons why. Broke companies complain the most. The people that pay the least complain the most. I promise you, I've done this for many years. They strictly rely on you. At any time, they could go bankrupt. And guess who they're going to blame? They're going to blame you. This course is on making $100,000 a year, not $1,000 to $3,000 a month. Trust me, they are not worth your time. I've lost a lot of money, time, and energy working with companies that were going under because I thought I needed the money. In this course, you're not going to ever have to worry because you're going to have unlimited leads. The ideal customer can easily pay you $5,000 a month. And here's what the ideal customer looks like. They call you once or twice a month, meaning they're not calling you every day. I've had clients call me every day, 3 to 5 times, and I was like, dude, stop calling me. Focus on your business. Let me focus on my work, right? They trust you. They're not questioning everything you say. They're not, like, are you sure? Can I see this? Can I see that? They believe in you, right? They aren't worrying about the investment. They're not sweating the 3 to 5K they're paying you, right? They're not like, oh my God, I can't take my son to college because I paid him 3K. Has lots of business already, meaning that they're going to be just fine with or without you. You're just helping them bring in more money. In this course, I'm going to train you on how to close these types of customers over the phone in 5 minutes or less, even if you have absolutely no sales experience. So don't freak out, but promise me, do not use my methods to work with broke people or companies. Make a promise, pinky promise right now through the screen. Throw up that pinky. The people who pay the least expect the most. Never forget that. Know your worth. It is just as hard to close someone for $200 as it is for $20,000. Trust me, I've closed both many times. You're probably wondering, how are all these guys so rich? Well, they've found their worth. They're not out here settling for a couple $100 here and there. They're making thousands. And this is a true story. Before I move on to the module, one of my mentors, Grant Cardone, said, if you're worried about $500 a day, you'll never be a millionaire. And I was offended. I was like, dude, that's a lot of money. And at the time I was doing about that. And then I thought about it. I'll never be a millionaire at $500 a day. And from that day on, I raised my prices. I never took anything less than $1,500 from that day on. Secrets of finding the best niche. Let's get into how we're going to find who we're going to be selling these leads to, right? Going down the path less traveled. You don't want to be going down the path every other digital marketer is trying to hit up, like chiropractors and doctors. We're going to go down the path less traveled. Instead of going after what all the other marketers are going after, I've narrowed it down for you. So you don't have to go searching ever. I'll show you right here in this course. Examples. Instead of doctors, do foot doctors. Instead of surgeons, do heart surgeons. Instead of insurance agents, do life insurance agents. Right, what's the difference between life insurance and insurance, you might ask? Well, insurance agents sell auto insurance. They're not going to make a big enough rip to want to pay you anything for, car insurance. And any of the marketers listening to this, don't bat an eye, don't doubt this. Finish this module and you'll understand why. Find life insurance. They can pay more because they're making a lot more for those policies. Like a surgeon, doing a little anything, but a heart surgeon, I guarantee they get paid more than a basic surgeon, right? Once you start bringing in the dough, try to eventually work and specialize in one niche yourself and bringing in clients. In the beginning, I've said that all weird. In the beginning, when you have 5 to 10 clients, it really doesn't matter. But eventually, guys, you want to become a specialist in your niche, right? You don't want to be selling to, a car dealership. You don't want to be selling to a restaurant. You don't want to have a big variety. Eventually, you want to become a specialist. You might ask me, why? Why? Eventually, you want to be the expert in your field. You can charge a lot more as an expert versus just the general practitioner. Eventually, you want to be the brain surgeon of your industry. Once you become the expert in your field, you'll be able to charge $20,000, $50,000 a month versus $5,000. But in this course, this is about 6 figures. This isn't the $1 million consulting course. We will cover some of that in the bonus module, the next level branding, soon. But let's get back to you. But remember, eventually you want to become the expert. I'll give you an example before we move on to the next slide. I started marketing myself as a digital influencer, an expert in branding, and I've been able to charge some cats up to $60,000 a month for some of the stuff back in the day when I was just marketing for everyone else. $1,500 for. It's crazy. Just because I have brand for myself now, I'm able to charge that much more once I specialized in my niche. So remember that. So by now, I hope you understand your niche and what your goals are for this training. We will be selling lead generation packages to people who pretty much won't bat an eye at paying you $2,500 to $5,000 a month. I'm going to show you every single piece of data you will need to do this. So don't worry. By the end of this training, you can virtually be working 1 to 5 hours a day, making 10,000+ a week with your system when it's set up. Just wait. Just wait. Don't shake your head. You'll see. A lot of other people are doing this. Okay, so let's talk about our ideal customers in more detail. Let's talk about the reasons why they will pay us $2,500 to $5,000 a month without batting an eye. Some of you are like, that's a lot of money, Gallant. Listen, it's not. Know your worth. How much do you think a plastic surgeon makes on a cosmetic surgery, right? How much do you think they make on these things? They make $1,000 to $20,000 depending on the surgery. A plastic surgeon's favorite cosmetic surgery to do is breast augmentations. Why might you ask? You're like, yeah, why are you saying this? Because it's true. You know, I used to be in this niche because they can do a breast augmentation in 45 minutes. They make $3 to $5,000 profit. They can do multiple day, and they come with the least amount of risk, right? It's a lot easier to fix your breast than it is to fix your face. So definitely. So they make $3,000 to $5,000 per augmentation. Do you think they would bat an eye at $5,000 a month if you brought them 50 appointments, right? The surgeon could potentially make millions over time if they closed all those 50 appointments. Obviously, they won't unless, say, they close 1/4 of those appointments. That's closing rate is relatively low for most surgeons. They close higher than that. But that's still over $50,000 you potentially brought them, 10xing the investment they paid you. Let's not forget the customer lifespan, right? Just because they get one surgery, most of the time they come back. Let's say the customer comes back, more surgeries and placements of the silicone or whatever it is. Each customer over a 25-year span can equate to $50,000 to even $250,000, right? So that little investment he might have paid you for that lead 10 years ago might equate to $250,000 years later. They're basically paying you $100 a lead. The businesses you need to go after should have no problem paying you $75 to $100 a lead. That's what we sell, guys. We don't want to be charging anything less. We want our $75 to $100 a lead. And I'm going to just throw this out there. Never take on less than 25 leads up front. Think about that. Companies that average in 10 to 100 times more than you're paying them, like the surgeon, you know, you charge them $100 for that augmentation. They won't even have a problem with paying that, right? I always tell people, listen, I'm not going to do anything less than 25 leads. The goal is to get them to get 50 a month. Do you think a car dealership would be worried about $75 to $100 a lead when they make $1,000 to $10,000 profit on every sale? Of course not. Gallant, you just sold my Ferrari. Oh man, I don't want to pay $100. Come on, guys. Think big, right? Do you think a dentist would be scared to pay you $100 for a lead when someone comes in and becomes a 10-year customer visiting multiple times a year? Of course not. Guys, these are not broke. $100 is not something that's going to scare them. So know your worth. Don't be scared of charging what your worth is. Don't lower your price for anyone. I promise you that there are 5 to 10 companies you will eventually find that don't have a problem with your fee. Struggling marketers charge under $100,000 per month per client. Anyone who hears this that's making that and you're offended, know your worth. Level up, bro. Level up the car. Level up the house. Stop thinking small. You never will get this time back. Raise your price, brother, sister. Come on. Some of our new customers will ask us what the difference between us and those broke marketers is, right? Don't worry. We'll get into that later on. Right now, it's irrelevant. You know, we'll talk more about that in our call scripts, so you don't have to worry. Right now, you should be focusing on who you want to target first with everything I'm about to show you, right? So right now, for some homework, before we head over to Module 2, make a list of 5 to 15 business niches that make over 6 figures a year that make sense to charge $100 a lead for. Write down your monthly income goal and break down how many clients you need to be able to hit those numbers. When you see it, it's a lot easier to believe it happening, right? When you see that, wow, I only need 10 clients that pay me $5,000 a month to have a $50,000 a month business. This is crazy, right? So make a list of, different kind of companies and brands and niches that could easily afford to pay $100 a lead. And remember, a lot of this course isn't just going to be slides. It's going to be a lot of hands-on and screen sharing. If you need to go back and rewatch this module, go for it. I don't think you guys are going to be able to knock this out. This is one of those courses where you need to go back and forth and, don't feel like, oh my God, I'm limited. You're not. This is forever. Get back. Make sure you perfect understanding your niche and who you're going to reach out to. If you have any questions, reach out in the mastermind group, right? If you ever need me, reach out to me on Facebook. I want to make sure this is perfectly clear because these people are ready to pay you. I'll see you guys in Module 2. Hello and welcome to Module 2. Today we're going to be talking about your success foundation, the basics in setting up your business and getting you set up online. First thing we need to do now that we know what our niche is come up with a name for our company, right? Name, domain, and don't freak out, guys. I'm going to show you exactly how to do this. A lot of my students are like, oh, I don't know what to name my business. Take this module, watch it 2-3 times if you have to. You'll have your name. This is something you shouldn't overthink. Quick ways into coming up with your business name. Use your first or last name, then either media or marketing or consulting. I personally have done this. I've done Gallant Marketing. I've done Gallant Consulting. It works very well. And later on, I'm going to show you one of my favorite tools. It's leandomainsearch.com. It will show you every available domain possibility to use for your site. I'll give you a quick overview on how to do this at the end of the module, and I know you'll love it. I love it. It's great. It's a great way to check out everything that's available, and we're going to get in that in a minute. And when you start coming up with your names and ideas, write down a list of 5 to 10 names. And before you get all gung-ho and you're like, this is the one, make sure that the domain is available. You can go to Lean Domain Search or GoDaddy. Make sure that the one that you like, if you want to do Entourage Leads, make sure that entourageleads.com is available. Do not waste your time. And when you come up with your list, have others look over it. Get a second opinion. Don't just decide and start buying up everything that has the same name. Ask a few people, get some second opinions, and make sure it's the right fit. Before purchasing, also make sure nobody close by has the same name. You can figure this out by a quick Google search. And if you don't know what Google is, go to google.com. You never know. Some people might not know what Google is. Just kidding. I'm pretty sure you all do. Reasons why, well, obviously, you don't want to confuse your customer. The other company could be doing bad business, and you don't want an angry customer thinking your business is the one that, that they're going to leave bad reviews on, right? So imagine you are having a similar name to someone else, and an angry customer is all livid, not thinking clearly, and they go and write a fake review or a bad review on you instead of the person because you didn't want to make a more original name. Happens all the time. All the time. Bad reviews cost people lots of money. Fake reviews cost people lots of money. So make sure you have an original name. I've actually worked with different brands where I'd reach out to these nasty review writers, and what do you know? They meant to write it about another company. They just thought you were that company. So make sure to separate yourself from other people, especially people that are close to you. If you're in Austin, do not use the same name as someone down the street. That's stupid. Also, you can get sued. Make sure that you don't do that because you don't want to be sued, and some businesses have trademark, right? You can lose a lot of money. Make sure the business's name isn't long, especially make sure the domain isn't long either. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. Nobody wants to type a site with 100+ letters. The less amount of letters, the better. Examples, right? Gallant Business Consulting, gallantbc.com. versus Gallant Dill Business Consulting. GD Marketing versus GallantDillMarketing.com. So let's go over an example before I keep going on why you do this. You're probably like, that's not true. We can keep it long. Gallant, listen. Imagine if one of the clients that I show you how to get on the phone with wants your personal email, right? And you have a crazy name like Gallant. Imagine trying to spell Gallant at GallantDillBusinessConsulting.com. So you'd be like GALLANT at GALLANT Hold on, gal. Let me get a pin for this, right? You don't want to be in that situation. So make sure the shorter the better. Example, the leadagencies.com versus NorthDakotaLeads.com. Guys, trust me on this. I've been doing this. I've had hundreds of students. The shorter the better. This is something very important. What you do not want to do when it comes to domains. I can't stress these enough either, right? .net. Seriously, guys, if you really want to go with .net, let's ask this question first. Name 5 companies that everybody knows with .net. Y'all hear those crickets? Y'all hear those? Nobody. I can't name a site that's .net. Really, I can't. Can you? So make sure it's .com, unless you can find like your name and then .marketing. That might get away with it. You know, I've had a couple students, you know, have success from that, but I like .coms. Google likes .coms. We all like .coms. Next, you don't want to do is use lots of numbers or dashes. It looks tacky and unprofessional. You should never be media.works.solutions.com, right? Make sure it is words and try to keep the words to 1 to 2 to 3. 3 at the very max, but I would say 2 if you can find like a, you know, marketing or like, you know, HoustonMarketing.com. Those are perfect. Do not make them long. Do not put a lot of like numbers like 1, 2, 3 HoustonMarketing.com. That looks terrible. Also, do not misspell words just because you can find HoustonMarketing.com available if you don't add an N. It looks stupid. You don't want to say Houston or Hosto Marketing unless that's the name, right? So do not misspell words on purpose. You'll look like a joke. Come up with about 3 to 5 names and website domains that, that you like, and then decide on the best one. And right now, I'm going to show you actually how to use and buy your domain and how to search to see if the domains are available. Right? So you don't have to just assume and then come up with a name and fall in love and realize it's taken. So before you do that, check through GoDaddy when you think of a name. Like if you come up with a name that you like Houston Marketing, go to GoDaddy and make sure it's available before you fall in love. And right now I'm going to show you how to do that. I personally use GoDaddy for hosting, and it's fairly cheap and it's pretty decent customer service. I'll personally run you through buying the domain so you can see how easy this is, and then I'm going to add on leandomainsearch.com. So before you guys run off and start creating names and stuff, take a look at how I'm about to buy this domain, how I'm researching domains, and how leandomainsearch.com works. It works amazing. I've used this site for at least 5 business ventures and at least 50 students. We found the perfect domain with this site. I'll see you guys over in the live video. Okay, so we're here. Lean domain search. This is cool because it shows you every keyword available to that keyword. I don't even know how to explain it because it's so awesome. Let's say that you want a site that has the word leads, right? It shows you everything available online that has leads attached to it. Like, let's see if there's any of these we could use for our business. You know, leads, no. Let me do lead, actually. This is cool. So, lead articles, lead girls. Obviously, we wouldn't want to do that. Let's try to find one. Arena lead, no. Relax lead. We'll go back to leads. I feel like that doesn't look that good, actually. So we can do, let's see if one we can find for our agency, just to give you an example, right? Mission leads. That's not terrible. You know, it sounds like you're on a mission for success. Leads experience, not terrible. Lead script, leads answer, rainbow leads. That's not terrible either, right? Theme leads. Find something that works. And let's say that you're doing something with agency, right? You want to name it agency. Shows you a bunch of cool stuff. Like, look at this, agencyboom.com, agency blast. Those are great for lead generation names. This thing can come up and you can pick your top favorite 5, 10. Let's say you want to do media, right? Let's see what comes up for media. Media and marketing, I noticed, are pretty much all taken. Like someone has gone through and bought a lot of different marketing names and stuff. So try to do leads or, you know, agency. Come up with something original, but that's in the same field as what we're doing, which is lead generation. Leads is great. Like, you know, fast leads. You know, let's see. You never know. Fast leads online. That's not terrible, but I like 2 words. I don't really like the 3 words, but it works. I've had a very successful business having 3 words as a domain, so don't freak out. Like Leads Pub is kind of cool, right? You could have a little mug or something as the logo and have, you know, oriented with money or something. I don't know, a lead in there. leads, lead save, heart leads. You can find something, guys. So now I'm going to show you how to buy it. Let's say we're going to buy, here, let's see which one I want to buy. I'm going to actually not buy it, so if one of my students wants it, you can get it. But that leads blast I really liked. Let's see if that's still available. I just saw it. Leads, or blast leads, or leads blast. Lead blast. It was lead blast, I think, is the one I really liked. Lead blast. I could have sworn I saw that. Anyways, let me find one we can choose, and then let's go to GoDaddy and buy it so you understand it. If you guys know how to buy a domain, you don't want to complete this module, that's fine. You can head over in the next module. I just want to make sure that I give you the exact blueprint of what works and what doesn't. Let's do leads. Let's find lead nest or leads nest. Leads nest isn't terrible. I wouldn't do it, but I want to use this as an example. So you go over here to GoDaddy.com. It's pretty simple to set up an account. See if it's available, leads nest, right? Let's take a look and we just search. Oh, wow, what do you know? We have it available, right? So we just click it here. Continue to cart. No thanks. Unless you want to protect that you own this site, which, it's pretty much a scam to get you to pay more money. I don't ever do it. And then you get here, so be careful. This is not what it costs. This is what it costs if you have this domain for 5 years, right? And I personally wouldn't have it for 5 years because 1, you could change your name in a year, 2, you could sell your business. I just like to play it either 1 or 2 years. So we do this. Oh, look, there's Agency Blast, right? That must have been from another module. So we got Agency Blast, that's a great one. But right now we're doing Leads Nest. So it's only about $13, guys, to buy the domain. You can add hosting if you want to host through GoDaddy. You just pretty much register. You can do it with a Facebook account. It's very simple. You just submit your card information and now you own the domain. I'll actually show you how to set it up to either a landing page or a website later on in this training. But I use either GoDaddy or Namecheap.com. Namecheap is another really good site that I've had a lot of success with. But really, it's just cheap domains under 10 bucks. But that's pretty much it, guys. Write down those names. Don't freak out. Make sure they're available. Make sure everything's spelt right. Make sure they sound good. You want to make sure you can say that name with courage and confidence over the next year or so because you're going to be putting a lot of time into this. So don't just settle for some junky name. Even if you got to come back and finish the course a week from now because you can't decide, that's fine. But you don't have to rush this process. I'll see you guys in the next video. Module 2, setting up your site. Setting up your website. Now that we have our logo, we can set up our website. Lots of different ways you can go about this. You can hire someone on Fiverr, Upwork, or 99 Designs. You can find someone you trust to build it. You could even build it yourself. Find someone on Facebook you trust to build it as well. Let's go over the positive and negatives of each, starting with using Fiverr, Upwork, and 99 Designs. Negative is you hear the old saying, you get what you pay for. Right? If you go and pay someone 30 bucks, you're going to get a $30 site. It's just that simple. Another negative is it sucks working through third-party sites instead of being able to be in direct access with them. Right? Whenever you work with someone on Fiverr or Upwork or these sites, you have to go through the site to actually get a hold of them. I personally hate doing that. I like to talk directly with who I'm paying my money to. I don't want to just give you money and then have to go through a site and wait for you to respond. I like to have direct access to the person I'm paying. Positive is it's fairly cheap and it's fairly quick. Let's go over the positives and negatives of starting with using a known website builder, right? I personally have done this myself multiple times. The negatives is they are very expensive. I paid upwards of 12 grand for a site. And positive is it probably will come out very nice, right? You pay someone 12 grand, 90% of the time it's going to look good. The negative, this is one that I've dealt with multiple times, is whenever you do a custom site, it takes longer to build. So if you want this business to get going sooner than later, you might want to come back to this option once you're raking in the dough. Like, let's say we put together something temporary for now. Once you start making money, let's go ahead and hire somebody later on, right? You don't want to keep that cheap looking site for the remainder of your career, especially when you start making, 10, 20,000 a month, like I'm going to show you how to do. Before hiring anyone, this is the route you take. Please, can't emphasize this enough, please get references and testimonies and do your due diligence. I've personally been burned too many times by web developers. Multiple times, actually. Just recently. I had a company where we actually sold websites, and the guy that I had teamed up with, he disappeared on me, and lo and behold, I found out he had a bad track record. What he did is he came to me and was like, let me build you a site, Gal. Let me show you how good I am. And I fell for it. And then once I paid him for 6 different sites, he disappeared. So I lost it there. Another time I messed up is I paid a guy over $10,000 for a website who was really, really, really good at graphic design. I'd never actually seen a website from him. I just had assumed that he was going to be good at web design because his graphics were so good. Lo and behold, it took 90 days for a completed site. The site was horrible. I never even ended up using it. I was burned. So just because someone's good at one thing doesn't mean you can trust them for something else, right? I wouldn't let a basketball player teach me how to play golf. Just because he's athletic and good at sports doesn't mean he necessarily knows how to play golf. Same goes for web design and graphic design. Your site should not cost more than $1,000 to build unless you have some super advanced site. Remember, this is a couple pages. This is just a lead generation site. We're not even really using our site to generate money. There's so many other methods I'm going to teach you in this course that are going to make you money. We don't want traffic to our site making us money. I'd hate to sit around twiddling my thumbs waiting for business. Your site only needs to be 1 to 5 pages long unless you plan on doing a blog. And I have nothing against blogs, but today I'm showing you how to make money. This is not a blogging course. This is a course on making you money fast. Best way of designing your site or getting ideas. Look at your competitors. I just did the same thing for logos. I ran you through a couple competitor sites. You can go in there and take some of their information. I'm not telling you to copy. I'm not telling you to steal from your competitors. But you can go to your competitors' websites, guys, and get some information, get some ideas for your site. I'm not going to lie to you. I've copied and pasted a lot of different paragraphs and rewritten them myself when I first started with my lead agency website. So you don't have to go and write up or hire a copywriter to write all complete copy from scratch. Go get some ideas from your competitors. And also think about what your future customers will want to see, right? Don't just assume, oh, everyone needs this kind of lead. You know, keep it, don't niche it down. You don't want to scare people away. Keep it open, keep it welcoming. Don't put too much there. Short, sweet, and simple and professional. Keep it short, sweet, and simple and professional. Do not get in there writing ghost stories and all these book loads on your pages. You need to be straight to the point. And at the end of this module, I'm going to show you a couple examples so you can kind of get some motivation. The do's and don'ts on your site. Let's start with the do's checklist. Make sure your site flows together. Make sure it blends and it matches, right? You don't want it to be red over here and then purple right here and it just looks awful. You want it to flow. You want it to be simple. You want it to be professional. Make sure you only use high quality pictures. If I see anyone taking this course and you're using these old pixelated photos and snapshots from an iPhone 1 series, I'm gonna be upset, right? If you look cheap, you're gonna get a cheap response. You know, you always had an old saying, if you look like a $10 service provider, you're going to get treated one. Try to look like you're a $1 million service provider if you want the $1 million results. Make sure you spell check and keep all your copy straight to the point, right? Don't get on there and just, oh, I copied and pasted, it's good to go. Make sure you reread it. Make sure, maybe even have someone else reread it, right? I've had words misspelled for months and it's embarrassing. You know, you don't want a grammar Nazi as a customer seeing that, not moving forward because you misspelled something because you were too quick to launch your site, okay? Make sure you have a lead capture. So whenever you are on the site and someone's about to exit off, say, hey, give us a call. We'll give you this free guide to getting leads. Something that will hook them, right? You want them to give you their email so possibly eventually you can get leads through your site. Even though in this course I'm not going to teach you how to sit around doing that. But if you do have a website, eventually put a lead capture or a subscribe option, right? You want to get this person's information so you can do business with them if they land on your site. I'm going to show you a little example, so don't worry. Also, last but not least on that side is we want to make sure it's mobile friendly, right? We want to make sure it's mobile friendly. If somebody cannot look you up on their cell phone and it doesn't run smoothly and the site's all messed up, you're not going to get as much traction as you want. I'm going to be honest with you, 60% of all web users are using their phone. So if your site isn't mobile friendly, it's going to be a no-go. Make sure the site also loads fast. You don't want it being all slow, taking 10 years. And then once you have it going fast and it's mobile friendly, you want to make sure that your site connects to your social media pages. Your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram, so it shows that you're a legitimate business. You're not just a one-page site. You have other things to show for yourself. Also, whenever you start doing a good job, eventually you're going to want to add testimonies and press. We will get into that a little bit later on, but testimonies and press build credibility and prove that you are who you're saying you are. Does that make sense? If you have a testimony saying that you can get someone 50 leads in a month, it's going to take a little bit of the ease off of, or the stress off of your potential customer who wants to do business with you. People follow the follow. When I had a bad review go up about me, people believed that bad review. So the best way to counter that is to have 100 good reviews. And if you don't put up a bunch of reviews and you have one hater come after you, it's going to be hard to convince people you're legit. So make sure to start adding testimonies once they come in. Now let's go over the don'ts. The don'ts checklist. No profanity, no false claims, no nudity, no drama, no empty pages. Don't just leave a page up with nothing on it. And like I said, you guys are all adults here. I'm not a fluffy course. I don't want to keep taking up your time on this. I just wanted to, go over some of this stuff because I've seen some of my previous clients have profanity, had false claims. I don't want to get you guys in trouble. Always be transparent with your customers. Make sure your site has basic SEO. Make sure whoever's building your site, or if you're building your site, you have page descriptions. You have the meta tags. Domain tells in long and sweet short. Just kidding. Domain tells are short and sweet, which is, you want it to be like or let's say my site's gallantdillmentoring.com. Let's say I'm selling a course /course. It doesn't need to be the advanced marketing course, right? That's hard for someone to remember. It's hard to copy and paste that. Keep it short. So gallantdill.com /course. You don't really need that. And guys, this isn't really a course on bringing you in traffic. We're going to go hunt and get thousands of leads every day. So don't worry about all this. If you don't know anything about SEO, don't even worry about it. It's irrelevant. I'm going to show you how to get business, even if you've never even ran a marketing campaign online. And I'm going to show you how to run marketing campaigns online. So do not worry. We're going to get you to that 10,000 a month. If you decide you do not want to hire somebody, don't worry. I can build you a quick, cheap, and affordable site. But please eventually get something more professional. I wouldn't recommend doing this unless you are strapped for cash. So guys, this is not something I recommend doing. I'm just going to show you how to put a site together because I promised you a business course on how you can start your own. And, this isn't a franchise, so I'm not going to build it for you. But if you have the money right now, do not do this method. I repeat, do not do this method. This is for people that are hurting, that need to get something up sooner than later. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. I'll personally walk you through how it's done. I personally did this and built my own site until I was making about $20,000 a month. Then I had an expert built it. But remember, guys, I do not recommend this. This is just because I want you to get started. So I'm going to actually walk you through now on how to set up a quick little cheap looking site. And but if you already have a site or you know how to build a site, go ahead and skip to the next module. And like I said, guys, I'm not recommending this. This is just for you if you have to get started today and you need to start making money. But I'm going to show you how to set up a site right now. Module 2, Social Media Explained. And I just wanted to remind you guys that this course isn't a slide course. This is just for a lot of people that don't know the basics on setting up the beginning stages of a business. The rest of the training after this is going to be me sharing my screen, showing you what actually works. That is making some of my students over $50,000 a month, walking you through everything. But I just want to make sure that you have the basic fundamentals and foundation built out before we get into that. First, let's start with setting up your social media pages. Setting up your social media pages will build credibility and social proof right off the bat. How can you sell marketing online if your company doesn't have any, right? The better your company looks online, the more money you will make. And that's proven. The better you look, the easier it is for you to make money. Eventually, you want your websites and social media pages bringing in leads and making you money. Luckily for this course, I'm going to show you how to never even have to worry about that. But wouldn't it be nice if people actually came to you? Let's go over the benefits of having social media pages. First, it builds credibility. If you have a bunch of likes on your page, right off the bat, you already look credible. Next, it's free leads. Multiple people have found me through my pages before and have hired me. Next, it's free SEO to help with people finding your site. So if someone Google searches you and types in, successleads.com, it'll show other pages and give them more to look at. Also helps with your overall branding. It populates Google more. It shows more credibility. It shows that you're doing more things than just hosting a site. It's easy for you to get more exposure. If someone goes to your page and sees that you own a business, that's an instant lead if they like your page, right? Some people look me up, oh, Gallant, you used to get products in stores, can you help me? But it said that because I was connected to my in-store connection page. First thing you're going to want to do is set up your Facebook page. I don't know if you guys have ever done that before, but it's fairly simple, and I can actually run you through that right now. All right, so I'm going to go back so you can start from the very beginning. So here we are, right here on your home page. You got your timeline, nothing crazy, all the ads, right? First thing you're going to want to do is click the down arrow key. And then you're going to go to create page. There's a lot of different options here. Obviously, since we're just a company, we're going to go ahead and choose category. Let's just choose consulting or marketing, consulting agency. This is what we are. Let's just type an example, Gallant leads, or Gallant Dill leads, right? Started, and then you can upload a picture, whatever you need. If you want to get a custom one made, you can go on Fiverr, give them your logo, and they can make you one. You know, you can just skip whatever if you don't have the pictures for now. But there we are. That's basically how you set up a Facebook page. You just make sure you upload. You can invite some of your friends. You can add a short description on what you guys sell, you know, your services. It's fairly simple. If you follow me, you probably know how to use Facebook. You can go ahead and change everything just by going to settings. It's fairly easy. But let's keep moving. If you want to pause the training and go set up your business Facebook page, go ahead and do that before we move forward. Now that we set up your Facebook page, let's go ahead and set up our next page, right? We're not going to just do Facebook. We're going to do Twitter as well. So when you get to Twitter, I'm actually setting this up from scratch. I'm going to just go back to the home page so you guys can see how to do it, right? You're just going to want to set up a new account. Here we go. I'm just going to put in some random information like Gallant Dill leads. This is going to be for your business, so it doesn't matter if you already have a Twitter account. You can go ahead and set up something completely different. So what I'm going to do is do the Chelsea at in-store connection, because I've already used my email. You cannot create another one if you already have an email associated. See, obviously it says that. So let's try this one. Create, right? So if you have a new website that you use or a new domain that you should already have by now, you can go ahead and use your name with that domain and create a new business Twitter page. So don't freak out because you only have one email address, right? You should have one if you've been taking this training and following each step. All right, we're just going to skip that. We're going to go ahead and put Gallant Dill leads, right? Because this is our lead business. This is an example, guys. Obviously, that's not going to be my real name. I'm just showing you how to set up your Twitter page. Continue, whatever. No thanks. And then once you have your Twitter, we'll just go ahead and follow and continue so we look active. Once you have your account, you can easily go ahead and upload your logo right here. The video going autoplay. Bernie Sanders, I guess it randomly followed him. Make sure you confirm your email once you're back into this, and then go ahead and start updating your account. You know, put your website in the edit profile, your little bio, whatever you want it to say, but go ahead and upload your logos or designs you want. Get it looking legit. Make it look legit. This is not hard. Don't overthink it. Just make it look like you're an actual business or an actual business page. We're going to talk more about how to make it even look better a little bit later on, but for now, just go ahead and update everything. And if you don't have this, go ahead and finish this before you continue watching. I want you guys to have as much credibility and social proof as possible before we continue the training. So now that you've set up your Facebook and your Twitter page, you're going to want to go ahead and set up your Instagram page. And this is optional. You know, I don't recommend it if you do not want to do it. There's our Wix site. My bad. Sorry about that. Let's get back to Instagram. The Wix was when I was showing people how to set up their own little site. But so you don't have to do it, but it's the same thing, right? You want to go ahead and switch accounts. If you don't have one, you can sign up. It's the same kind of thing. Go ahead and put your information in. You can do it through Facebook. And once you get in there, make sure you download the app to your phone if you don't have it, and you can upload pictures from your phone into Instagram. It's fairly simple. I don't want to get into this. I don't want to show you guys how to use Instagram. It's really irrelevant, but go ahead and update your Instagram, make it look professional, kind of like you just did with your Twitter, and let's keep this training moving forward. Now that you have your Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter page set up, if possible, a Google business page would really look good, right? Whenever someone looks you up on Google and it shows on a map. Eventually you want to branch out and build credibility even further. You can set up an actual address and join the Google business pages. I actually have one. It looks really good. It builds a lot of social proof. But right now you technically don't need that. Let's talk about something else that's, you know, on everyone's mind these days is, does buying followers do anything? So let's go over the negatives and positives of buying fake followers, right? Let's start with the negatives. Sometimes people can tell they look fake. Let's say you go onto Google, you buy 10,000 fake followers for a page. Sometimes people can tell, your page is 2 weeks old. They're going to see that, how the hell did this guy get 10,000 followers? Next, they don't engage and they clutter up your page, and it looks especially fake if you have 10,000 followers and 0 likes and comments on your pages. They can also mess up your analytics when running ads, right? Imagine someone's trying to target your followers, or you're trying to target your followers and half of them are fake. It's going to be very bad and it's going to lower the engagements. Let's go over the positives, right? For everything negative, there's sometimes positives, right? So there's a lot of positives actually for fake followers. They make you look more legit. People follow the followed. The better you look, the easier it is to close a client. The higher the numbers makes your company look even more established, right? You got 10,000 followers, it's going to look really, really good. Some people don't even know fake followers exist, are blown away by your followership. I've actually closed some 7-figure deals for companies because of followers, and half of them probably weren't even real followers. Would I personally buy followers? Hell yes. I personally bought tons of fake followers in the beginning of all my businesses. I've raised investments from having fake followers. I've personally made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling fake followers. I've actually been that guy who used to sell it to rappers and musicians because they wanted to look more credible. They wanted to get higher endorsements. And the higher the fake follower account, the more money they can get paid. Hear me out. How do you think Kim Kardashian is able to charge so much for an endorsement? If she had half as many followers, you think she'd get as much as she has today? Of course not. Would your company be more prone to giving an athlete $100K to the guy with 7 million followers, or to the guy with 700,000? Right off the bat, who's going to get more followers? Who's going to get more of an endorsement deal, right? The guy with probably, 7 million followers versus the guy with 700,000 followers. Remember, perception is everything. People are sheeple and like to follow the crowd. I'm not here to hate, but when you see someone being followed online, it's easier for you to go follow them. It's a lot harder for you to follow a blank page with no followers. I'm just being honest. Think about it. Would you do business with someone with 1 like on their Facebook page? No, exactly. If you're going to go hire someone to help you with Facebook marketing, they had 1 Facebook like, you're probably not going to hire them after seeing their page. Look at it like this. Imagine you have 2 companies and you have never heard of either. One is the best in the world with 300 followers, and the other is average but has 10,000 followers. Which one are you already more drawn to hiring? The company with 300 followers or the one with 10,000, right? You've never heard of either, but one's better than the other. Right off the bat, you're going to assume that the one with 10,000 followers is better. People fall into this trap every single day. Why not have people fall into your trap? Just kidding, but you get the idea. Have you ever been to a restaurant that had all the followers and all these reviews, and then you tried it and it was pretty much below average? It's called marketing. Remember, the better your company looks, the easier it is for you to make money. The fake followers are up to you. Homework for this module: set up your Instagram, your Facebook and Twitter page, connect the pages to your site if possible, and either buy followers or not. And guys, you can literally get onto Google and just Google search buy fake followers. I'm not going to make a course on buying you guys fake followers, but it's fairly simple to do. Google search, buy Twitter followers, buy Instagram followers, buy Facebook likes, and any site that doesn't look too foreign and untrustworthy, you can give them 10, 20 bucks and they'll clean up your pages and make them look all legit. If you have any questions on this, want to know some of the sites I use, reach out to me in the group. But that's going to be up to you. But make sure you get those pages up for credibility purposes. I'm looking forward to the next few modules because we're about to get into great detail. I know these were a little slow, but trust me, when you see what I'm about to show you, it's going to blow your mind. I'm excited for you guys to join me. Module 2, setting up your logo. Now that we know our name, have our domain, it's time to bring this company to life. We're going to start with our logo. The best ways to come up with logo designs are to find logos you like. You can always check out what your competitors are using, but the best way to figure out a design is a quick Google search. Find about 3 to 5 you really like and take a snapshot of each one. Now it's time to find a designer. And remember guys, I'm not going to rush you through this. At the end of this module, I'm actually running through Google and show you how to find a logo, and I'm going to help you find a designer. So don't freak out, just take some notes. The sites I use are 99 Designs, Fiverr, Upwork, Facebook groups. 99designs.com is great, but it takes a while and it costs a little bit more. Fiverr is perfect because it's quick, it's cheap. Upwork is the same thing as 99 Designs. There's good work on there, but it takes a while. It's a little more expensive. And then believe it or not, I found some incredible designers using Facebook groups. I posted in some marketing communities before and said, hey, tag the best designer. And I found some of the most incredible graphics guys doing that. But Fiverr.com will forever be my first choice because you can get good, quick logos for under 50 bucks, and sometimes you can get them in less than a day. I mean, who would want to wait, right? I've gotten over 50 logos probably on Fiverr.com, and at the end of this module, I'll actually show you how this works. And so you don't have to really worry. I'm going to actually take you to Google and then to Fiverr, and I'm going to show you how to set up your logo. I'm going to do a screen share and just walk you through the basic steps. Even if you've never done anything like this before, I'm going to show you how to do it. If you've already know how to, or you already have a logo, and then you can go ahead and skip to the next video. But to people that have never set up a logo that want to understand how easy and quick you can get one made, let me show you. Hey guys, here we are at google.com. We're going to type in lead generation logos, right? So my handwriting, my typing's off. All right, let me scoot this over. So I just do lead generation logos, and look at all these great, examples. You can go ahead and choose, right? You got all these good ones. So what I do is pick my favorite ones. Like I really like this carrot, or 1,000 leads, or whatever. I can go in here and snapshot the ones I like that one. I really like this one. And then what I do is I get the ones I really like by just a quick Google search, or you can just type in lead generation companies, right? You don't have to just use these. You can go here and find a few examples this way, and as your leads, let's see what the logo they're using, right? Don't really like it, but if you did, you just snapshot that, right? So once you have the designs that you like, you can go to Fiverr now. Go to Fiverr. You're here in Fiverr, right? You just type in logos. What's good about Fiverr is look at all these great examples. These are so many different companies that this one's starting at 25, this one's $5. Most of these aren't even really companies, they're freelancers. But a lot of them are getting dozens of inquiries a day, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have a team. But it'll show you, packages, the cost. I've used it 100 times, and I'm going to go ahead and send over a couple of examples. I'm going to proceed with an order. I'm going to put in my information and go ahead and proceed, and then I'm going to show you in a couple days what the logo came out to be and everything, so you can see how good the work is. I went ahead and actually got from another designer, went back and found 2 design logo concepts for 31 bucks, so 2 different examples. So I gave them the logos I liked, and then a couple days later, these are the ones I got in return. EntourageLeads.com is a good one. And then I have another example. Let's see the examples they gave me. Remember, $31 to get this quality of work is phenomenal, right? Because if you went and hired a designer off the street, it costs a lot of money. So we ended up going with this one right here for Entourage. And like I said, it took about 2 days and $31. I got a logo. So all I did was I told them the colors I liked, the industry I was in, and gave them a couple examples. Right? Basic information. I'll need to give them a bookload of information to get your logo. So that's it, guys. Don't make it too complicated. If you have any questions, reach out to me in the Facebook group. But that's it, man. Fiverr.com, 31 bucks. 2 days later, I have a pretty awesome logo. Hey, what's going on, guys? In this module, I'm going to show you how to set up your legal foundation. And as a disclaimer, I'm not an attorney, not a lawyer. I do not know the state guidelines for every state. I'm just going to show you how you can set up everything online, and if you're in a position to hire an attorney or to ask for some legal guidance, that would always be the first step. But I've seen the site, I've used it before. It's called LegalZoom.com, and you can go ahead and buy yourself an LLC, a DBA. I always tell people at the very least get yourself a DBA, so if someone needs to write you a check or send you a check, it doesn't have to be in your personal name because that kind of sketches them out. You can go ahead and name your business, and a DBA is pretty cheap and fairly simple to set up. Especially if you're here in the United States. If you're not in the United States, you're going to have to figure that out. But it's not hard, and you can definitely do a DBA. But I'm going to be transparent with you guys. I personally would set up an LLC. There's a lot more protections. It's a lot more business oriented. But I always do DBA for the beginning stage, and once it starts generating money, I immediately move it over to an LLC. But if I open an LLC for every business or idea I've had, I would have like 50 LLCs. So I try to start with the DBA and then I run into the LLC. But you can always contact your attorney and get better advice. It's super easy to set up on the site though. You can get everything started ASAP. I don't know the legalities for every single state. Definitely don't know any of the legalities for outside of the United States. But for legal Zoom purposes and getting it up today or over the weekend, definitely go with a DBA. It doesn't take much, filing for that. LLCs are going to have you more protection. So, and this is all for, an attorney or for an accountant to go over into more details on what you can save in taxes, how to file right off. I am not a lawyer. This is not my strength. But always make sure that you have protection through either a DBA or LLC. The DBA actually doesn't really give you any protection. It just gives you a legitimate business name. So I'll give an example. There's been times where people have written a check to a business they thought was the name, and it was such a big check I didn't want to go back and tell them, hey man, you screwed up. So I went and just opened up a DBA just so I could cash that check. One time I had a $30,000 check that was written to the wrong business. That was written to me. And it took forever to get that check. So the last thing I'm going to do is like, hey, can you send me another check? And it take 30 days, right? So I went and opened up a DBA so I could cash that check. DBA is a great way to get started. Definitely not where you want to continue down in the future. I would definitely go with some sort of Inc. or S Corp or LLC. And I would definitely do that pretty soon once the money starts rolling in. But for now, this is how you can set up. You can always go to LegalZoom.com. I just want to make this quick video to help you guys get started. It's not hard at all. Like it says, it takes 15 minutes. You can have your business registered and ready to go, so you're 100% legit. You don't want to be one of these marketers who doesn't have an LLC or doesn't have a business name and they're just taking everything personal. Because if you get sued or if something happens, all your assets are now up for grabs. So the LLC and stuff like the LLC, like the S Corp, they protect you from that happening. So if something goes south and people come after you, it's not going to happen. I'm just saying worst case scenario, you want to have some sort of shield to block that from attacking or getting a hold of everything else you have. But in the meantime, get yourself a DBA, then set up the LLC once you feel like everything's up and you feel like you can get this thing rolling. And this is a great way to get started without having to hire an expensive attorney. But eventually you're going to want to meet with your accountant or some sort of legal service like provider, like as you're a lawyer, so you can make sure everything is set up all the way down from your contracts, your proposals, everything. But in the meantime, if you're a lean entrepreneur like I always have been, LegalZoom will do the trick. If you guys have any questions, reach out to me or preferably a lawyer, but just wanted to add this module in here to simplify some things to get you guys up and running so we can start making you some money. I'll see you guys in the next training.
Hey everyone, my name is Mike Petritis. I'm one of Qzx977 students going right now into a month where I'm going to be a 5-figure earner based on his training, so it's been super fantastic. But naturally the fact that since I own a firm, a web design and graphic design firm, and have done that for 3 years, Qzx977 wanted to go ahead and ask me to show all of you guys exactly how to set up a WordPress website. So let's go ahead and jump right into it and start from the very, very beginning. For those of you who do not understand what a website is or how websites work, I wanted to cover this really specifically because some people just don't quite get it. There's 3 major parts of a website. You have the domain, the hosting, and then the content. The domain is your URL or your address. You can go ahead and purchase this in many different places across the web, and they're usually like 10, 12 bucks for the domain. But then the other thing here is the hosting. A lot of people don't understand this part of it. Hosting is more or less a computer that's somewhere in the world that's running your website so that other people can go and access it at any time and point in the day. There are many different hosting options out there. There's HostGator, there's Bluehost, there's a lot of different out there. Personally, my favorite is GoDaddy, and I'll go over why in a second. But then lastly, the third part is the content. The content could be one of many different CMS systems. It could be Wix, it could be Squarespace. I don't like either of those, and I personally like WordPress, and that's what we're going to go over today. So when it comes to WordPress, there is 2 separate WordPresses, and I know this is going to be confusing. WordPress inherently is an open source blogging platform. It was always designed since the very beginning to go and be a blogging platform that's free for anyone to use. Now naturally, the internet has gone and modified it and tweaked it and has now turned it into this insanely crazy platform to go and be able to make multiple different types of websites. But I wanted to show that there's a difference here. So WordPress.org is the open source project. It's free code. You can download it and upload it to any server. I'm going to go and show you the easiest way to install it. But there's multiple ways to do that. But what's also important is WordPress.com also exists. WordPress.com is a company that goes and sells hosted WordPress accounts. and they use a highly modified version of WordPress that doesn't necessarily play nicely with everything else out there when it comes to the realm of WordPress. And they do charge a decent amount of money. I'm not the biggest fan of it, and they kind of hold your account hostage, so I would personally avoid that. Now, as I said before, my favorite is GoDaddy. Now, I could be honest with you and say that GoDaddy is probably not the fastest host out there. There are a ton of different options out there. I personally love GoDaddy because I can call them 24/7, 7 days a week, every single day of the year, and get support that's domestically located. All of their support is in Arizona, and everyone that I talk to there has usually been very friendly and eager to help. And so that has so much value to me that I don't necessarily want to go elsewhere. So that's why I kind of stick with GoDaddy in general. Now, let's go and talk about hosting. So obviously you have hosting, there's multiple types. There's web hosting, business hosting, and then there's different platforms with each. You can get VPS, dedicated servers. You can get cPanel hosts. You can get Plesk hosting, all that other crazy stuff. But that doesn't matter. All of you guys probably don't even care or have any desire to learn what all that is. All you guys need is WordPress hosting. Now, if you note, there was pro WordPress hosting there as well. I would advise against it at this very time. At time of recording, it's January 23rd, 2018. I want to make sure that everyone understands that at this time, pro managed WordPress is still technically in beta. It is not stable. It is not recommended for live website use. So probably don't do that. But for all of you guys trying to set up a basic website for all your companies, WordPress hosting, just basic WordPress hosting is all you really need. And you have 3 different tiers. You have basic, deluxe, and ultimate. You have $4.99, $5.99, and $8.99. Now, granted, at time of recording, that's what these prices are. They might go up, they might go down. They almost always have sales going on. If you want to ensure that you have the absolute lowest pricing available, go ahead and shoot me a message on Facebook. I'm openly available. I have a pro account with them because we manage obviously a ton of different companies with them. So I always have discount codes. If you want to get WordPress hosting through GoDaddy, I would definitely recommend either contacting me or just making sure you check and see that you're getting the lowest price possible. The other nice thing is when you go with a higher tier, anything other than basic, typically I always go with deluxe at least for every single website. When you get deluxe, typically they give you a freebie. In this month's special, it doesn't openly say it, but typically when you get deluxe web hosting or deluxe WordPress hosting with GoDaddy, they'll give you a free domain. So you don't have to worry about purchasing your domain for your company. You can just go and buy this and they'll throw the domain for free. So definitely go and do that. But anyway, I'm going to skip the actual billing part because I don't have any way to really mock that up for you guys. But basically, it's like buying anything else on the internet. Go ahead, add to cart, pay for it, that kind of a thing. But then what's going to happen is you're going to end up having a My Products page or My Hosting page, and then you're going to be left with this. When you purchase hosting, this is what's going to show up, right? All you have to do is click Add Site. And from here, you're going to click Brand New Website. And before I actually go any further, let me preface. There are, again, multiple ways to install WordPress, but this is easily the best way to do it because there's never any issues. You don't have to deal with FTP. You don't have to have FileZilla. There are some very convoluted and complicated ways to install WordPress, but GoDaddy offers this really, really easy service. Not everyone does this. So that's why, again, I choose GoDaddy and recommend it to you guys. But again, building a brand new website, get started. Pick a domain. Right now, I'm actually on one of my clients' accounts, so I'm going to go ahead and not pick a domain. But the nice thing is you can go and build your website on a temporary domain that's randomly generated for you. And once it's live, you could transfer it to a different domain later after the fact. So then once you click next over there, you go in, obviously, North America if you're in the United States, or Canada. If you're in Europe, use Europe. You always want to make sure you're using a data center that's closest to you to ensure that your website's absolutely the fastest possible for all of your users. Now you've set up your username, password, confirm password, all that fun stuff. So go ahead and put your information there. And now it's just going to go and install WordPress for you. It's going to find the closest server, the most ideal server for you, install all of WordPress for you, put in your account information, and basically set up WordPress for the very first time. Another benefit to utilizing GoDaddy is they also put in a few extra tools for hosted WordPress accounts that allow you to have a much easier time setting up WordPress for the first time. If you're not familiar with the platform, it can be overwhelming and it can be a lot of information to actually swallow. So we want to make sure that it's the easiest process for you possible. So let me go ahead and just wait for this to finish installing, and then we'll go ahead and go step by step through the setup process. Okay, so now WordPress is completely installed. Once you see this screen in front of you, you can just go ahead and click Go to Dashboard. And of course, the walkthrough you selected cannot run in the page you're currently in. Fantastic. Okay, but if that happens, obviously we're doing this live. If that ever happens, you could end up at this screen. That's not a huge problem either. Just go ahead and click WP Admin. Obviously, WordPress Admin is what they're referring to. So once you have your actual WordPress installed on your hosting account, you can go and look at this screen. It says quickly set up WordPress for you. They have a full wizard. I typically don't do this, but then again, I already know what I'm doing. For all of you guys, if you're doing this for the very first time, you've never touched WordPress before, go ahead and I highly recommend using the wizard. So we'll do that for you. What you're going to be doing is website and blog. Typically blog only kind of blocks out the opportunity using static pages, and static pages are basically any page that is a page of a website. A blog obviously is a dynamic page that changes and updates with every single post that you have. An online store, none of us are doing e-commerce at this time, so I mean if you are doing e-commerce, sure, you can use that, but right now you just go ahead and use website and blog. Select industry. We're going to go ahead and do I can't remember if they have a marketing or consulting or advertising. It depends. I'm just going to go ahead and put consulting to make this real easy. Title of the website, we're going to call ourselves the XYZ firm, or actually XYZ marketing. Let's do that. It's almost definitely marketing. Cool, can't type. It's almost definitely taken. I guarantee you there's a firm that's called that, but that doesn't matter right now. So tagline, let's say, we are way cool at generating leads. Positively the bestest. Wow. Wow, cannot spell. Well, bestest doesn't matter. Either way. Go ahead and hit continue. And just so you all know, if you want to go and change all this information later, you can. So don't think that this is all set in stone right here. Go ahead and put your email address in, phone number, you don't necessarily have to, fax number, you don't have to, address, you don't have to, but those are obviously going to be auto-populated if you fill them out here because of the wizard being so awesome. You could also go and put in your social media profiles down here as well. Hit continue again. Choose a theme. Okay, so when it comes to WordPress, a theme is basically what makes your website your website. There's obviously tons of different places you can go to, like Upwork, that can go and you can hire someone to build a custom theme for you, which I almost always recommend, or having a real developer do that for you, just because they know all the ins and outs of everything. But if you're stuck between a rock and a hard place and you want to make sure you have a really kick-ass website off the bat, that's super, super easy. We can go and use one of these pre-installed templates. Normally, you can go and look up templates all across the internet. These are the 10 that GoDaddy give you. WordPress inherently does come with a new one every single year, but typically those suck. And typically, to be completely honest, these kind of suck as well. But for the sake of time and sake of ease, we're just going to go ahead and use Stout. It's going to load up the page, and now you can see what your website looks like in real time. If you want to go and change all this stuff, we will be able to do that. But if we wanted to go in and change our photos, that's part of the GoDaddy themes. You can go and do this on the fly. Suggested header images. We're going to use this one because it looks super, super cool. So yeah, you can go in and actually swap through all the themes that GoDaddy provides you with these arrows at the very, very top. But then I wanted to stick with this one because it looks kind of cool. You can change out your header image. You can change your color scheme on the fly. So there we go. There is our theme. We're going to go and hit select. It's going to go ahead and install this theme automatically for us, which is super, super handy. Learn WordPress faster. I personally don't want to watch this video. Use the customizer. Okay, I'm just going to close that. Basically what they're trying to say is on the side here are all the different elements of your website that you can go and make a change for. If you want to go and change this, you can go back to the site title, change the title there. You can click on any of these little icons and change different parts of it. If we want to change from make a bold statement to get qualified leads today. And then we could do some subtext that says we generate not just leads, but real customers for you and your business. I'm making this all up on the fly, so I hope you don't hate this. But yeah, Then you have a call to action button, get started, that'll go to the contact page. But that is already done, which is super cool, and it looks actually pretty decent, not gonna lie. Go back one. From there, again, you have colors. You can change the colors of everything, the headers, the hero text, the tagline text. You can go and do all this. I mean, essentially, there really is no easier way to build a website this quickly. But when you're all done customizing, you can go and save as draft. You could publish. You could schedule an actual publish. But even easier, you just hit publish. Great. Fantastic. So now that it's published, you can go and hit the little X. And this website is more or less live on the temporary domain, that is. And you can go in the top left and hit visit site. And here's what it looks like. Now you're probably saying, let's go ahead and change all this text, right? Well, let's go and use the page builder. So now I can go and within GoDaddy in their own page builder, select an element, change the heading, change all the copy. We say lead generation. We are simply the bestest. Please understand, this is not the kind of work that I do for my clients. I'm just trying to show you guys as quickly and easily as possible how to build an actual website. We could do web design. Make yourself beautiful. No, just kidding. Beautiful on the web. Save. And let's say we also want to do graphic design. We have a bunch of artsy people locked up downstairs. Just kidding, I don't have a basement. But that being said, again, this visual composer makes it super, super easy to change what you want. But again, I want to emphasize that these themes are actually just built into GoDaddy, and there's 10 of them. There isn't really too much flexibility for these websites, and eventually if every single one of these students who took this course used these 10 themes, then obviously everyone's going to have the same website, and that's not necessarily good, especially when there's bound to be someone who's going to contact the same company as another student of Gallant's already has. So I would probably try to venture away from this. There are other options, however. You obviously can hire someone such as myself who can go and build a website for you. Obviously, we've gone and built a ton of websites. You can go to our website and then hit websites and see our portfolio over here. There's tons as they've loaded in. Beyond that, there are other options. So naturally, there is obviously 10 themes built into GoDaddy that you can use and customize and build a website very, very quickly and very, very easily. But what if you wanted to go outside those looks and feels, which I completely understand. When it comes to WordPress, it is an open source platform, again, as I said before. So really, there are endless possibilities of things that you can do to your website, and there's multiple themes out there outside of those 10. So one of my favorite websites is themeforest.net. They have probably the largest library of WordPress themes that you could possibly use. So if I want to go and find a theme for an agency, I just spelled agency completely wrong. Agency. You can go and find a ton of themes here. And these would be really, really great for all of you guys just because these are plug and play. You pay this price right here, you install it into your WordPress, and then you kind of just populate it with whatever system they use. Now, I can't go and teach you necessarily how to use each and every one of these themes because, again, being an open source platform, there's different methods to modify and change posts and pages. Some themes, they might use posts to delegate different page sections on a website. They might use different builders. They might use different elements across a multitude of different things. So that being said, most of the time when you buy a good theme, again, a theme that probably would be above 50 bucks, anything below that will probably be a pain in the butt to work with. They'll usually include some sort of step-by-step tutorial or manual to help you go and actually set it all up. But now you're probably asking, well, Mike, how do I go and install such a theme? Well, it's actually really, really easy. ThemeForest would probably want to go and charge you $30 to go install the theme for you, but that'd be a huge waste of your money. Installing a theme is really, really simple. All you have to do is, let me go back to the dashboard, cancel. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard, and installing a new theme is simple as going to Appearance, Themes, and when you download a theme from ThemeForest, you'll have an option of downloading a executable zip file that all you have to do is on themes, go click add new. Then you can go and upload a theme. You choose file, you find your zip file in your computer, and then you click install now, and it'll install the entire theme for you from start to finish. There's no need for you to pay $30 to someone in a third world country to go to your website and simply install a theme, because that's ridiculous. But again, you can go down here and find the different themes that GoDaddy has to offer. You can go and actually look at the free themes that WordPress has to offer, different designers have to offer. Most of the time, some of these themes are halfway decent, but a lot of the times they'll go, and because they're free, they'll make you pay for certain additions or customizations to the theme. So be careful there. But you can go and search whatever you want here as well within WordPress itself. But let's go and take this moment now that you, so to speak, have your finalized website ready to go. I just want to show you guys a brief tour of the WordPress dashboard before I let you go. So again, this is called the dashboard. Anytime you have a website set up, especially a WordPress website, typically, unless you have some sort of modification or change to your website, you can access your website simply by going by yourdomain.com/wp-admin. This will bring you, actually, let me show you. Log out. This will bring you to this page in which you can go and put in your username and password and log into your dashboard. Again, now once in your dashboard, you can access a ton of things. Obviously, you can go to appearance and customize your actual website here. You can go to plugins, which plugins are really, really cool because you can go and install plugins that will do a multitude of things. The Beaver Builder Booster and Beaver Builder Plugin Lite version. These are what GoDaddy uses to actually do the simple plug and play, drag and drop builder on your website. But there are, again, multiple different builders you can use. But you can go and basically go to add new. And let's say you wanted to find a better contact form plugin. You can do contact form 7 and download a plugin here. If you wanted to go and add a slider to your website, you can type in slider. This is all within WordPress itself. You can find all these different plugins to utilize. Ultimately, WordPress is a fantastic, fantastic platform that is incredibly powerful, incredibly vast in what it can do, and I'm a huge, huge fan of it. Finally, I just want to show the rest of the stuff here. Pages. This is obviously the different pages of your website. You can find them here. You have your home page. It's always going to be labeled front page. Your blog page will always be labeled posts page, the about us page, contact us, blah, 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 all that fun stuff. If I want to go to portfolio, click edit, and then I can launch the page builder from here. I go to this page. If I wanted to go and change something here, project name, I want to change this to Gallant Dill Consulting, hit save, and done. And that's it. And honestly, I could obviously spend a ton of time on this, customizing it and tweaking every little tiny thing, but guys, that took less than half an hour and you have a website ready to go. If you went and chose your domain when you set up WordPress as your actual domain rather than the temporary domain, your website's already done and live and you're good to go. And it was that easy. If you did take the route where you wanted to build it on a private domain and switch it over later, there are multiple ways you can do that as well through GoDaddy. If you go and call their support, they can help walk you through that process. But once again, I mean, if all you guys have any questions, go ahead and feel free to contact me, Mike Petritis on Facebook. I'm sure Gallant will try to tag me in this or put some sort of information elsewhere. If you are overwhelmed or you want to simply do a little bit more with your website, you want to hire a real developer, you can go ahead and contact me as well. My company is Elix Marketing, ELIX.marketing, and then we build websites. So if you need any help, let me know, but WordPress is fantastic, and I hope this is a huge help to you guys. Good luck to you.
What's going on, everyone? As of right now, you should know your niche. You should have your domain. You should have your website. And remember not to overthink those steps. There's a million examples out on Google, so don't worry. So I hope you have your pages all set up. This module is on getting leads. Obviously, later in the course, I'm going to show you how to close the leads. I'm going to show you how to put together your email script, your call script. So don't worry. Don't make this thing complicated, guys. This is a training where I show you everything, and this job that I'm helping you create, aka a business, not even a job, is a 5-hour work week where you can make up to $20,000 a week. So don't think this is going to be super complicated. It's not. I'm going to show you right now how to get unlimited leads in this module, so don't worry. So as of now, you should probably have your niche, right? Here's a list I made: tax lawyers, financial advisors, plumbers, DUI attorneys, dental implants, aka dentists. This is a lot of examples here. And remember, if I left any off the list, that's completely fine. If you find a holy grail niche that nobody's using, that's the one you want. So don't be surprised if these are a little harder to close because more people are going after them. But when you find that one that nobody's reaching out to, nobody's bothering, they're going to be pretty hungry for the pitch that I give you to sell them later on. Because everybody wants leads, guys. You're not selling something they don't need. You're selling something they want, like leads. So here's an example of some niches, right? And I'm going to show you in this course how we can get unlimited leads for each one of these niches. So you don't have to worry about ever paying marketing or SEO or any of that crap. I'm going to show you how to fill your pipeline and then sell them on a service they want. And that's the whole point of this training. So the first thing we're going to do is pull up D7leadfinder.com. I actually had a course where I trained a little bit on this site. This is just one of the tactics we're going to be using in order to get unlimited leads. So let's say one of our niches, I don't know why I just flipped, sorry about that. Let's say our niche is plumber, right? What's good about D7leadfinder.com, you just type in Austin, right? And then you go to the keyword plumber. The site is super simple, it's free. Oh my gosh, if you can spell plumber right, Gallant. So what D7 does is it pulls up their emails, right? I'm going to give you a little email script to where you can go and you can pitch them. These are all the numbers you can have. And then I'm going to show you how to get even further into detail. See how there's, let me scroll this over. Some of these don't have email addresses. Well, I'm going to show you how you can get those in the next training. But right now, we're just going to compile our list. All you got to do right here is go to export to my Mac. I go ahead and just export. It's going to take a little list, but since there's not that many emails here, I'm going to go to Houston now. Houston plumber. See, there's a little bit more emails here for me. And remember, I'm going to give you a little script to reach out to them later that gets crazy amount of responses back and gets them on the phone so you can close them for $2,500 all the way up to $5,000 a month, if that's what niche you want to go for. But I'm using this as an example. Remember, this is D7leadfinder.com. And you just type in your niche in your city, and let's do another one, right? Let's do Houston. Let's do doctor. Let's say you sell to doctors. I don't know if that's the niche. Honestly, guys, like I said, the higher end clients, the more money you're going to make. So doctors probably aren't the best example. You know, a lawyer. Lawyer's a great example. Right? Look at all these lawyers. These are all technically leads of people that are going to be willing to pay us. So what I do is I go ahead and let me exit out of some of this for you guys. I make a new folder, right? Let's scoot this over. Let's scoot all this over. I make a new folder. Man, so many little boxes, right? Okay, we go here, new folder. And then what I do is I go ahead and then I start filling them up with leads, right? So depending on the niche that I have, let's go ahead and add a folder in here. I put leads. So that was for plumbers. So let's make sure to keep the plumbers organized. So let's go back. Let me see here. So see how it says plumber? We're going to go put that in there. Houston plumber, and it keeps it in order so you don't ever get, you know, too unorganized. So let's go Houston lawyer. Let's go back to plumber so I can give an example. You should be able to get 1,000 leads in 5 minutes if you just go down the cities, right? So we got Austin, Houston. Now let's do Dallas, right? There's a lot of them here. So I'm going to export those. If you do this for, you know, 10 minutes, 20 minutes every morning, you probably won't ever have to do it again. Because once you have 10, 20,000 emails, I'm going to be honest with you guys, you only need about a few hundred to send, and you should have your handful of clients if you're using my scripts properly. If you need to go off and send 20,000 emails just to close 5 clients, then you're not pitching them the way this course is intended to be. In this course, I'm going to show you how to send off 100 emails and get 20 people interested. But yeah, so there's plumbers. Let's go ahead and switch up. Let's say we want to reach out to 3 kind of niches today. We want to reach out to lawyers. All right, and I'm going to show you a lot of other ways to get emails so you're not just stuck using the D7 lead finder, but I'm just showing you guys an example. Lawyers. Right, so we got a lot of little lawyers here in Dallas. Let's go ahead and hit export. You can even, if you wanted a little side hustle, sell these leads to other entrepreneurs, right? They don't know about the D7 Lead Finder. Okay, we got Dallas. Let's go ahead and hit Austin. A lot of lawyers. See, we got 127 results. Let's go ahead and all I'm doing is just getting the downloads here, and I'm copy and pasting here. So we got we got Dallas, Austin. Now let's do Houston. Let's do 3 cities of each. And if you don't know all the cities in your area, you can go into Google and type in top 20 cities in each state. You don't have to just do lead generation locally. So don't think this is, oh, only in Texas. Guys, I sell worldwide. I even have clients in Canada, so don't freak out. So let's go ahead and hit copy. So we got Austin and we got Dallas. Now it's time to add Houston to the list. Okay, let's put that in there. Okay. All right, so what's another niche we can reach out to today as an example? Let's do pool builders. Pool builders are huge, guys. All right, let me think of pool builder. If it shows like a little or only a couple search results, you might have spelled something wrong, or it might be under something else. See how I typed in pool builder is totally different. I might have that under the wrong name, but for now I'm just going to use this as an example. All right, let's type in pool builder. Remember not to overthink this, guys. You should be able to pull a lot of leads quickly, so don't sit here for days trying to pull leads. This is something that you should be able to do fairly quickly. Okay, go put this in pool builder. Okay, let's type in Austin. Yeah, I think I probably have the wrong keyword because it's only pulling up a couple, which really doesn't matter because I'm going to show you a bunch of different tools on how you can get leads. And if you guys have any questions about the D7 Lead Finder, let me know, but it works fairly well, especially for cold callers. In this course, I don't teach you to cold call. I don't believe in cold calling. I like to send an email that piques their curiosity, gets them on the phone, and then you can close them in 5 minutes for whatever amount of money you want. That's what I teach, and that's what I've been doing. So it shouldn't take you that long. But I'm going to show you in the next module how we can go in and get even better quality leads and emails without using the D7 Lead Finder. What's going on, everyone? Okay, so today we're going to be going over more methods outside of the D7 Lead Finder to get you guys unlimited leads and emails. I had another course called the Unlimited Leads for Entrepreneurs, and I talked a little bit about this tool. It's called Hunter.io. It's a free tool for the first couple hundred or 100 searches. You just have to make sure you download it on your Google Chrome extension. And we're going to go into a little more detail today on how to use this. I've never actually given this information away. And then you just click up here on the top right, and you land on a website, and it'll show you every website associated, or every email address associated with that website. So it's a free Google Chrome extension. It just shows up on the right side there. And when you land on a website, you can click up here, and I'll give you an example, right? So let's say we're going to Austin. Let's go to google.com, right? Let's type in plumber, Austin, Texas, right? So you get a whole list here. So many different plumbers. Let's just click on this one, right? So then you go up to your D7 Lead Finder extension. Sometimes there will not be any emails. 90% of the times there will be, so don't freak out. That's normal for it to happen. But you can also get hundreds of emails a day just doing this. Look at that right there for the site for plumbers. You could just go down the top 20 sites on Google every day and get your niche. And that's something I taught in my last course, is using Google and going to these sites and using Hunter.io. But there's better ways and faster instead of having to go to a bunch of different sites. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a couple more examples real quick. Let's see if we can get to this site. Do they have a website? Here we go, is this site. Let me just go to this one. But anyway, so remember, you land on a site, click your Hunter.io, and bam, look at all those. Those are all leads. You reach out to them with my script, they're going to want to talk. Trust me, who doesn't want guaranteed leads, right? So I'm going to show you how to sell them on the phone, so don't worry. But anyways, and then you just hit download, and you can have unlimited leads this way. So there's no reason for you to ever run out of leads for your business. If you have 10 niches, you can go, there's over like, how many cities are in the United States? Let's look that up. How many cities are in the United States? So when I see broke marketers, I don't feel sorry for them. Guys, there's just too much business out there, right? We're going to look that up on Google search. I don't know why I said that. Let's do it. How many cities are in the United States? So guys, has 3,000 counties, right? Oh my goodness. There's over 19,000 incorporated places. So there's hundreds and thousands of niches. So there's potentially millions and millions of businesses. So you'll never run out. And now that you have the Hunter.io Google Chrome extension, you can kind of click on any site, and you like it's crazy because even sites like this, random sites, you can click it and you can get look at this. Every site you go on when you're going down the web or you're scrolling through the web, you can get leads. So you'll never run out. You just really got to narrow down your niche and then get better at your script and everything. But so anyways, I'm going to show you some secrets that I've never before given away on how you can get thousands of emails pretty quickly from using the Hunter.io extension. So if you are selling to plastic surgeons, right, look up association. I guarantee for every niche there is associations, right? Association has all the data you need. If you can get the directory of associations like this, it's game over, right? So look, you go to the American Society of Plastic Surgeons. Look at this. And this is great because when we start niching it down and we start reaching out specifically to each niche, it's a lot easier to close. Because would you think about it? If you're a breast augmentation surgeon, someone reaches out to you in the email, like the emails I'm going to show you how to send, and say, hey, can you handle 30 more appointments? That doesn't really pique their attention. But if you niche it down and you know they sell breast augmentations and you say, hey, can you handle another 30 breast augmentations? It's going to sell them a little bit harder, right? That's their secret. That's their magic. And we'll get more into this whenever we start putting together our email scripts and we start really reaching out. But I just want to use this as an example for getting unlimited leads today. So every business, every niche has an association. So if you can find the association, it's game over, right? Look, find plastic surgeon. You can, and honestly, we go to the rich areas first. Why would you guys want to do business in a poor area? Think about that. Stop what you're doing and think about that. Who do you think is going to pay you more? A surgeon in Austin or a surgeon in New York? I can promise you the surgeon in New York can pay a lot more. So I clicked on that surgeon, right? And you go down here to his website. So you can just use this for all your leads. And you just, it's showing that he doesn't have a Hunter.io. It doesn't pull up. But I promise you, that's not everyone, right? So Dr. Steinstein or whatever this guy's name is, his doesn't connect. So let's go to someone else. Let's see if this one we can pull up the data. So right here, you just click on them. You can go to their website. And then you go to your Hunter.io. And bam, what do you know? That's probably his name, Andrew, right there. Yep. Send him an email pitch that I show you how to send, and you'll be good to go. And what's good, guys, is you can just go down the list. It never ends. Right? Just lead after lead, site after site. And if you don't see on Hunter.io, don't freak out. There's millions of leads. So there's no, I'm telling you, it's just crazy how many people that you can reach out to and how many want your business, right? So this one doesn't show up either. That's fine. Like I said, we're good. We're good. It's Laura, surgeon, Dr. Laura, huh? Right? You just go up here. I'm telling you guys, it's unlimited. And then if you run out of over 100 searches, you pay like 10 to 50 bucks a month and you get unlimited more. So don't freak out. So I'm going to be honest with you. If you guys follow my script that we're going to be going over in the next couple of modules, you shouldn't have to send hundreds of emails. You shouldn't have to reach out to every doctor or every surgeon in New York to land your handful. If you know exactly what to say, and I'm going to show you exactly what to say, and you follow my guidance, you're not going to have any problem getting them on an email. If you're sending out 100 emails, you're not even getting one response. You know, it's a waste of everyone's time, right? Don't burn all the leads. And then some of these guys on your websites, man, eventually you might be able to sell them a website. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but it's crazy, right? There's just so much opportunity here, guys. Like right here, bam, just by using the Hunter.io plugin. So that's plastic surgeons. There's so many other associations for other niches, right? So let's think of another, like I'm pretty sure plumbers have an association. Let's go back to Google and take a look at plumbers association. Look at this, plumbers association. Look at this right here. Telling you, you can reach out, you can pay. If you want to specialize in a niche, you could probably reach out and join and get that data, and they'll send it to you. And you could have thousands of leads in your niche. So don't just scroll through aimlessly using the hunter.io, which it works. Like if you want to just do the Houston plumber thing like I pulled up earlier, that's cool, and you can just go city to city. But if you could just find the association, there's going to be hundreds of thousands of leads without you having to scroll through. But it really doesn't matter. Honestly, guys, I'm going to be completely transparent with you, and whenever we get into the next module, I'm going to be showing you exactly what I did for my niche. And my email was so good that I didn't have to constantly be sending emails every day, right? This is only in the beginning. You're not going to have to do this once you start all the time, because you're going to land your first few pretty quickly. And if you want to keep scaling, that's fine, but I'm going to get you to 10, 20,000 a month, no problem. But the whole point of this is to show you how easy and how much opportunities out there, right? Let's just copy this. Let's go back to Google and see if we can go this way. It's crazy. So looks like they don't even have a website. It's crazy because you could reach out to them, contact them, give them a call, and sell them a site, because it's kind of easy. This might actually be the site, right? Wow, they don't even have a website. There you go, another lead for someone who probably needs marketing because they don't have any. All right, so what you should have learned from this is to go to hunter.io, download your Google Chrome extension. You can search city to city, or you can go back to D7 Lead Finder. And if you got to watch this module 5 times for it to connect, watch it over. So like, you know how we had Austin Plumber and it didn't pull up every email, it only had a few? Well, this is another great site. So like, see right here, your Austin Plumber, your austinplumber.com, it doesn't give us an email. What we can now use is the hunter.io plugin to, looks like their site's not even up. Might want to give them a call and see if they need a new site. So let's scroll down to the next one. Let me show you this one. So they already got their email, but let's go to one that doesn't have an email. Let's go to Your Georgetown Plumber. Let's see if these guys are still in business. Let's see if these guys, they don't even have a site either. Man, it's crazy. Plumbers must not have a site. That could be a niche, selling sites to plumbers, right? Okay, let's just type in Houston. Let's see this one as an example. I want to show you guys. So any of the leads that you don't see an email for, see if this works. Okay, perfect. I was about to say, man, what's up with all this? You can reach out to them directly, and if the hunter.io app isn't there, what's this say? Email's right there. So you just go to your D7 Lead Finder, and any of the ones that you don't see an email for, you can either click on or use the hunter.io. Most of them will actually give you the email, so you don't have to worry. Let's just take a couple more examples. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. You should be able to get thousands of emails or leads within 10, 15 minutes of doing research. It's not hard. Every one of these are leads and want your business once you see my script. If you guys have any more questions about the D7, let me know. But thousands of cities, thousands of niches, there's no reason why you should ever run out of leads. What's going on, guys? Today I'm going to show you how to automate your cold emails so you can continue to get unlimited leads without spending all the time in the world. When I first started, I did everything by hand. I would go and get the email list. I would copy and paste into Gmail and send 50 emails a day from account, my Gallon at InStoreConnection.com. And over time, I started 3 other emails that were all pretty much like CEO at InStore, and I do it all by hand. It took a lot of time, but over the years, I've figured out ways, instead of having to do that, you could simplify that and have everything automated to where you can send out the emails whenever you want and not have to spend your entire day sending emails. Or even if it saves you 15 to 20 minutes, I wanted to include this into this course. You guys pay good money, and I want to show you the secrets. So here's a site I use called woodpecker.co. It is a great site because you can actually do email follow-ups to people that don't open or respond to your email. I personally don't ever do that. I don't know what the spam laws are, but I know if I send them a cold email, it's not against the law. So before you just start following up, make sure that you know what the legalities are in your area. Another reason why I use Woodpecker is because it can track the open rates, right? If you can know right away in a day if that your subject line is hitting or if it's powerful enough. That's the main reason I use Woodpecker. Also, I don't want to wake up at 7:30 to send emails. The best time to send emails are between 7:30 in the morning, CST for me, all the way up to 11:30 CST. So you can have all these go out, and it connects to all of your inboxes. And I hope if you're taking this course that you have a Gmail account. And if you don't have your Gmail account associated with your domain, so it's not, GallantDill at Gmail, it's GallantDill at, marketingleads.com, which is very easy to set up. Go to G Suite, go Google search G Suite, connect a domain. It's very easy to do. And what's good is that it goes directly in your inbox. So it comes out of your Gmail. So it doesn't look like it's coming from a third-party email server. It looks like it's coming directly from you, which I like because if you use MailChimp, all these other sites, it looks fake. It looks like you're just spamming people. Another reason I like it is because it can connect to your Pipedrive and connects from Zapier. So you can connect your Gmail and your Pipedrive, so when someone responds, it could go directly into your Pipedrive. So there's a lot of really cool things that you can do with Woodpecker. Today I'm going to be showing you how to set it up, send off your first email, and then I want you guys to go watch the tutorials that they supply you with. And if you want to set up an account, that's fine. If you don't want to do it, you want to save money and you want to do it by hand, that's fine as well. But I want to show you guys everything that I do, how to automate your work week, and here we go. So right now we got D7 Lead Finder. I'm going to use this as an example. Let's type in Austin Doctor, right? We're going to Austin Doctor. The goal for this is to get a list of doctors right here. So see that 171, download the doctors. You can see them up here. And I'm going to pull the list and put on my background. Yes, I'll replace it. I obviously made this video twice. So here we go. Let's log into Woodpecker. And when you're logged in, what you're going to want to do is make a campaign. So right here, this is where your email script's going to go. We're going to say, let's say more appointments. And you can use whatever script, guys. I'm just winging it. I don't even have a script in front of me. We're going to type in, hello, can you handle another 25 plus appointments this month? Obviously, if you're writing this, I want it to be more direct. I don't want it to just say, 25 appointments. I want you to go niche down like 24 breast augmentation consultations or roofing leads or whatever it is. Want to keep it as detailed and more as targeted as possible, and you want to be straight to the point. Hello, can you handle another 25 plus appointments this month? If so, let's set up a call. Best regards. And this is where you can have your GallantDill CEO at leadsmarketing.com right in here. You want to make it look as professional as possible. Remember, this is coming out of your Gmail account, so it's going to look legitimate. And remember, whatever your niche is, you don't want to just say 25 appointments. Also, let's be honest, if it's a small business that sells high-ticket services, most of them can't do 25. So know your niche before you just start throwing random numbers out there. And see right here, you can go in here, add any personalizations. The time you want it to be sent out. I personally want it to be sent out probably about, it's really cool because you can have it sent out between these times. And I'm just going to do between 8 and 9. And then you can come in here and you can change up the date you want it sent. This campaign will just send it. Actually, we need it to just be on Monday. And the best times to send emails are 7:30 a.m. CST to 11:30 a.m. CST, Monday through Thursday. So I personally would just come in here and upload a list per day, or just do one list each day, just so you know you're getting the right emails going out. And then you come in here and you choose 7 to 8. And so you don't even have to, guys, you could literally get this done on Sunday night and just pre-program the entire week and have 5 different emails accounts. Like I said, Gallant at Insert Connection, CEO at Insert Connection. And each day you could have them each sending 50 each. You could have 4 emails sending 200 emails on automation every single day. You know how many leads you would get? It's crazy. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to add the prospects. We're going to do this. I'm just going to use the one that I had downloaded. Remember the one from D7. And we're going to go ahead and upload this and make sure the fields are proper. So right here are the emails, none. Okay. So make sure this all connects. All I'm looking for is an email, so I put none on all of these. If you want the first name, sometimes, if you pull it from a different site, you can get the name, but it really doesn't matter. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to hit import. see what happens. So good news. I got 52 contacts that I can send. I'm going to add. It says 52 duplicates because remember I've already recorded this video. I messed up the first time, but I'm going to go ahead and add these. And okay. So now we have my campaign, my emails, the time that we're going to be sending it, and go down here and we're going to hit send and save. But what we got to do is connect it to your email before you can send and save. So look at this. We got our email. You can have different campaigns. You can try out different ones. And what's cool is it tracks all the data. So if these people don't answer, you can follow up with them, or you can change up your script if you don't get the responses. This is a really good way to track all your analytics for automating your outreach campaigns. And I only do 50 emails a day per email, especially if it's a newer account. I know you can send up to 100, but not on the newer accounts. And most of you guys are going to be on newer accounts, so try to do only 50 per email. If you got to make 5 email accounts and make a few different woodpecker.co accounts, that's fine. But it's really that simple, guys. And save and send, and it's going to go out to 51 people, and it's going to respond into your Gmail. And if you connect it to Pipedrive, which is simple to do, I might make a video later on if there's a lot of requests on how you can do that. But right now it's really irrelevant. I'd rather have you guys filling out your Pipedrive and keeping everything organized. If you make it too automated, you might get lazy and slip up. But it's that simple, guys. You just fill in get the leads, drop them into your right here in the prospects, and make sure your stuff looks good, make sure your emails look good, and go ahead and send. And that's it. It's not rocket science. The whole goal for this course is to make you money and fast. I'm not here to give you fluff, not here to do 30-minute modules on stuff that's a waste of your time. Let's just be straight to the point. Let's talk to each other like friends. And that's it, guys. Thank you. Last thing on here, remember, if you want to add your credential, I'm going back, actually, I was going to end the video earlier. Gallant Dill, CEO, you can go ahead and make your title, make sure it looks good, whatever. You can have it at marketingleads.com. However you make your normal stamp, that's what you're going to be doing, marketingleads.com. Let's go here and do here. Let's go ahead and bold. Whatever you guys like, CEO. I don't know, however you want it to look, but make sure you add this. Make sure you make it look like a real email, and it's going to come from your Gmail, so it's not coming from a third-party site. So it already looks good, but make sure you perfect everything. I'll see you guys in the next module. Hey guys, welcome back to the Six-Figure Blueprint. This is kind of a bonus module, so I'm not going to even give it a name or place where I'm putting it because I don't know where I'm going to put it yet. So in this module, it's very important. When you start using the D7 Lead Finder and you start using Hunter.io, you're going to be kind of scrambled. There's going to be a lot of people coming in and out of, wanting phone calls with you, emailing you back. How are you going to stay organized? Let's say you send off 200 emails in a day and you do it for 5 days in a row. So you send off 1,000 emails. So let's say you get 50 responses. How are you going to remember where any one of these 50 people are in the pipeline, right? Are they needing a proposal? Did they need to have a call? Did they miss the call? Wouldn't it be nice if there was a tool that could organize all of that? And it's not really a CRM. I don't really call it a CRM because they're not pretty much your clients yet. This is like the pre-CRM. This is something that's going to organize you through the sell process versus the back end. So let's go into that right now. I use a site called pipedrive.com, and it's phenomenal. It does a lot of cool things. It even schedules your emails to go out, and you can even track your email data. So let's say you're sending everything or you're following up with a proposal through Pipedrive. It can track if they've opened it, and you can create smart contacts. But we're not going to even be using Pipedrive for all that. We're going to be using Pipedrive just for our beginning sales process. And if you want to continue and add extra stuff, that's completely fine. But I'm a no-tech kind of guy. I like to keep it simple. So let's check it out. So in Pipedrive, the reason why I love it is that let's say it's Monday morning, right? You send off 50 emails and 5 people respond. You now have 5 leads to add in here, right? Dr. Jeff 23, we're just going to call him. And this is the Six-Figure Blueprint, so I hope you're not charging less than $2,500. Honestly, I wish this number could always be 5 at the very least. And you go ahead and you add them in. And remember, you can go and edit the details of Dr. Jeff. this guy owns this.com. You can write like anything you want in here. So if you have a team of people or employees that don't know who Dr. Jeff was, you can make notes so you can give them your login and they can come check this out. So let's say Dr. Jeff 2.3 was one of them. Let's say Dr. John 101 or 2, whatever. And then his deal's for 5,000, right? You add them to the pipeline. So you go into your email. Let's say you sent off the 50 emails, right? And you go into your email and you got 5 responses. Here's the 2, Dr. Jeff and Dr. John you've already added. Let's pretend that we add all 5 of those responses in here. So we got 5 new leads. And then you respond in your email to Dr. Jeff and Dr. John. Let's say that you didn't the other 3 for whatever reason. I hope you respond to all of them every time they respond back. And then Dr. Jeff responds with the time that he wants to meet you. John hasn't. So you end up calling Dr. Jeff that afternoon, and he might need something before he wants a proposal. But let's say he just wants a proposal. Let me actually scroll down a little bit. Here we go. So you can see this. So I'm going to move Dr. Jeff to proposal made. And let's say Dr. Jeff ends up moving forward. I now have Dr. Jeff into the deal close section. Let me kind of move here. Sorry about this, guys. This is actually my real pipe drive. So about 2 weeks into it, I have quite a few deals. As you can see, I closed. But these Dr. Jeffs are obviously fake. They're examples. But this is the best way to keep organization through your system, because this might seem unrealistic. 217,000. There's no way, Gallant, I'll ever be at those numbers in 2 weeks. Guys, I just said if you send off 200 emails, you could easily get 10 responses a day. 10 responses a day times 5 is 50. So realistically, you could be looking at a number like this. And it's that simple. It's not rocket science. It's very doable. And what I love about Pipedrive is as you move people through the cycle, you can see where your weakest link is. Because in the beginning of my business, I wasn't closing deals after this process because my proposal was too long. People were scared to sign on with me. So I realized right away is all these were great. It was my proposal stopping me from success. And you can go in and change these settings. So if your tiers are more longer than this, you need 7 or 8, you can go do that. Or you can change, if this is contact made or something else. So don't feel like you're stuck with these generic titles. But it's great. It's very motivating when you go into your system every morning to see where everyone's at. And you got numbers like this on the board, dude. It's just, I'm not trying to call you dude, but I'm just saying, dude, it's pretty awesome, man. And it's realistic because if you're using my unlimited lead system the right way, there's no reason why you cannot have 50 different people in a few weeks span all through your pipeline working deals out, right? And so it's always great to stay organized because I'll be transparent with you guys. To this day, I can't even stay that organized because I get so many calls per week that if it wasn't for Pipedrive, I probably wouldn't be making 30% less. Because I forget who needs, like, think about it. Let's say I have these 20 proposals. I guarantee if I followed up with all these, one of them would end up moving forward and I might make $10,000 or $5,000 just by following up. But if I didn't have Pipedrive, I doubt that would ever even happen. So I highly recommend Pipedrive. I highly recommend it. There's so many cool things you can do in here. I use it just for the front end. I don't go too technical. I'm going to be honest. I'm not a technical guy. I'm kind of lazy, so I like to just keep it simple. When a deal comes in or someone responds to an email or someone on Facebook reaches out to me and they want to call, I now add them in here. Any sort of potential deal you're working on the street outside of emails, add them to your Pipedrive. Seriously, so you can stay organized and know where everything's at and how much money you could be potentially making. And then at the end of the year, you can look back and see where you went wrong and see what you can do to change it. So this is a great system. I highly recommend it about staying organized, and it's very easy to use. You add a deal, you add in the information, you can give someone your password so they can log in to see where everything's at. And as you're moving forward, you just drag and drop. And here at the bottom, I know you can't see it, but here we go. So let's say I do this. It shows you won or lost or trash. So if you don't see Dr. Jeff right here, let's go here. Let's do this. Dr. Jeff. Oh, man. Click him. I'm going to go ahead and throw him away because he's not a real person. And let's say this Dr. Jeff didn't want to move forward. I'm just coming in here and I'm throwing these away and cleaning up my Pipedrive. Let me do this last one. And there you go, man. It's ready to rock. And if anyone taking this course sees your name, at least you know it's real. But please don't reach out to any of these names or try to find them on Facebook and try to bother them. This is a great system. I highly recommend it. If you want to stay organized, use this for the front end of your sales process. I believe it is $12 a month. And in this course, I will be attaching my affiliate link. And I'm pretty sure if you use the affiliate link, I might make a couple bucks, but you get the entire month free versus only 2 weeks. And if you guys have any questions about Pipedrive, feel free to reach out to me. I'll see you in the next modules. Hello and welcome to Module 4, the Holy Sales Scriptures. And they're not holy, I just said that because they're very important. You need these to win. Without a good script or an email script, it's going to be hard for you to survive in the business world. So welcome to the Holy Sales Scriptures. You can have the best results in the world, but without the right scripts, it's going to be hard for you to attract new business or close new business. There's people that are taking this training just to get these scripts, just to learn how to write their scripts because they know how vital and how important scripts are. I've personally been on at least 5,000 sales calls. So this isn't coming from some guy who's made 10 calls and took a Facebook course and now he's selling it to you. I've been doing calls for almost 10 years now. To be honest with you, at one of the jobs I've had, I did about 200 calls a day. So I'm just coming from a veteran, and I used to be awful. And I've improved, and I have some strategies that do work and makes my students up to $50,000 a month. I've learned the ins and outs of closing. I've closed 5 deals all the way up to multiple $1-million deals, not only for myself, but for my clients. I've been on the calls with people that are billionaires. So, I know what I'm talking about here. Luckily for you, I'm going to give you everything you need to succeed. I wish I had this opportunity if I was in your shoes. I never had anything like this. It took me years of practice, trial and error, and failing, right? First, we're going to talk about sending emails. Everyone has emails. Your mom, your grandma, your dad, your haters, your best friends. Everybody has email. So it's the best way of getting a hold of people. Emails are still alive and they work very well when sent correctly. Key word, when sent correctly. You can send emails all day, but if it's not sent correctly, you're not going to get much traction. I've personally done millions through cold emails over the last 8 years. That's not just sending cold emails. That's, getting people's emails, putting them on a sales campaign and selling them a product. And not only done that for myself, but for my clients. So don't think I'm saying, I made $100 million sending emails. I've done a lot of different email campaigns and they have made millions. At one of my companies, my cold email script was so good that for every 10 emails I sent, I got about 7 responses back, which is pretty dang good. And I'm not only just going to tell you this, I'm going to show you later on in this module. I'm going to show you my script. I'm going to show you the people that were responding. I'm going to show you the real deal Holyfield. I'm not here to talk, man. I'm one of those real guys who wants to get you real results. And the best way of getting you real results is by having real results for myself. That was kind of like a tongue twister. In this course, I'm going to show you how to find thousands of emails and leads, and then show you how to send off an email that hooks your target. So hopefully by now, I'm going to stop this here. You should have went through Module 3 and learned how to use Hunter.io or D7 Lead Finder. If you didn't, that probably doesn't make much sense for you, but you should, at this point in time, know how to get thousands of targeted emails for your niche. If you don't, it's going to be hard for you to have much success. So go ahead and go back and watch Module 3, watch it 3 or 4 times until you understand it very clearly. Because I'm about to put together the script that's going to change your life. Once mastering this, you could have up to 20 to 50 leads a day. This is no lie. I've had 50 phone calls in a day from an email campaign, so I know it works. And the best part about it all, guys, is it's for free. You can't beat that. You can go run an ad and beat me all day, but you're going to spend thousands of dollars to beat something like this. And a lot of people watching this don't have $1,000 to just blow on ad spend, right? So you're going to get that today for free. I'm going to show you how to fill that pipeline. I have multiple students. This is true. I have multiple students like Jared McKenzie, David Anderson, that are making over $10,000 a week, up to $20,000 a week selling lead generation just using cold emails, right? They're just using cold emails and they're generating $10,000 to $20,000 a week in business just from, using D7 and a nice script. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. And trust me, I was blown away, but I know my stuff works. And if it works for them, it can work for you. To be honest, you could be the next one. You could be the next person calling me or seen on one of these posts or flying out to my house, riding around in my R8, telling your story. This is real. This works, guys. In the next video coming up, I'm going to show you how to set up your email structure. So I'm going to help you come up with your script. I'm going to show you email structures that work, and we're going to talk about ones that don't. So don't freak out. You're going to get all that here today. This module alone is worth 5 times more than you paid for the course, and because it works so well. Follow my scripts for maximum results. I've personally sent off over million emails and know what works and what doesn't. Seriously, I've failed miserably at one of my companies, especially when I was selling energy pills. I would send out emails every day and want to get responses. So I figured out over 6 months of trial and error what works and what doesn't. Before we hop on the video training, I want to make sure that you should make sure you have the rules and you understand everything that we're going to be doing. I want you to follow everything I'm about to tell you, because if you don't, there could be some repercussions. But let's get into it. You need a strong email service to send emails from. I personally prefer Gmail. Why do I prefer Gmail? Because Gmail is a great system. Their service has really good deliverabilities. And if you don't know what a Gmail email is, well, go to G Suite, go to google.com, and then go to G Suite and set yourself up an account. And that doesn't mean that you're just gallant at gmail.com. It means, your site, gallant at acquiringleads.com, is connected to Gmail. Don't get those two confused. Your website must be completed. Please, 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 please don't start reaching out. Please don't start bothering companies. Please don't pitching yourself. If you don't even have a finished website, it's a waste of your time. They're not going to take you as serious. You'll look like a $10 service provider. How are you going to sell to a millionaire when you look like a $10 service provider? Send emails, and remember to only send emails from a site or from a domain that's connected, or account that's connected to a domain. So let me rephrase that one more time. I don't want you making this mistake. Do not send emails from an account that says Gallant at Gmail. Like I said earlier, make sure it says from Gallant at a company name. You look like a joke or a scammer. And this is the final rule. I don't want you guys commenting in the group, making stuff up, because I'm telling you here, right now, write this down. Do not, and I repeat, do not send more than 100 emails a day. I personally don't like to send more than 50 per email account. If you want to get out a lot of emails, create 5 email accounts and send 50 from each one, right? But do not send out 100 of the same emails a day. You're going to get spammed. You're going to get flagged. You're not going to be able to make any money. And if your email is good, you don't need to be sending out hundreds, right? You don't need to be sending thousands of emails. I did a course recently called the Unlimited Leads course, and people are sending hundreds of thousands of emails and just to get one response. Listen, if you're sending 100 emails and you're not getting 5 responses, your email script is awful. Get back to the drawing board. Reach out to me. I'm here to help you. This is not a game where we're going to be sending emails hundreds of times every day. The goal is for you to send off, maybe 1,000 emails in the beginning, land all your clients, and be done sending emails, right? I'm going to be honest with you. My script was so good, I would send emails for 1 or 2 days every 6 months. And I would get enough business in those 1 to 2 days that I wouldn't need to go out and hunt for leads. It took 2 days. The most important part of your email, right? The most important part is your subject line. If your subject line sucks, they're probably not going to even respond or open your email. So it's going to be very bad. So we got to make sure your subject line is good. And don't worry, I'm going to show you how to set it all up. If your subject line doesn't look good, no one will ever even bother open your email, like I just said. And I can't emphasize this enough, right? Your subject line is the lifeline of your business when it comes to sending emails. There are 4 types of subject lines. Blind, curiosity means, hey, I got something for you. Hey, did you see this, right? You're building curiosity. Curiosity is a powerful effect when you're trying to pitch or sell someone, because people love to find out what they don't know. So, asking them a question is a great way. Another one is direct benefit, where you're saying, listen, I got $100 million for you. I mean, who wouldn't open that, right? Imagine if someone emailed you and said, hey, I got $100 million for you. They're going to want to open that email. Another good one is urgency or scarcity, right? Hey, if you don't do this now, everything changes. Hey, this ends next Tuesday. People don't want to miss out. People don't want to be fined. People don't like the late fees, right? That's another hook, is the urgency. And the last but not least is proof. One of my clients did X amount in X amount of time. People are like, wow, people follow the follow. So if they see that, they're more prone to responding. But listen, I'm going to show you how to set up the email. Don't worry about these right now, but take note, for reference on anything else you ever put out. I actually like to use all 4 of these in the body of the email. But my favorite is always and will always be blind curiosity. So does this really matter in the training? No. Why? Because I'm going to show you exactly how it works. I'm going to show you how to set up your email so you don't have any problems. And now let's hop over to my computer screen so I can show you how to get thousands of leads to respond from your email script. I know I don't have that in the writing. I don't know why it says that, but you should already have access to the leads with D7 and Hunter.io. But let's hop on over to my screen, guys. I'm going to help you put together your first email script. We're going to do it for multiple niches. I'm going to show you how to write the subject lines, the bodies. I'm going to show you all the secrets. So this is very, 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 very important. If you want unlimited leads, you want to make 10K this week, then make sure to hop on over to this next video where I show you how to write $1 million script. I'll see you guys there. All right, guys, so today we're going to be discussing your email, the one that's going to make us a lot of money. So please listen up. Please, this email script can make you 100,000 plus this year. And I'm actually going to show you one of my scripts from 2016 that I was using just to prove that these actually work. So see here, we're in my inbox here on Gmail, and here's my script, right? I had my strong subject line and straight to the point, couple sentences. And the key to my strong email, and we're going to go into more detail about this so don't freak out, was having a strong subject. And I knew everyone in my niche wanted distribution because to them distribution meant millions of dollars, right? Because imagine you have a product and my service that I was selling was getting their products in stores. So if you own a product-based company, the most lucrative word in the industry is distribution, because if you get a distribution deal, you could make millions and millions of dollars. So that would always pique their interest. And my script was so good by the end of this that out of every 10 emails I sent, 7 people would respond. I could use the same script every single time, and I mean, like, people would just hop on left and right. And that's the goal for this module for you guys, is now that you know how to pull unlimited emails, wouldn't it be nice to get you unlimited leads and then you use my call script and close and make an extra 5,000, 10,000 a week? And I know that sounds like a lot, guys. I know it's crazy, but you're seeing it here for me. Like, my script was getting me calls every single freaking day. And I wasn't paying money for advertising. I wasn't paying money for marketing. They didn't know who I was. They didn't know I was Cousin G, Gallant Dill, like I am today. I'm telling you, your script is very, very important. So you're going to want to take notes on this module, because this could either make or break your business. If you don't have a good script, it's going to be very hard for you to get people on the phone and make money on. But we're going to go over everything you need to have $1 million script. And then after this module, we're going to talk about how to close over the phone, even if you have no Excel experience. So if you're worried about that, I got your back on that too. It's taken me 3 years to perfect some of this information, so I know it works, and I'm excited for that. All right, guys, we're going to write our own email today. I'm going to break down how to write $1 million email. So there's 4 kind of subject lines, right? We got blind, curiosity, direct, or benefit, urgency, scarcity, proof of results. And I'm going to help run you through each one of these. And but today I want to actually go through some of the niches that I've supplied you with, so I can actually write your script here, so you don't have to worry about that later, right? So let's start with the top though. Before we pick out, we're going to pick out one of these guys, and we're going to definitely write out a script. We're going to actually pick out multiple, but before we get in that, I want you to understand the importance of how the email structure works, right? If your subject line is bad, you're not going to have any business. Nobody's going to want to do business with you or open your email. The subject line is like 80% of the email, right? If your subject line is bad, you're not going to have anyone even connect with you, right? So if you are reaching out to any of these guys, what is it that's going to get them to open that email, right? Like, what are you thinking right now? I'll give you a hint. And this will involve some, research and time outside of this course, but you need to find what each person in the niche wants. A tax lawyer, right? You're like, okay, I can just put, subject line more leads. He doesn't necessarily want more leads. What kind of leads does he want? He wants bankruptcies. What do you think would make him get on a call with you faster? If you had bankruptcies, right? Bankruptcies. I'm terrible at spelling, guys, so forgive me. Bankruptcies, if that's spelled wrong, I'm sorry. Or more leads, right? I can tell you right off the bat, he's going to want more bankruptcies, because leads don't necessarily mean dollars to him. And you're speaking his language. Bankruptcies to him are like what my customers thought of distribution, right? Like financial advisors. What does a financial advisor want? And a really good way to get this data, guys, is to call up some financial advisors. Like when I had some students over at my house for a mastermind, we straight up called a med spa and we're like, what do you prefer doing? And I pitched it like, my wife's interested in this. What do you guys specialize? If you were in my wife's shoes, what would you want? And they pretty much gave me out their blueprint, right? So if you can figure out what your niche wants, it's game over, because you can virtually feed that through them in the email, right? Let's do financial advisor, right? I actually made an example of what those guys want right here. And so accounting services needed, right? If I'm a CPA and I saw that, I'm like, oh my goodness. And I'm going to say, hey, can you handle another 20 small businesses in need of accounting services? If this is too much, we can go to another CPA in town, right? I'm not telling him anything. I'm building the curiosity, right? On those subject lines, I have the curiosity and the direct benefit and kind of like an urgency feel, right? And so I've used kind of like all three of these bad boys in this email. Think about it. If you're a CPA and you got an email from someone saying, hey, can you handle another 20 small businesses? This is great, right? Because accounting services is completely different than filing your taxes at the end of the year, right? Accounting services could mean anything. Like, he manages the finances for an entire business. That's a retainer for him. That's not just getting someone to come pay him $500. He's now going to manage 20 businesses' finances. That could be 6-7 figures for the CPA. So I highly doubt that he's going to avoid signing up or responding to your email, right? So I'm going to give you an example like this for every niche, so don't feel like you're trapped. And you don't have to say, if this is too much, we can go to another CPA in town. And you're probably asking yourself right now, well, how do we have these leads? Can we get these leads? Listen, I'm going to show you everything you need to do to get those leads. So don't worry, you're going to be a lead getting expert for your clients in no time. But right now we're focusing on these emails. So let's say that you're reaching out to a med spa. I know it's not on this list, but right. So whenever we called that med spa and we wanted to, just, fill them out to understand what it is these med spas want, they want Botox appointments, right? That is like their language. Like, imagine every one of us has a want. We all want something. Imagine if someone figured out exactly what you want. It could be more sex. It could be more money. It could be a bigger car. If you can figure out what your niche wants, you will get rich. I swear. And they want more leads. We have the leads. We just need to figure out what kind of leads. We cannot just say we got leads. If you can figure out what kind of leads, you can get rich. Like in the first module when I talked about plastic surgeons wanting breast augmentations, that's the money ball right there. That's what they want. They don't want more appointments. They don't want more consultations. They want Botox. I'm just kidding. They wanted breast augmentations. But the med spa, they want Botox, right? So I'm telling them, I got what they want. Let me know if you can handle it. I'd love to set up a call to discuss our solutions. And I was, one of my students, his name was Hector, and I was giving him a hard time, but Hector Elizabeth. But it's straight to the point. I tell them what I got. I tell them what I do, nothing else. It doesn't, a lot of these marketers, I don't know if you've seen these spam emails, but they'll be like, let me see if I can go find one. Perfect. Here we go. I just clicked over here. So you see in their email how like they're just going on and on about everything they do. One, the people in the email don't care what you guys do. They want to know the benefit of why you're bothering them, right? So like look at the difference between my emails and their email, right? So I'm literally straight to the point. We're not talking about who I am, how long I've been in business. They don't care. Your customer doesn't care. That stuff you talk about on the call script or on the phone call. You don't explain all this. You just tell them, listen, dude, we can get you, 20 plus new businesses to handle accounting for. Can you set up a call? We're not saying we're doing it with Facebook ads. We're not saying we're digital marketers. We're just saying, listen, dude, we got 20 of something you want. 20, not just one, not two. We got 20 ready to go. This person's over here, talking about stuff that's irrelevant. They don't care about any of this junk. Get straight to the point. Rich people that we're targeting don't want to know your background. They don't give a shit. They want to know why you're there. And I'm telling you, dude, when you're straight up with people, they give you the more respect. Right? If someone's reached out to me and said, Gallant, I have 20 young adults ready to pay you full price for your next mastermind. Let's set up a call. What do you think I'm going to say, right? But you have to know what they want. You can't assume. This is where you're going to have to do research on your niche. I don't know if I said this earlier, but one of the top doctors for marketing actually got so obsessed with understanding his niche that he bought a doctor's office to perfect how doctors think, how they act, so he could close and get more clients. So you're going to have to do research. What kind of clients does a roofer want, right? And the best subject line I figured out was using exactly what they want. So let's pull that up. So let's say that we're for the surgeon, the subject line would probably be breast augmentations, right? Or we're a wedding venue, right? They're not just wanting a booked wedding. Wedding venues get paid more during like December or certain holidays. I'm not the wedding expert. So which one would sound more lucrative? A booked out December or more weddings, right? Because they can charge double in December or whatever those dates are. A high-end divorce attorney isn't looking for consultations or leads. He's looking for a high-end divorce. Like recently, a divorced in a certain area code. Imagine you're targeting Austin, high-end divorce attorney, and you said high-end divorce in 78613, whatever, like the most rich area code. He's gonna like, oh my God, this is what I want. You need to break it down. If you just say to them, I got more leads or I can get you more leads, you're gonna look like spam. The more customized and the simple, short, sweet, and simple you send it, the faster they're going to respond and the easier it is for you to close them, right? So if you have a dental implants or, that's, what is that, ortho or something, right? You just say, instead of saying, hey, I'm going to get you brace cleanings, like I've seen a lot of these marketing courses where they're like, yeah, we're going to get you leads. Nobody wants leads. They want specific kind of leads. They want specific kind of business. So you say, listen, I'm going to get braces. Can you handle an extra 25 braces consultations this month? That's the type of stuff they want to see. And I'm going to supply you guys with an example of each niche. But the key is to have a 1 to 3 word subject. You want to keep it super simple. The best subject lines, I think, are the ones that pique curiosity. Right, that make them ask a question like, what the hell is this? What's this? And especially if you can combine all of these into a headline, like, that's why I like to use their favorite customer, like the breast augmentation or the braces or the high-end divorce, because one, it's curiosity because you're not answering anything. You're just saying like braces. They're like, what the hell? Well, they see the benefit. They are curious. And, they might have a little sense of urgency. It really just depends. So I like to do 1 to 3 word subjects. I always like to keep the email body 1 to 3 sentences as well, right? No more than 5. I like it to where it's the same kind of flow where they're seeing benefit, they're being curious. Like, here's for a plumber, water heaters needed, right? Plumbers make a ton of money off water heaters. Like, they're like $3,500 to replace. So like, you see kind of how I have the urgency going on that, and it's only 3 words. I have the urgency with the needed, like, big letters. Like, you got to talk to them like a person, like it's one of your friends, because if you talk to them like a robot, they're going to not respond. They're not going to want to do business with you. But I have water heaters needed. Hello, can you handle another 20 plus water heater installations? If this is too much for you, we can go to another plumber in town. You don't have to hit them with that. You can say, if this is too much, don't worry about it. Or you can say, if this is something that interests you, let's set up a call. But I love to keep the body this short because it does not look like this. This looks like spam. When you start talking about yourself, you look like spam. This looks like an actual person that really doesn't give a shit if you get their business or not, and you don't look desperate. The last thing you want to do is look desperate. So you want to have 1 to 5 sentences. I would say 1 to 4. Listen, do not talk about who you are. If they ask, say we can discuss that on a phone call, but you want to keep it brief. You want to be straight to the point, right? You want to keep it where you show the benefit, the need, you pique their curiosity, you tell them what you got. If they want this, they're going to set up a call. If they don't want it, they're not going to. So you're not going to waste your time, right? So 1 to 5 sentences. Also, I like to have my name, my number, my job description. If you're going to have a job description, please make sure it's an actual description of a real company. Recently I had a student put like agent representative. I was like, bro, that's not even a real title. Either say CEO or VP of sales and then have your website and a real number so they can find you so you don't look like spam. Let's see what this spammer has. Like Simba is his name. Oh God, like are we really going to fall for that? Business development manager, right? Like that just sounds like it's made up in BS. And the fact that, and listen, if you have a weird name, I'm going to be straight up with you guys. You might want to just use your middle name, right? My name's Gallant. And I'm not going to even front. A lot of people were like, at first I thought your email was spam because your name is so, unique. So let's actually type this out, right? Let's do this for, let's just pretend we're doing it for the financial advisor. You see it right here. We got the accounting services needed, right? It looks like we're a business. There's curiosity, there's benefit, there's pretty much a little bit of scarcity and, it's urgency, right? So, and then we go, hello, can you handle another 20 plus small businesses in need of accounting services? If this is too much, we can go to another CPA in town, right? You don't have to say this last part. Like I said earlier, you can just say, if this is something that interests you, let's set up a call. because you're leaving it so blank that most hustlers, most people that want to make more money are going to get on that call with you. And remember, we want to make sure that our tag looks something like this. I'm going to actually type one out. Let's do Gallant Dill. You know, we can bold it, and you can go make these however you want. We can do, I forget which ones I use. You could do GallantDillMentoring.com. Did I make it look bad? Mentoring.com, and then CEO, and then your phone number. Just make it look all fancy, right? It really doesn't matter, but if you're going to do this, make sure it looks good. And I want to also say, do not, let's see what he has. Do not put your photo in the email. Do not put your photo in the email. If you're going to have a photo, make sure it's top of the line. It's going to go to the top. Let me see here if I can give you an example. See how here's my photo right here? And if I send an email, it shows at the top right. You know, do not have it in your email. So make sure you have a nice little tag here and your photos in the email. But don't even do it. If you don't have a professional headshot, don't even bother. So right now, we're going to discuss and just go over everything real quick so, you know, we can continue forward. I'm going to give you a lot of examples, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me in the group. But this is the secret $1 million niche email, is that keeping it short, sweet, and simple and bringing up what they want, knowing what your niche wants. Don't just assume, do some research and understand exactly what they're looking for. The plastic surgeon's looking for the breast augmentations. The dentist isn't looking for teeth cleaned. The dentist is looking for more braces, right? The eye doctor isn't looking for more glasses. He's looking for more LASIK. He wants to make money. If you can figure out what they want, the highest paying benefit, and you put it in a 3 to 5 sentence email, you're going to get people to respond all freaking day. And make sure that everything you post has spell check, right? Spell check it. If it doesn't look or flow good, don't post it. And if you can't really speak English that well, have someone who can look over your emails, because I've had multiple students that were like, I sent 2,000 emails and I read it. I said, dude, this doesn't even matter. This ain't even a sentence. This isn't even proper English, right? So, you know, guys, you want to keep it simple. I keep, you know, showing these examples on the screen, but like here's for like an eye doctor, LASIK consultations. Hello, I specialize in getting LASIK consultations for surgeons. I can bring an extra, you know, 30 plus appointments monthly. If you can handle that, I'd love to set up a call and discuss my solutions. Straight to the point, right? And a lot of time, make sure you check this number, because if it's a smaller clinic, they can't handle this, right? I've had clients say, well, I can only handle 5 or 10. So do your research on who you're reaching out to. I know it's kind of a pain in the ass to go and spend more time doing it, but the more effort and time you spend, the more money you're going to make. But 3 to 5 sentences, curiosity on the email. One word is, I think, dope, right? This is kind of a great example. Just, you know, the niche right here, can you handle X amount, and put specific niche here. It's straight to the point. I'm going to supply you with a lot of that. So don't overthink it. What I do is, this is a great way to test it, is to create like 3 to 5 email scripts and send them out to 50 emails a day each. And whatever one gets the most opens or responses, because even if it opens, if they're not responding, it really doesn't matter. You keep track of the ones that get the most traction, right? So come up with, let's say you have 3 niches. Let me pull up my niche form here. So get your 3 to 5 niches right, and then create a nice little email script. You know, 3 to 5 examples for each one. Practice. You know, writing copy is not going to be bad. So try to write, you know, 3 to 5 different versions of this. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick. And I'll give an example. So LASIK consultations or more leads. You can kind of split test everything, but come up with like 3 to 5. So choose your 5. You don't even need 5. 3 to 5 favorite niches, and then write 3 to 5 emails for each one for practice, and then you see which one you feel like works the best. You know, pick your top 3, send 50 one day on a Monday, the next day send 50 to the other email script. You know, this is like script 1, and then on Wednesday send it to the 3rd script. And then whenever one you feel like got the best response, that is the one you want to rock with. And I bet a lot of you guys are wondering, what's the best time to send emails, right? So you take notes on this. You can pause the video, but take notes. The best time to send emails like this is between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. in the morning when they're first showing up. You know, it doesn't look like spam. You look like you're up and early with them. Some people respect that. And so, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. are your best times. Don't be sending stuff at night. Don't be sending stuff at like 8 o'clock just because you want to make some money. It looks really, really desperate, right? You want to look like you're professional. You want to keep your email straight to the point. You're not here to sell yourself. Listen, you got something they want here, right? You got the LASIK consultations. That's what they're looking for. Remember that. We are not service providers. We are solutions providers. All these other marketers are trying to sell a bunch of services they don't know shit about. We're just trying to get them more business. And we're not trying to sell ourselves. We're solutions. We're not service providers, right? So we got a solution. They want it. Send it in the morning. And, I'm going to actually show you a couple cool tools later on in this course on how you can automate it, upload a list from like D7 and then it sends 50 to 100 emails before you even awake. I'm going to be honest with you. I like to sleep in. So if I had 50 emails going out, I'd set it up to one of these softwares I'm going to show you later in this course, and it would send while I was still sleeping. I've had that happen so many times where someone called my phone and I hadn't even woken up yet because they'd gotten an email that automatically went out. So right now, guys, I want you to come up with some really good subject lines for your niche. And I want you to come up with multiple example emails that are 1 to 5 sentences long. And if you want, you can post them in the group. And if you have any questions, we can help you out with that. But really just, pick out your niches. And guys, do some research. When I first started, I would say more leads. Can you handle more leads? And it just didn't really work. But once I figured out what my niche wanted, it was all she wrote. It multiplied the business. Once you have your script, I'll give you an example. For every 100 emails you send, you should be getting 10 to 20 responses. If you're sending 100 emails and getting 1 response, your script sucks. This stuff works, guys. People want what you have, but you have to know what they want first. So do your research, do your due diligence. When I figured out the plastic surgeons, I called multiple plastic surgeons that were friends. I called my friend's mom who always gets plastic surgery to have her ask what they prefer. Get in the mind of your customer and you will be able to get into their wallet. I know that sounds kind of messed up in a little bit, but it works. Do not half-ass this process. Do not go and spam. Use these examples as your own. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. If all of you are reaching out to these 20 different examples, eventually it's not going to work. So find other niches that make a lot of money off of my list. And the path less traveled is going to have the most benefit. And what I mean by that is, like I had one of my clients, he only works with stair lift companies. Nobody would ever go after stair lift companies, right? So find your little hidden trophy, right? Your hidden treasure niche. These are just a great way to start and get some income. But if you really want to make a lot of money, you're going to have to get creative, guys. My system works for every niche. But, if there's 100 people that buy my course and the first one everyone goes after is tax lawyers might not respond if you're using just D7. So make sure you're using Hunter.io and you're spreading it out and you're going to cities, countries, places that not everyone's thinking about, right? Get creative, get smart, come up with your own niche. Just use this as reference and example, right? They still work, but if you want to make all the money in the game, find a niche that nobody's targeting. Find a niche that nobody knows about. Think about stuff that just goes over everyone's head, like billboard leads, right? Like just craziness. But do some research tonight before you continue forward and find your 3 to 5 businesses that you want to target so you can come up with your scripts that's going to be just like this, and we can get this thing rocking and rolling. Guys, within a couple weeks, you could be making thousands every single day. But if you go after the doctor, the plastic surgeon, or these top 3, trust me, dude, every person that's taken marketing courses is going after the same ones. So go down the path less traveled. And if you got to watch this video over and over again, do it. Because if you can figure out your niche's email script, it is game over. Get paid to the bank, baby. And like I said, guys, if you have any questions, reach out in the group. But that's pretty much it. Short, sweet, and simple. Try to keep a curiosity, benefit subject line. And remember to talk to them like a person. Do not look like spam. You can go to your spam box right now, print off a bunch of emails you've gotten and put them on your wall and say, do not ever look like this because we will not get paid. Keep it straight to the point. Talk to them like a human being and you will be just fine.
Hello and welcome to Module 4, the 5-minute closer. Now that we've figured out a way to send our emails and they're getting responses, it's time to figure out how to close over the phone. This is the most important aspect of our training, and if you can't get closed, you can't get paid. Before we move any further, the next modules after this, I'm going to show you how to onboard. So before the call, I'm going to give you like a process, but right now I'm just going to show you how to close so you can start practicing this sooner than later. Don't worry, I've mastered this part of the training, and soon you will be a master as well. The script works no matter who you are. Guys, the script alone is worth what you paid for the training. This script is amazing. It's flawless, actually. It works 110%. You're going to be blown away when you start using it. Before we move any further, though, I want you to know that selling isn't hard at all, and not to be nervous on these calls. When you get nervous, imagine the other person dressed up as a pink unicorn. Write that one down. When I get nervous, the other person on the other side of the phone is dressed up as a pink unicorn. And I'm just kidding. If that's a little too much, imagine it as your friend. Imagine it as just, someone you talk to every single day. Remember, the people you're talking to, they're just people. They're no better than you. They're not smarter than you. They're not going to judge you. You need to completely wipe away all your nerves. When I first started calling, I would be nervous. The best way to beat your nerves is to get out in the field and play ball, though, right? Meaning get on more calls. The more calls you take, the more money you will make. Nobody closes every call. It's a numbers game. So if you're out there, you talk to 10 people in a week, you don't close them all. Who cares? It's all part of the process. Recently, I got on 20 calls and wasn't closing a door. Like, no lie, I didn't panic though, because I know that's how the game goes. But on that Friday, an hour before I went home, I had 2 last calls. And guys, before this, I hadn't closed anyone that week. I hadn't made any money. So the 2 last calls, to be honest, I almost just went home. But what happened was I talked to both of them. I closed each one of them for $5,000 and made $10,000 in 1 hour. Oh, and that was recurring. So slow week turned into an extra 6 figures if the client stays on the whole year. So don't freak out. Don't give up when things get rough. Just know that it happens to the best of us, and every no is closer to a yes. So don't freak out or give up. You're virtually 4 closes away from being a 6-figure earner. It's worth the anxiety. Seriously, think about that. If you got 5 people to pay you, or actually 4 people to pay you $2,500 plus, anywhere between $2,500 and $5,000, you're making $10,000 to $20,000 a month. 4 closes, you're making more than a doctor. So don't freak out. Don't give up. This script is going to help you do what you need to do. Okay, so back to the script. Before getting on a call, make sure you know who your client is first. The things you should do before you get on the call is check out the customer's business pages. Look at what the guy's into, what he's missing, so you have something you can bring up, or you don't even really need to bring up, but just so you know who your client is. Check out his the website, right? Because you don't want to say, yeah, I was on your website, and the guy doesn't have a website. You're going to look like a liar. So make sure you check out his website. Understand who they are and what they need too, We're here to sell leads and everything else, but it wouldn't be bad to refer someone they might need or need to work with, or, make some suggestions, right? Just because we're selling leads doesn't mean we can give them some guidance. They're looking to us for the answers. So, make sure that if there's anything they're missing, you can refer someone off or tell them, hey, you should do this, because it builds instant credibility. And don't just get on the phone and wing it, right? Until you are the best at calls, you don't need to be out there pulling a cousin G and just hopping on that call. Hey, what's going on, right? Do some research, respect your client. The more work you put in, the more you're going to get out. Let's go over the do's and don'ts before getting on the call, right? We just went over some of the things that I want you to do prior, but this is actually going to be on the call. What you need to do while you're on the phone. The steps I gave you before, that's before the call, but write these down. Take notes. Make sure you have good cell phone service. We're talking to rich people here. We're not talking to people that don't have money, right? So if you have bad phone service, they're not going to respect you, right? If you call me and I can barely understand you, it's going to honestly piss me off. Also, make sure you're in a quiet place. If you got kids, you're in a restaurant, dude, do not call them. Respect them. If they think you're a joke, they're not going to want to do business with you. Make sure you're standing up, you have energy. Don't sound all slumped over and like you're going to sleep, right? Right now, I have a stand-up desk. I'm talking standing up. That's why you hear the energy. They don't want to talk to someone who's all down in the dumps. Like I said, sometimes I stand up and walk and talk. I honestly do that all the time. Make sure you have done actual research on the client before getting on the phone. You call a plastic surgeon and you think it's a lawyer, it's not going to really work out for you there, sport. Last but not least, smile. Sound happy to be here. Right now, I'm happy to be teaching you guys stuff that's going to make you 6 figures this year. Let's now go over the don'ts. Don't talk crazy fast. Right now, I talk pretty fast, but a lot of these guys, you need to talk clearly. Also, the most important one is don't sound desperate. Never sound like you need them. Always position yourself as a solutions provider to where they need you. So don't like, oh, well, I can lower my price. I can cut it in half. I can do this. No, don't sound desperate. Stick to the script. Don't let them hear that you're hungry. I don't care if you got $20 to your name. They don't need to know that. They do not need to know that. You need to sound like you got 10 million. You need to sound like the Wolf of Wall Street on that call. Don't bring up price unless they ask. Try to keep the price till the end of the call. I had a mastermind at my house, and one of my students, within 10 seconds of the call, was like, we charge $5,000 a month. And I was like, bro, like, he didn't even ask. He doesn't even care who you are. Until he asks, don't say anything at all. And like I said earlier, do not talk on the phone in crowded or loud areas. I do not want to hear your kids run around. They do not want to hear your kids run around. They don't want to hear you at a concert, you at a live band, or at the bar. Guys, this is your business. Take it seriously. Make sure to memorize the stuff I just told you, right? I don't want to hear, Gal, why am I not closing the call? Well, make sure you follow those steps first before you even use the script. Now let's break down the structure of the script. I almost said that all tongue-tied. So let's break down the structure of the script. It's very simple. It's a 5-part structure. I will answer all the rebuttals so you never feel trapped. Structure breakdown. Obviously, in the beginning, it's going to be your quick introduction. And remember, at the end of this call, guys, don't worry, I'm going to give you a couple script templates so you have all this. So don't freak out. You can watch this module as many times as needed. But in the beginning, you always say hello, right? You don't want to just act all, hi, this is Dr. Jeff. You want to say, hey, what's going on? This is Gal and Dill. How are you, right? And then you want to get strictly into your story, who you are and why we're here kind of thing, and then jump straight to the point. And, all that's going to be in the script. And remember, sell the problem you solve, not the product or service. We're not here to sell them services. We're selling them a solution, right? We're selling them more business, more leads. And all this is going to be in this module, so don't worry. Also, a quick story, if possible. Success you might have previously had works great after you're done saying who you are. Give them an example of what you've done and then follow up with any questions. It's very easy, guys. Here we go. Let's break down the 5 steps in more detail, 1 step at a time. I want you to be an expert in closing. So quick introduction. Example, introduce yourself and sound happy to be on the call. Ask them how they're doing. If they ask you, always say something positive back, like every day is a good day. Comment on the weather if the weather is nice, or bring up something the client might resonate with. And if you've done the research on your client, you should probably know a little bit about some of his interests or some of the things his business is interested in. And always sound positive. Remember to be smiling on those calls. And after this module, guys, I'm going to actually practice with you, and I'm going to run down the script in my voice so you can hear exactly how the call needs to be. So don't worry, this is just a quick introduction, but this is how the beginning of all your calls needs to be. Next is your story. This is a pretty important part, because if you don't have time to build trust with your client, you don't have much time to build trust with your client. So if you don't build trust or grab the client's interest, then you probably won't close the sale. So don't worry, I'm going to help you come up with your story and I've helped hundreds of others find their story as well. And I kind of said that all jumbled up, so I want to repeat myself on that. Your story is to build instant trust. Within like 30 seconds, if you can impress your client, they're going to take you serious for the rest of that call. If you kind of mess up on your story, they're going to take you as, a no-name. Remember, these are wealthy people, so you want to put like all your accomplishments in the first 15 to 20 seconds of your story. The reason why your story is important, like I was just saying, is it builds trust right off the bat. It impresses your future client. The client will take you more serious. It helps break down barriers that your future client, and helps open them up, right? It's just making you guys more of a friend conversation versus them still being on the fence. That's the whole goal of telling your story. The better you get at telling your story, the easier it is to sell. I'm a master of my story. If someone asks me what I do, and guys, this isn't just for the call, right? And I'm gonna pause this here. I want to drop some gold and knowledge for you guys. If you're out in public and someone asks you what you do and you don't even know, it's going to be hard for you to build a connection. I've met billionaires and millionaires and clients by just being out in public, and someone asking me what I did. They were just so impressed by my story. Your story is so important. It's so important. It's something you need to know for the rest of your life, not just on these calls. Your story should be short and sweet and should correlate with your company. So try to mix everything together. Imagine putting all of your greatest achievements together and bragging on yourself all in a 10 to 30 second span. The goal is to impress the listener. You want to grab his attention. Story example. Please do not use my example. You can craft yours similar, but we do not have the same story. So I say, over the last years, I've been building and marketing for businesses online and became an expert at getting leads, not only for myself, but for my clients, and started my agency to specialize in pretty much mainly lead generation. I've brought in millions of dollars for my clients and received Entrepreneur of the Year award in Austin, or the Best of Austin magazine in 2016. So right off the back, I'm telling them, I'm the good. I got a reward or awards for being an entrepreneur. That's a real magazine I was in. And so they're just kind of building the trust. They're like, okay, this guy is not only, a marketer, but he's now an award-winning marketer. And it's kind of breaking the ice because, a lot of people know Austin's a pretty popular town. So Austin's a pretty trustworthy, big place. So have to be doing something right to get that award. Remember, this is an example. Obviously, I can say something more impressive depending on who I'm pitching to, but really, you don't need to go all out. But try to get enough to where they are listening to you. If you play sports, there you go. But I'm gonna help you out right now. Let's break down the story in even more detail and talk on things you should have and should not have in your story. So the things that sound really good in your story, FYI, you don't have to have all of them, so don't worry, are achievements. Talk about anything that you have done that is impressive. This could mean you played college sports, won any awards, or that you own multiple businesses. Guys, think of your achievements. Some people listen to this call, I don't have any achievements. Dude, if you're a father, that's an achievement, right? Think about that. Right now, if you're watching this module, stop and write down some of the things that you can bring up on the call. Did you get all A's in high school? I don't know, but try to make something sound cool. Past success, anything that is impressive, right? Anything that will make the future client just like, wow, that's crazy, right? When I say that I started an energy pill company when I was 21 years old and I built it to 1 million followers, it's pretty impressive. When I say that I started a Facebook group and have over 85,000 members, it's pretty impressive. If I say that I was in the Huffington Post last year 7 times, it's pretty impressive. Some of you guys do not have that, but I promise you, you have something that will interest them. So don't think you need to be in the Huffington Post though. I was using that as an example. You can say something cool like, I've been building cars on the side, this and this and this. Try to sound like someone unique, someone cool, someone that they can respect, that they're going to give their money to. Then after a quick story, get straight to the point. Once you're done blabbering about yourself, which shouldn't be more than a minute, get straight to the point. This is the 5-minute close, not the 2-hour close. Remember that. 5-minute close, not 2-hour close. Your call needs to be between 5 and 15 minutes. If you're on the phone for 32 minutes and you didn't get the check, that's on you. Who we are and why we are better. That's what I should just call this entire close, is who we are and why we're better. We do this in 3 parts. After you get done with your story, we're going to explain to them who we are and why we are better in 3 parts. The first part is, hi, Dr. Jeff. So, that's a little bit about me. But anyways, I want to tell you a little about who we are and why we're better. 1, we offer a strong guarantee. So if I say I'm going to bring you 25 leads and I bring you 24, I'm going to give you your money back. So you see right there, it says money back, no questions asked. We will over deliver, right? So I just said how we do that. I say we're going to bring you 25 guaranteed leads or you get a full refund. No questions asked. Second, I say no long-term contracts. You can cancel with us at any time. You can cancel with us at any time, like I just said, but also, why would you want to do business with someone you don't want to work with, Dr. Jeff? So we don't want us to be married. We want to make sure that we do a good job for you. And if we don't, you don't have to worry because you don't have to pay us again. That's the way I like to position myself. I like to hit them with the strong guarantee, and then I like to say no long-term contracts. Next is quality assurance. We're not just bringing them any leads. We're bringing you quality leads. If you want 32-year-old Sally Mae of Twin Creeks, Texas, I'm going to bring you 25 Sally Mays of Twin Creeks, Texas. And remember, Dr. Jeff, if you don't like any of this, I'm going to give you a refund. So regurgitate that. Get the pressure out of his mind to where there's no risk. A lot of these doctors don't want to be signed up with someone for 6 months. We're month to month. We're giving them a guarantee. We're not only giving them a guarantee, we're bringing in who they want. Step 1, let's go into more details on that strong guarantee. Example how I start a strong guarantee is we're not like any other marketing company. Why? We are only focused specifically on getting leads. If I say I'm going to bring you 25 leads and I bring you 24, I'm going to give you 100% refund. No questions asked. I will always try to go above and beyond our agreement. To be honest with you, Dr. Jeff, I'm going to try to bring you 32, not 25, right? Yeah, but we're guaranteeing that you get a minimum of 25. Does that make sense, guys? Do I need to go over that again? Let's just regurgitate that. We guarantee that we're going to bring them results. So if we don't, they're going to get their money back. And guys, I'm going to show you how to get the results. So you don't have to worry about giving them their money back. But that's already waiving the trust right there in the beginning of the call. They're already like, listen, if this guy screws up, I'm going to get my money back. So let them know that they're going to get their money back if you can't deliver. Step 2. Immediately get into the customer. All right, immediately get into the, I just said that weird. I'm not going to start the module over because I screwed up. But anyways, guys, step 2, getting into no long-term contracts. Immediately getting into that. They need to know that this is not a marriage. This is not some sort of long-term partnership. This is, they can cancel with you at any time. So, example of what I say for no long-term contracts, right? Also, we don't do long-term contracts. So right after I'm done offering them the strong guarantee, I jump right in that. Also, we don't do long-term contracts. We're month to month. You can cancel with us at any time. We want to make sure that we earn and maintain your business, not trap you with us. Guys, this is very important because nobody wants to be in a contract. We don't want him thinking that he needs to call his lawyer after he gets off the phone. We want him to think about how many leads you're going to bring him and how fast he's going to pay us, right? So he's already off the fence. Like, okay, I can give these guys a shot, right? If they mess up, I don't have to pay them again. Okay, it's all guaranteed. I'll get my money back. Step 3, quality assurance. Listen up. This is an important one. Example of what I say for quality assurance. Let me give an example of how good the quality of our leads are. If you want 25 appointments with 32-year-old Sally Mae from Dallas, Texas, then we're going to bring you 25 appointments from 32-year-old Sally Mae from Dallas, Texas. We only target who you're interested in working with. Let me break this down in a little more detail, guys. We are not just bringing him leads. Let him know that we are bringing his ideal customer. And even ask him that. Say, who is your ideal customer? How old are they, Dr. Jeff? How old are they? What do they do for work? How much money do they make? That's who we're bringing you. After you break down who we are and why we are better, immediately tell a success story if you have one. This is an example. Like this right here is like the ultimate of them getting off the fence. This is a true story. Last month we worked with a company called Camden Pulls in West Virginia. They hired us for 30 pull consultations. In 5 days we brought them 32 and they sold 7. Chris, the owner, called me and told me to stop running the ads because he couldn't build pulls fast enough. I can also supply you with his phone number and email for reference. Bam! They're just like, oh God. So this guy is offering a guarantee. There's no long-term contract. He's bringing me who I'm working with. And now he brought in 32 appointments in 5 days for Chris over at Camden Pull. And he's willing to give me his number to prove that he's legit. Guys, he's not on the fence with us anymore. He's ready to, start considering cutting the check. So step 4. You need to answer the questions before they get asked. So this is how I position myself. He's probably, you're out the back after you say that saying, okay, Gallant, where did the leads come from? This is the answer, guys. Do not screw this up. We have a partnership with Facebook. We are not Facebook ads. We are Facebook lead generation forms. We are not running, guys, we're not running clicks to their website. We're not running clicks to a funnel. We are running leads to a Facebook lead generation form. So the only place that the leads are going through is through Facebook. We have a partnership with Facebook. Never say Facebook ads. Reason why is because, going back, I didn't want to skip ahead. The reason why is because they probably already run Facebook ads, but most of them have not run the lead generation forms. And the reason why we don't want them to think that it's Facebook ads is because if they failed miserably, we don't want them to assume that we're going to fail for them as well because, they didn't have my training, so they're probably not going to get the results that we're going to get. We're doing it through the Facebook lead generations form, guys. It's a lot more targeted, it's more guaranteed and easy to track. So say a partnership with Facebook, because technically you have to partner with Facebook in order to do this. but do not screw up, because like I said, they're not impressed by Facebook ads if they've used them and they've failed with them. So say Facebook partnership through lead generation forms, and we target your avatar. We give the form to Facebook, they put in front of the audience, and as soon as someone in the audience fills out the form, they send it back to us, and that's your lead, Dr. Jeff. Someone who actually wants your business, not just a website click, not a free offer. These are people that want to do business with you, Dr. Jeff. Question 2, what if a lead isn't picking up our answer? We'll reimburse you. It won't count, right? The goal, guys, is to bring them some extras. Obviously, not everyone's going to pick up or respond, but we'll take care of them. We'll always try to go above and beyond. Don't get greedy. Just because you get the greed number quickly, guys, run a little bit more. If you want to keep them for 6 months, hook them up. Stay in contact with them. Don't treat these guys, just like a stranger. These guys can make you a lot of money and change the way you live. So tell them that we'll take care of you. We'll bring some extras so you don't ever have to worry about that. This is one of the most important questions right here. Question 3, the price. He's going to be like, this sounds expensive, Gallant. What are you charging? This is what I always say. I say, you're probably wondering, Dr. Jeff, how much all this costs. But here we go. We charge $100 per consultation, and we waive the $500 setup fee if you want to move forward this week. So virtually, you're only paying for consultations. We charge for a minimum of 25 consultations, so you're virtually only paying for leads and nothing else. So no setup fees. You're only paying us for the consultation. And if they ask if there's a price rebuttal, remind them of the quality and why you're the best. And say the reason why we charge $100 a consultation is because everything's guaranteed. And so if we fail, you get that full $2,500 back. Remind them of the quality, right? And then another very important question they're going to ask you, or some of the times, and if they trust you, they never ask this. This is for the people that don't trust you. Question 4, do you have references? Answer, of course. We'll send you over our references and examples of previous work along with the proposal. So what this means is, guys, you're going to shoot them over some examples of like campaigns you've ran prior, or use some of the snapshots that I'm attaching to this course, and then attach your proposal. The best way to get references is to go on Facebook, reach out to some people, run their ads, and say, hey, if I ever need you as a reference, can I put your name down? Give out some free work. Also join the community that's attached to this course and be each other's reference. Help each other out. Think about friends that you've always worked with. It doesn't have to be another doctor. It will help, but try to figure out how to get some references. Reach out on Facebook. Offer your services for the references. But normally this question only comes up if they don't trust you. So don't freak out. You got this. So let's go over everything we just learned. And remember, guys, the entire next video is on this, so don't think, oh, this is a lot. It's really not. It's 5 sections. So we got our quick introduction, we got our little story, we got our straight to the point, who we are and why we are better, our strong guarantee, no long-term contracts, our quality assurance, our success story, a previous success story we might have had to build trust. And if you don't have it, don't worry about it, but this really helps. So try to go out and offer the services I teach you quickly. And the only major questions that come up are, where do the leads come from? Remember, partnership with Facebook, not Facebook ads. We are using lead generation forms. Main question 2, what if a lead isn't picking up our answer? Well, we're going to reimburse you, or we just won't count it. We'll keep it going. And I'm going to be honest, some of the leads won't. So I wouldn't say, we're going to reimburse you or it won't count. Just say that we'll always go above and beyond to get you extra. So, we just have a guaranteed minimum. And the price, $100 a consultation. Remember, guys, you don't have to do $100 a consultation. You can go up to like 500 to 1,000, but always take a minimum. And if you're targeting the niches I teach you, then you shouldn't ever go less than 100. And remember, this is like a little way to get them to sign up sooner than later, is we'll waive the $500 setup fee that we normally set up to set up your account. It takes a lot of time to get everything going, to testing and do the research. All that will be free if you sign up this week. We have a 25 lead minimum, so you are virtually only paying for leads, nothing else. They get a price rebuttal, remind them that everything is quality and that you are the best and that everything is 100% backed by a guarantee. That's the only way that, and the reason we charge that much is because we're like the Mercedes of leads. We're not the Kia, we're not the Honda, we're the Rolls Royce over here. And the question that, like I said, this is the one that you want to not really ever chat with, unless you already got the references, they're going to ask you. So you will say, of course, I'll send over the references and examples of previous work along with the proposal. So snapshot of some Facebook ad campaigns, your proposal, and 2 references should be enough. the reference, how you should supply it in the email when you respond back with your proposal. We'll get into that more into the later on, is just their name, their email, the business they operate or run, and that's about it. But listen, guys, I didn't want to add this in here because I do not want people saying, but if you listen, this is important. This is probably the most important of this entire close. If you really need business today, offer them at the end, if they're still on the fence, 5 to 10 free leads if they'll get started after. So if they're like, Gallant, I don't know if I want to continue, I'll talk to my partner. This sounds great, but I'm still kind of on the fence. You can kind of vibe that they're not moving forward. Say, listen, I want your business, Dr. Jeff. I believe in you. I'm going to put all the risk in my court so you don't have to worry. What if I bring you the first 5 to 10 leads, and if you enjoy the quality, we move forward then? How does that sound? Because you have nothing to lose at this point. I'm bringing you free business. You're not paying me $1. I'm going to help bring you business to show you how good my results are. And if you enjoy them, then let's move forward with that. Guys, write that down. 5 to 10 free leads if they move forward and if they enjoy your quality of work. So if this doesn't get them in 5 minutes with the guarantees, then offer them the 5 to 10 at the end. So, and on the next video, we're going to run through this a lot more into detail. So don't worry, guys. By the end of this, you're going to be a closer. Stand up, get excited. This is not hard. We're offering, guys, you got to realize every single person wants more business. We're not selling them a bunch of crap. We're not selling them a new site. We're not selling them graphics. We're selling them more business. And you're guaranteed that if you don't get them more business, they're going to get their money back. And remember, just because you think $5,000 is a lot, it's not to these people in these niches. These guys make that every other day in some of these niches. Some every single day. So I don't care if you have a poor background, you don't have any money, get the money out of your mind. Where it's pretty much saying, listen, give us a loan, and if we fail, you get your money back and you get free business. There's absolutely no risk. I'm even so sure of myself that I'm going to bring you free business up front. So don't freak out, guys. This script works. Everybody hits. Everyone's like, man, this sounds great. Everyone else is trying to sell me all this new website, SEO, social media management. But if you just straight up say, we got more leads, they're guaranteed, we're bringing you who you want to do business with. And sometimes you can even break down, if it's a surgeon, you're bringing them 30 breast augmentations, like that's 5 times 30, that's $150,000 in potential business for, $3,500, Dr. Jeff. That's a risk you should be willing to take. So in the next video, we'll be going over the 5-minute $5 million script because it could virtually get you there. I'll also show you a doctor I closed for $3,000 a month in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So I'm going to actually run you through word for word script, and I'm going to give you that script. So if you want to just switch up a couple words, you will have an actual word for word breakdown that you can follow along with. And then on the next video, we're going to train together. I'm going to actually pause. I'm going to ask you questions. You're going to say out loud the answer, and we're going to continue moving from there. And if there's anything you guys need, just let me know. I'm here to help. Just reach out in the group. But there's no reason this should stop. And if you got to practice, dude. Get up every day. Practice in the mirror. I used to practice. I record myself on my Mac screen and, the little photo booth. And I would watch myself, hear myself, and it's all practice, guys. It's all numbers game. So don't freak out. In the next video, we're going to get into more details. See you in the next module. Okay, guys, what's going on? Today, I want to give you a one-on-one coaching lesson on closing. I usually charge people anywhere from $2,500 to $5,000 to show this to, but I want to make you a master closer. Closing is a skill, and it's not that hard once you know the principles. The first principle you're going to want to remember on closing is confidence. If you do not sound confident when I speak to you or you speak to me, I'm not going to believe in your services. When you get on the phone with me, you need to know I'm just a normal person like you. I'm nothing better. I'm nothing better. I'm a normal person like you, and I'm looking for someone who's confident, who can deliver the services I'm interested in. And the best way to sell me, guys, is to paint me a clear picture, a very clear picture on what you're offering and what you're doing. Because if I don't have a clear picture by the end of the call, I'm not going to move forward with you. 90% of sales is because the other person didn't really know what the hell you were selling and why they needed it. And if you can explain how there's no risk and how there's so much benefit, and you paint that perfectly clear picture in HD for me in my mind, I'm going to move forward with you. And today I'm going to show you the tips and tricks on how I do it. I get up, walk around a little bit. I know who my client is. I rehearse my script. I practice daily. I practice, and if I'm nervous, I know that's normal. Everyone gets nervous. It doesn't matter who you are. If they say they weren't nervous in the beginning, they're full of shit. Everybody gets nervous. So it's not going to kill you. But the best way to get over your nerves is to get out there and practice. I've driven across the country before and lost deals because I was too nervous. But I knew the best way to get over that was to get out in the field and play ball. So the first couple of phone calls, don't be surprised if you don't close. Doesn't mean you're not going to close in the future. Doesn't mean you need to give up. The best way to get better at your calls is to record them, right? On the Mac, I use the, I think it's called the photo booth, and I record my face, my expressions, I look at everything I'm doing, and then if I didn't move forward, I didn't close that call, I go over it, and I write down on that call the numbers and the places that I could have done better in. I like inventory of myself, inventory of that call, so I can get better at these calls. I'll give you an example. I have clients that I coach, and they're like, "Alan, I've been on 10 calls, didn't close anyone. And I've gone through the script. I know it the best." And I'm like, "All right, let me hear the call." And like halfway through the call, they lose their energy. They just start talking like this. And it's going to completely change the situation, right? You want to make sure everything's consistent, has a good flow. You don't want to die out. You don't want to die in. You want to make sure that it's consistent. You sound clear and you sound good and you have a clear message that you're painting for them. If you don't even know what you're selling or how you're selling, it's going to be hard for you to close them, right? You have to pretend to know this. Like, you want to sound as clear as if someone asks you for your name. What's your name, sir? D1Ll. What are you selling? Lead generation. How are you selling it? Guaranteeing results. How much does it cost? $100 a lead. 25 lead minimum. Practice, 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 practice. That's why I can get it down to 5 minutes, is because I know exactly what to say. Gal, how much do these leads cost? $100. We can do 25 lead minimum. Can you tell me a little about yourself? Yeah, D1Ll, I've been marketing for the last 8 years. Helped dozens of companies scale to over $1 million. I get leads. I've done this for a while, and I realized that SEO, design, all this other crap isn't going to work. What does work is lead generation. And what makes me different from everyone else is that I don't do long-term contracts, right? Even if you kind of mess up the flow a little bit, it really doesn't matter on this contract, right? So I'm back on the call. I don't do long-term contracts. I guarantee good results, and if you don't like what I do, I give you your money back. So if I say I'm going to get you 20 or 25 leads and I bring you 24, I'm going to give you a full refund. So they don't have virtually no risk. If you can delete the risk from this call like you see in this, you will have no problem, right? That's why I have the strong guarantee. We over-deliver. I do the no long-term contracts and quality assurance. Tell them who we're bringing them. We're not just bringing you leads. We're bringing the leads that you want to do business with. And if you can't say this in the scripts and you leave some of this out, you probably won't close them. And at the end, if you still can't close them, use my secret sauce. The secret sauce that's not even mentioned here, because if someone shares this, I don't want them to see the secret sauce. Offer them a trial. Say, I'll give you the first 5, 10 leads for free. If we can go from there, and if you like the quality, we can continue doing business, and we can do the 30, we can do the 50, we can do the 100. So there's no reason for you to lose. Study the script, practice, instill it. If you got to read the script, then you haven't practiced enough, because they can tell if you're reading from a script or not. It's the last thing you want to do on a call is sound like you're reading from a book or reading from a script. You want to make sure you get on there and you kill it. If you got to listen to some motivational music or you got to watch a motivational video on YouTube, I'm not going to lie, I used to put on Wolf of Wall Street right before each call to pump me up. Guys, you want to make a lot of money, or do you want to make excuses? Seriously, if you're listening to this and you don't know who I am, know that I've taken my life from zero to everything, and it has to do with these calls. It has to be confident. You're confident in me to get you results. If you weren't confident in me, you wouldn't have bought in this training, this course. So listen to yourself. Have the energy. They can feel that on the other side of the phone. You can feel it right now when I'm speaking to you. You need to be consistent. You need to believe in yourself. You need to be your number one biggest fan. You need to sell them yourself. You need to sell them you. Imagine if you were dying and someone said, "Why should you live?" These calls need to be the same way to them, that you're the best. You need to sound perfect. You need to sound clear. And it doesn't matter if you don't have any sales experience. That's why I wrote this script that you can follow. And sometimes it takes different corners and turns. Write down those questions that people ask, so you now know on the next call how to answer them. Right? So let's do this. I want you to understand this. We're going to run through the script together, and then you can practice. Practice it out loud. Practice talking clearly. Practice talking. Don't just read it in your head, because how can you figure out how you sound if you've never even heard yourself? Right? Guys, I used to sit in front of the mirror for hours just practicing that handshake, that look I would give. You got to envision yourself before you can really reach the top. You really think that I've talked this clearly my entire life? You're crazy. I used to talk like a thug. But I retrained myself. I leveled up, kind of like what you're doing right now in this course and all the things I'm going to be showing you here in the next training and in the few months through the group. But here we go. Let's do this. Hello, Dr. Jeff. This is Gallant Dill. How are you today? Well, I'm doing great. How about yourself? I'm doing incredible, Dr. Jeff. I understand you're a very busy guy, and so am I, so I'll cut straight to the point, and I'll tell you a little bit about myself and what my company offers. How's that sound, Dr. Jeff? Sounds good, Gallant. Hear me out. I'm going to stop it right there. You hear how I'm happy? It sounds like I'm almost laughing. I'm joyful. It makes him feel good on that call. If it sounded like I was bored or if I didn't want to be there, do you think he would want to stay on there and listen? And make sure to ask questions in these calls to keep him engaged. If you're not asking him questions, he's going to take another call. He's not going to listen. He's going to be scrolling through Facebook. Ask him questions. So he says, sound good, Gallant. Say, well, I've personally been doing marketing for years, and I've worked with some of the best marketers in the entire world. I don't just do anything like websites or SEO. I specialize in one thing, Dr. Jeff. That's lead generation. I'm sure that you probably get lots of emails, inquiries from lots of others claiming that they do the same thing. Well, we're completely different, and here's why. Our results are guaranteed for one. You know, a lot of these guys are just saying they can do it. Well, if we don't, we're going to give you your money back. So if we agree on 30 consultations and I only bring you 29, you're going to get a complete refund. Obviously, you get to keep the 29 accounts though, the ones that I've already gotten. Second, if we don't do the long-term contracts. You're not stuck with us. You're not married to us. If you don't want to work with us, you can cancel at any time, right? So we do month to month. So you aren't locked into anything you don't want to be a part of. And if you don't want to work with us, remember, you don't have to. Third, we're not just bringing you any lead, Dr. Jeff. We are bringing you guaranteed quality leads. So if you want 32-year-old Sally Mays from Twin Creeks, Texas, I'm going to bring you 32-year-old Sally Mays from Twin Creeks, Texas. Let me give you an example, Dr. Jeff. I want to show you the quality using a case study from one of our clients last month. I'm going to stop right there, guys. See how it doesn't sound all boring. Sounds kind of exciting. Sounds like I'm pitching him an opportunity. It's almost like the elevator pitch. And this is where you really close them in. You tell him a case study. So you're painting him the picture of what you're offering. You just explained it, but he's still probably a little confused about everything, right? You're saying it really fast. So this is where you get in and you truly explain what it is you're saying and what it is you're doing. Last month, Dr. Jeff, we worked with a company called Camden Pools in West Virginia. They hired us for 30 pool consultations, and in 5 days, we brought them 32 and they sold 7 pools. Chris, the owner, called me that night and told me that Friday night and told me to turn off the ad because he couldn't build pools fast enough. I can actually supply you with Chris's number and email as soon as we get off the call. So let's stop right there. So you just explained to him in 5 days you got 32 leads for a client who paid you for 30 and he told you to turn off the ad because you had so much success. You said that in simple terms. A doctor, a smart CEO, the targeted niche we're going after can easily understand that this is the kind of person he wants to do business with. And the fact that you're willing to give away the name, the number, that quick, he's not going to ask you for references. You know, if people are asking you for references, it means they don't really trust you. And if you want references, just post in the group saying, who wants to be some of my references? And always attach those in the email with the proposal, right? So you can say, here's these references. Whenever you're sending out the proposal to get paid, you can have your references in the email body so they feel, you know, like without asking, right? Like I always send references even without them asking me, and guess what? They never call them. But when you never bring up references, they ask you about them. The goal is to get references and credibility off their mind. And when you start offering it mid-call, it takes that completely out of the call. Because when someone ends the call with, this sounds good, can I get 3 references? It's kind of the polite way of them saying no. Sometimes they move forward, sometimes they don't. But I hate that. I hate when they end with that. But be ready for it. And I'm telling you, when you offer your success or case study, and another way to avoid that is, like I said, offer them a free trial. Say that all the clients we work with are confidential, but what I can do is set up a free campaign for the first 5 to 10 leads to show you that we mean business. All right, so this is where it gets really important. So this is where you have to start explaining where you're getting these ads. So you have to start building his trust here. And listen to me, make sure to follow along. Do not mess this up. So, Dr. Jeff, you're probably wondering where we get these leads, the holy leads, right? Well, The answer is we get them actually from Facebook. And we're not Facebook ads. We actually have a partnership with Facebook, and we use something called a lead generation form. And I'm going to stop right there. Guys, you notice how I'm not staying exactly on the script. I'm just going with the flow. So don't feel like you have to word for word. If you get out of place, just make sure you get back on track. Make sure you get back on the road here, right? So we do Facebook lead generation forms. We have a partnership with Facebook. We're not Facebook ads. I'm sure you've ran Facebook ads. You know, they're kind of a disaster if you don't have a team who knows what they're doing. We send Facebook all the data of who you would like to do business with, and in return, they put it out to their community and have targeted customers fill out a survey ready to receive your business. These leads are top notch. Let's say one or two aren't up to par. You'll be reimbursed for any of those. The goal is to get you more than the agreed upon number. I even break it down even further. I say, listen, so you pay us for 30. My goal is to bring you 40, right? But we can guarantee 30. So if we hit 29, you get the full refund back, right? Explain to them. Always over deliver. And by this time, Dr. Jeff's probably wondering, okay, this sounds expensive. What's the cost? So I say, we charge per lead. It's $100 a lead. And if it's a New York renovations company or something, you know, in a really area, you can charge $500. But I always charge a minimum. We normally have a $500 setup fee, but you know, I can completely waive that to where what I do kind of in the script right here is that I say we have a $500 setup fee, but if we get this going or you try us out over the next 2 weeks, I can completely get that waived. So you're only paying for leads, nothing else. And you don't even really need to add this if you want to. I don't even say it anymore, but I have it in there just to kind of show a little bit of scarcity, right? Because you're saying, listen, I can get it waived if you know, you're ready to move forward this week. So you also say, and so you're virtually only paying for the leads. You're reminding him that he's not paying for anything else. He's only paying for the leads. And I always say, you know, it's $100 a lead, and so you're virtually only paying for leads. We don't have any setup fees. And what we do have is a 25 lead minimum per month. How many appointments can you handle per month, right? And if the client is, you know, can only build 5 pulls a month, you know, you might want to say we can only do 20 leads. You don't want to scare him off, because why would he want 50 to 100 leads if you can only build 5 pulls? So you really got to word this around the niche of who you're targeting. But 25 leads isn't bad. That's pretty good for all niches, and because obviously you're not going to close everyone. And another great way to re-engage them in is to ask them how many they can handle per month, because you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot. You can say a 25 minimum, but if they want 200 and you said we'd start at 2,500 and that's what we want to do, or 20, you know, you're missing out on $10,000. So one time one of my students was in front of me and he closed somebody, or was trying to, and he says that, you know, I can get you 30 leads for $3,500 a month. And the guy's like, well, you know, I have a $30,000 a month ad budget. And I swear to God, this is a true story. So he almost shot himself in the foot by shooting too low. So ask them how many they want. You can tell them that there's a minimum, but make sure you find out what their needs are, not what your needs are. And so, Dr. Jeff, I can handle 20 appointments. Do you have any references? I can handle 25. Like I said, Dr. Jeff just said, do you have any references? I'm repeating myself. This is what I say. I can, of course, I can send them over with a breakdown of the previous campaigns along with references in the proposal. I'm a visual guy. You know, you're probably one like myself, and I would like to see that as well if I was in your shoes. I can get that sent over in the next few hours, and we can go from there. So after that call, I don't send right away the proposal. I wait a couple hours, or, you know, you can send it right away, but sometimes I wait a little bit so I don't seem so desperate. And in that proposal, in the email I send them, it has the proposal. It has the list of references. Those could be friends, family, people you've done business with. They're probably not going to even call. And then a snapshot of a campaign. Like, so I'll have an example ad. You know, we'll go into Ads Manager, hit preview of a campaign we've run for practice, and use that so he kind of gets an idea of what it's going to look like. So everything's there. You got the references, the visual representation. You're showing him a clear picture. You got the simple, straight to the point proposal with either another invoice whenever he signs it coming in, or you send the invoice at the same time. That's up to you. So the ideal email will look like I said, proposal, references, example of work, snapshot, right? Attachment. And then you can always send him the invoice after he agrees. But if you send the invoice right away and he hasn't even agreed to the proposal, you might look desperate. So send the email with everything he's requesting, and then after, you can send the invoice if he agrees to move forward. And do not follow up in an hour after you sent the email. Try to give him at least 24 hours before following up, right? Follow up 24 hours at a time. And if he said he'd give him a few days to look at it, don't call him the next day. Give him a few days. Don't ever act desperate. If you act desperate, they're not going to want to do business with you. Always act like that popular hot girl in school that nobody could date. You want to be that person in business. You don't want to be that person that, the one who sleeps around, the guy who sleeps around with everyone and anyone can be with. You want to be that hot commodity like, damn, I'm excited to work with Gallant. I loved everything he said. He doesn't blow me up. He's professional. He keeps everything in line. That's how you want to do it, guys. So make sure to practice your script, find some friends, read it out loud, get on calls, close people that you wouldn't even necessarily want to close, get on calls with businesses you necessarily wouldn't want to work with just to practice, right? So don't get mad if you don't close a deal. Remember, it's all practice. Look at it as you're getting closer. Every no is closer to a yes every time. And I've lost hundreds of calls, thousands of calls. But I knew each call was making me better and putting me closer to my goals. Always keep a positive mindset. If you want to be successful, you always have to look at positive outcomes for every negative situation. Stop looking at what you don't have, start looking at what you do have. And the fact that you're on calls with people shows that you're that much closer to your goals. And remember, you only need a handful of clients to be making $100,000 a year. Seriously, a handful of clients, let's say 5 people at $2,500 a month, that low is stopping you from $100,000 a year. Don't let that stop you, guys. You got this. You control this. Do not let anything get in your way. Practice. Practice the script. Your calls need to be between 5 and 15 minutes long. You got this. Talk with confidence. Ask me anything. Feel free to reach out to me on Facebook. But remember, confidence. Look at them. They're just normal people like you. Do not get nervous and just relax. Get on there and be consistent. Flow. Record your calls. Get better and take inventory. Always tell yourself you can improve. If you think you're perfect, that's bad. The dumbest person in the world thinks he knows everything. The smartest thinks he knows knows he knows nothing, right? So the dumbest, the people that aren't willing to improve, aren't going to go anywhere. The smartest know that they don't have anything and they know that they can improve continuously and they're going to improve. They're going to improve. That's how you have to be on these calls. Remember, it's not hard. It's not rocket science. After your first 5 calls, you should be an expert. And if you're not, just keep practicing. I got students that are 18 years old. They get out here and the first 5 calls, they land their first client. I got clients that are from overseas with the most broken English accent you've ever heard that are closing. So there's no reason for you not to get out here and start making money. I'll see you guys in the next training. Hey, what's going on, guys? Gallant Dill here. Today we're going to be talking about proposals. So after you get off the 5-minute close, they're going to want some sort of contract, some sort of proposal. So the whole goal for this module is to show you what to send them so you can, one, get paid and have some sort of contract signed and sent off. So I'm going to talk to you about everything that I know about proposals, and I'm going to show you the one that I've actually been using for the last 3 years. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to go spend any money or buy anything else. Obviously, I'm going to give you an example, but I'm going to show you different options so you can kind of understand how proposals work and that, my proposal is obviously not the only one you can use. So I'm going to get into it right now. So my proposals are super simple. I keep mine brief. The reason for my proposals being brief, let me exit out of here so we can kind of get this full screen, is that I don't want any risk. Also, I don't want them to say no, because if you have a super long proposal with crazy terms, it might scare them. Also, you do not want somebody saying, okay, we want to move forward, but let me have my lawyer look at this, right? If you can keep it simple, straight to the point, they'll get back to you and they can sign it and move forward right away. And to be honest, the proposal's for them. It's for your protection. You need some sort of contract so you're not out here frauding people because some people will take advantage. If you do not charge them or you do not have it in writing, they will sometimes do chargebacks. And the proposal's the best way to win a chargeback or a dispute or even a lawsuit. Having it in writing is always the best way to go. So I always say a minimum, at least a statement of work. Don't just, shake a hand and say, thank you, sir. That's how you can get yourself into some legal trouble. And make sure your contract doesn't say anything that's obnoxious that, can come back on you. Like, I guarantee 1 million leads in 30 days or you get $10,000 back. People have tried to actually sue one of my companies. I've never actually been sued, but I've gotten in trouble for a contract that was too open, right? I said results guaranteed whenever I should have had a little more broken down on what that guarantee was for, because, they could say that that guarantee could mean anything, and technically it can because you don't have it broken down. So let's kind of go over everything on my proposal here. So right now I have a statement of work, and you can actually, if you have pages, because I'm going to give you a copy of this, you can drop your logo. You can just literally drag and drop it right here, and you can change this to anything you want, like proposal for Tom Jones, right? So make sure you have the date that you're going to start, project, who's it from, so your name and your company name, and requested by, the client. Give them a little summary, right? My team here, Gallant Dill Mentoring guarantees or will generate a certain number of leads, and then you can go into a little more detail in the project scope. So the summary is just kind of like, a brief introduction. The project scope is more broken down with details. You don't have to say up here 30 leads. You can want to say that in the project scope. And then you get down here to the schedule, and you want to make sure you have the agreement. What's it good for? What days it's starting? All of my agreements are between 30 days, month to month. So you don't want to trap someone in a business who doesn't want to do business with you, and then him come back and sue you. Well, I was trapped for 6 months with him. When it's month to month, it's really easy to avoid any disputes or any problems. So once you have the schedule chosen, you can come in here and put, when these 30 leads are guaranteed by, or how many leads and the finish date right here, and then you have it broken down in the pricing. So, we set $100 per lead. It's 30 leads. It's $3,000 so they can see it. You got your payment options. Make sure the date always adds up, though. You don't want it to be 6 months off. I've actually had the wrong year before, and you want to make sure when you're using the same template that you make sure you change the names. You don't want to have one client's name and then the next time you use it have 3 different clients' names. Make sure to refresh and delete. So when you come down here, you just pretty much leave it open, and you have the name of the client, and yourself. And to anyone who's watching this and is like, this is not really the best proposal, that's, you can go and hire an attorney and get it done. But like I'm trying to tell you, is the goal is to get you paid. We're not selling a bunch of crazy services, so we don't really necessarily need to come in here and just spend all this money to get this crazy proposal. It looks kind of goofy. And from my experience in consulting, the easier it is for them to read, the more they feel more, I don't know, they like it better. It's simple is good in this case. I've actually sent off crazy proposals, and I'm going to be honest, the more pages, the less likely they move forward. And if you start selling other services, you might want to do a different proposal. But for this, I keep it strictly, I think this is 2 pages, and, there's different sites that they can actually sign it over, over the computer. And that is like DocuSign. So you might want to sign up for a couple of these. And this is great because you can just send them the link for them to sign. They, a lot of people print it off. They'll sign it over the phone. DocuSign is my favorite. I personally would just send them this. Back in the day, I didn't even have DocuSign, and just straight to the point. And what I would do is I would attach it in the email. So come into here, and I would send them, a nice little introduction. So you got your proposal here. You would go ahead and upload it. Oh, let me pull this down so you can see my screen. I got a lot of stuff going on. Oh my goodness. So come in here, and I would just add it. Obviously whatever that was, the name I had, and I would just say. Whatever my company name is, we'll just say Gallant Dill Marketing Proposal. And so in this position, when you're sending this proposal off, did I even spell proposal right? Proposal. No, I didn't. Sorry, guys. In this position, you want to make sure you craft this perfectly, because this is where the money counts. If I'm going to be sending this email, what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach a couple examples of previous ads that I've had. So it's not just, so let's say this is an ad, right? Let's say I'm not going to use, this is just an example ad. I would attach this in the attachments under example of campaign. So when they get the proposal, they can see previous work. A lot of the time, they don't just want a proposal. They want to see references. They want to see examples. They want it all jumbled together. You don't want to just send, hey, here's your proposal, bye. You want to say, hey, I've attached, say hello. Let's say her name is Jessica. Hello, Jessica. I have attached the proposal along with references and examples of work. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Because that's the #1 thing they want to see is examples of work so they know what they're paying for. Remember, you want to paint the vivid picture. You want to paint what it is you're giving them so they're not confused. You want it to be straight to the point. The clearer you paint that picture, the easier it is going to be for them to pay you. So, hello Jessica, I've attached the proposal along with the references and examples of work. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. It's like, and then you can reach out to your top 5 friends and say, hey bro, can I use you as a reference? If you put a bunch of references in here without them asking, like on another, sheet, or you can just type them in. Whenever I send off my GD mentoring stuff, let me see if I can find it. I send, a breakdown of everything I'm doing, and I even give them payment link, but I give them examples of work, and I give them references of, 2 of my successful students. So they see all this, and it works every single time. It has a proposal, it has examples of my work, and if you don't have any examples of work, guys, what you can go do right now is you can go in Facebook Ad Manager and just make your own. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in my email. I just bought a new McLaren. Someone actually put me on one of these fake sites, so I had to ask them to remove it. Always crazy stuff, guys, when you have 100,000 followers. I'm not going to edit that out. I want to be transparent. I want you to see what you deal with as an influencer. But so back to the email. You want to just take all their ease off. If you say you're going to supply references and you don't in this email, you're going to look like a fraud. You're going to look like you're scamming people. And this is the 6-figure blueprint. I want to show you what I made today. This isn't planned. I'm just throwing it out there. So this is one of my payments for $10,000. I'm at the 7-figure blueprint, but in this course, it's 6-figure. So that should motivate you. So you can make a lot of money in this online game. Obviously, I'm making that not from courses. But so guys, it's just about positioning yourself, staying organized, and packaging up everything perfectly. You do not want to look like you're trying to pull a fast one. Straight to the point. Say, listen, I'll call you, whatever you need. So after you fill this out, you get everything ready, you send it off, your examples, your references. You remember you can ask your friends to be a reference. You can go into a Facebook group, community, say, hey, I'll be someone's reference if they be mine. It's really not that hard. And once you start landing your first couple of clients, ask them, say, hey, would you mind being a reference and using them? Don't exhaust your references. If someone doesn't sound like they're truly going to move forward and they're just asking for references just to ask, don't give out your references. It's a waste of your time. And, it's just, you don't want to burn your reference for someone who's never going to even pay you. But so you have your examples of work, your references, and your proposal. And then what you do is you send it, and don't bother them. You can text them or call them, say, hey, I sent over the proposal. Let me know if you have any questions. If they don't buy or move forward within 24 hours, 48 hours, that's when you follow up. Don't follow up 2 hours later. Don't follow up 3 hours later. You want to seem hard to get yourself. You don't want to seem desperate. If you follow up an hour later, honestly, I send them a proposal, don't say anything. And then I call them the next day and say, hey, did you get my proposal yesterday? Oh, no worries. Let me know if you have any questions, right? So try to not act desperate. Continue moving down and make sure to update your pipe drive. That's in one of the modules after the D7, your pipe drive. Make sure that you say that you sent off Jessica her proposal and you move her out. Let's go back in the pipe drive just so you know how to stay organized. So you go and you move Jessica into the down the pipe drive. Here we go. Sorry, my computer is crazy. But make sure to stay organized because it's going to get overwhelming once you get on 20, 30 phone calls. Here's a Jessica deal. Perfect. And so you just definitely move Jessica into proposals made, and you should be good to go. And it's that simple, guys. I'm going to be attaching that proposal. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me in the group. This is, you can change up whatever you want. Make sure you change the right year. But it's fairly simple. If you have a proposal you like, you can go into Google, you can go into Proposalify or all these crazy sites. But I use the most basic, simple proposal, so there's no crazy risk. But everything that I tell them I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure to put it in here. But that's it. I'm not going to add any fluff or anything. I want them to know that I'm being as transparent and they can cancel at any time and that there's no hidden strings or nothing. They can just get what they're paying for. And that's it, guys. It's that simple. Don't make it complicated. Proposals do not need to be 10 lawyers. And if you start doing really big numbers and it starts getting up to the $10,000 to $50,000 proposal, that's when you might want to hire an attorney. But under 5, keep it straight to the point. It's not going to be the end of the world if something goes wrong. Just give someone their money back. But it's pretty general. Just make sure you don't say any crazy bold claims, and you should be just fine. But always, and I'm just going to say this for the reference and for my own disclaimer, if you do have an attorney or you know one, make sure that your proposals look good. I'm not a lawyer. I just use this one, but I'm not telling you that this is 100% legality. I don't know what state you're in or what country you're in, but this doesn't seem to be making any sort of fraudulent or deceptive trade practice claims. This is straight to the point. But if you can't afford an attorney, or you know one, you might want them to look over your proposals before you start sending them out. Just forewarning, I want to see you guys win. I don't want any problems. but this is what I use, and it seems to work very well and has made me well over 6 figures. If you guys have any questions, like I said, reach out to me in the group, and I'll see you in the next module.
What's going on, guys? In this module, we're going to be talking about how to collect your payment. Once you send your proposal email, you want to follow it up with your invoice. It needs to be sent to them via email. And if you don't have Flagship, we'll go into that after PayPal. PayPal is how I started, and PayPal works very good because you can send an invoice from your PayPal. You can even attach the proposal to the invoice on top of that. So what I usually do is I send an email with everything, and then I send a separate email from PayPal requesting them to pay my invoice. So let's go into PayPal. I personally don't use PayPal at this point anymore because I do not take on smaller deals. Once you start doing transactions over $5,000, you might want to consider different merchants. I just haven't had a lot of luck with PayPal and any sort of disputes. I've won a lot, but a while back, I did a $9,500 consulting deal. We delivered all the work, and like 2 months later, they decided to charge me back. And PayPal sided with them. So I said, you know what, I'm never using PayPal again because I had all the work, I had the contracts, I had the deliverables. And so I currently use Flagship Merchant Services. But for the first 6 months of for the first, a lot longer than 6 months actually, probably PayPal I've been using for 4 years. For those first couple of years, PayPal's worked fine. So I'm going to request you guys using PayPal or Stripe, and I'm going to show you how to use PayPal or set it up. First, you're going to want to sign up. It's very easy. PayPal doesn't act too much craziness. And if you don't have a DBA or LLC or license, you can do a personal account, still get paid. But you can even do that with a business account, because a business account, you don't really need an LLC. You can use your social security number. And I guess PayPal isn't okay. I'll say, man, I guess they're charging now. You can go ahead and select Express. It's super quick. You can do a personal, whatever you feel comfortable with, but business is going to be your best, so you can invoice people and set it up for free. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. When you start collecting payments, if you are opening a new account and you've never used PayPal before, they will hold your money. So make sure you know your limits. And I'm going to be completely transparent. Make sure you have multiple merchant service accounts. I know a lot of you guys that are listening right now, I'm not going to make that much, so I don't have to worry. That's bullshit. Guys, I had students who are like, oh, I'll never do over 20. The first 30 days they did over 20,000, and PayPal held their money for 21 days. It's happened to a lot of different people. So PayPal is the first place I would have you create an account so you can have them as a merchant. But every month, make sure you go in there and you ask for an increase so that it keeps growing. At one time, before I stopped using PayPal, my account you could hit up to 50,000 a month without it holding the payment. Because think about it, you're a newer account, they're going to want to hold it. They're going to be sketched out. And so make sure that everything you do comes with proposals and contracts so you can show PayPal if you want to get that money released if something ever happens. Because things do happen. But PayPal is the easiest one to use in the beginning for your first 100K. And I'm going to show you guys some of this stuff in here. So first of all, I'm going to show you some activity because this is the 100K blueprint. So I'm going to show you last year because it's 2018 when I'm recording this. Let's go and show payments received in 2017. And I hope there's at least 100K I made on this PayPal, because it would look kind of fraudulent if I'm selling, the 100K blueprint to have him hit it. Even though, guys, I have 6 bank accounts, so I'm giving you a hard time. So that's good. At least I made 120 grand on this PayPal. Maybe that will motivate you. But that's just one business account, because after this, I'm going to show you my other ones. This is just one. But PayPal seemed to be doing good. The last month I used it was October. I made 24,000 on this account. 13,000, 9,000, 12,000. But this should give you hope for watching my materials, though, because remember, most of the people that are selling courses have never even made 100,000 as a consultant. So I'm selling the 6-figure blueprint. I hope to have made 100,000. I made a lot more than 100,000 last year, but one account, 100,000, that should be enough to prove. From January, $18,000. But anyways, this is fluff. I do not want to create a course to fluff up. I just wanted to be transparent with you guys. I keep it real in everything I say. I'm not out here saying I'm making 10 million bucks. This PayPal made 120 grand last year, and the people who are taking this course want to make 100. They want to make 300. They want to make 400. I got to show you that I have actually done it, so you take my word for serious. So there we go. Obviously, I didn't Photoshop that. But anyways, let's go into why we're on here. Invoicing. We're not here to talk about my money. We're here to get you paid. You sent off your email with the proposal, the references, and examples. So now it's time to get you paid. So the first thing you're going to want to do is go to Tools, Invoicing, and click on Invoicing, right? And you're going to want to create invoice.
What's good is you can add your logo here. You can put default information. There's some EIN numbers. That's all inactive, so please don't go and try to click on any of that. Put the date, who you're sending it to. So if it's Jessica at surgeondental.com, Jessica at Surgeon Dental, you go in here and you put in the $3,000, or you say the 30 leads. So you say 30 guaranteed, or we're just gonna, I spelled guaranteed wrong. I'm just gonna put 30 leads. Try to stay away from the guarantee. If you didn't say it on the phone, you don't always have to guarantee, but if you're wanting to close, guarantee helps. But try to keep it away from as much writing as possible, because if someone you just, you did business with, you didn't offer them a guarantee, and then you go and guarantee it, and then you fail, you now have to give them their money back. Unless you say guaranteed, don't give them the guarantee. That's just a sweeten the deal to help you close. But don't try to use that on everybody. Once you get really good at closing, you won't even need to use it anymore. So 30 leads are, and you don't want to even say 30 leads. Tell them what what you're getting. 30, let's just say LASIK, probably spelled LASIK wrong, 30 LASIK appointments. That's the goal. And we're charging $3,000, and so we're going to do, so you can even do 100, and you can type quantity 30. So it does that. If you want to collect tax, you can. I usually just swallow the fees. I don't want to stop because it went up $100, right? You don't want to send in, hey, I thought you said 3,000 Gallant. This is kind of unethical. It's $3,000. It's $3,052. You said 3,000. People will be like that. It's crazy. So I usually just keep it at the amount I tell them. I do not allow partial payment. And let me scroll down here. Hold on 2 seconds. Just drop my mad. Anyways, so look, you get in here. Make sure you can upload your logo so it looks even better for them. You can go in here and put invoice number. If it's your first invoice, it's going to look probably like this. Make sure to change that. Guys, you want to probably just be like, you know what, we're here. Right? You don't want them to think that you're their first ever invoice, because it looks bad. You don't want them to think that you're the guinea pig. So make sure on your invoices you have a different number, have today's date, do on receipt. You can collect on whatever payment you want. I don't know what country you're watching this in, but there you go. And then you can have terms and conditions, and just keep everything brief and straight to the point. And then you're going to want to hit send. And once you hit send, they'll get an email, and then you can go ahead and follow up, but you shouldn't. You already sent them 2 emails, the proposal, and then you have the invoice. So they'll be just fine. So let's go over other merchants, because I want you to have multiple. I don't want you, let's say someone does do a chargeback, right? It happens. Let's not deny that chargebacks occur. They do. And you don't want your whole account being frozen. Go and set up a Stripe account. Stripe is a very good account. You can do invoices, you can sign in. It's the same kind of thing as PayPal. Go ahead and sign up. Sorry, that's my business partner's email. But it's the same thing as PayPal. You can send an invoice, but I use PayPal in the beginning. If you're going to be doing $1 million plus, you're going to want to go and get better merchants. But this is the 6-figure blueprint, not the $1 million blueprint. My favorite merchant service account, which I don't know if they are actually, letting consultants still sign up. Marketers have a bad name in merchant service game because of all the courses and all the BS products on the market where people are getting chargebacks left and right. But flagship merchant services is my favorite, because I love that they let me send a link. When I get paid, I send the link in the email that I showed you earlier, so I don't actually have to send some sort of invoice. They can just go in and click the link and put in all their information and pay what's on the proposal. So let me give you an example right here. In this, I have the proposal, right? So the proposal for this is $5,000. They can just click here and fill out their information and pay me the $5,000 without me having to go into PayPal and send another invoice. I just copy and paste my link everywhere I go. If I want to get paid, I can just send this link. And it's a lot easier. So that's with flagship. It's a little bit harder to set up. You got to talk to someone over at the company first. They have to approve you and this and that, but I love it. It's a lot easier. I'd prefer to have everything in one email. And I know PayPal has like a PayPal link button, but I love flagship because when they pay, it gets batched and goes strictly into my account within like 2 days. So I have the money, and it has super high limits between 50 and 150,000 a month when you first start. So this has always been my favorite. Definitely want to check out flagship. But remember, guys, try to sign up for as many merchant service accounts as possible. because it's not about the chargebacks. You're going to be making a lot of money and you don't want your money on hold. You want to get paid. So when you start hitting your, like PayPal says you can only make 10 in a month and you're at $9,700, switch back over to Stripe or switch back over to Flagship. It will occur and you will thank me later for that. I've mentored a lot of people and they've tended not to listen. And they're like, Alan, can I borrow some money? I got 10 grand on hold. It's like, nope, you didn't listen. At least 2 to 3 merchant services. There's a lot of them out there. I'm just not going to give you ones I've never used. The 3 that I've used is PayPal, Stripe, and Flagship. That's where all my money's been made. I know there's authorized.net. I know there's a lot of them, but I'm not going to sell you on something I've never done. I'm very transparent. I use these 3 and that's it. So you got Stripe, PayPal, and Flagship. So go ahead and make those accounts as soon as you possibly can and get that going, so we can rock this thing. If you have any questions, like I said, always reach me in the group or talk to someone else in the group. They can easily help you through this module. Do not make this harder than it needs to be. Merchant services they're so abundant now. Just find the one that works best for you. But PayPal is going to be probably your best, safest bet. I'm on a different level, so I tend not to use them to this day. I like Flagship. But that's it. Y'all have a wonderful evening and try to sign up for 3, guys. Don't do 1. I want to instill that into your brain because, like I said, you will run into problems with just 1 merchant. What's going on, guys? Qzx977 D1Ll here. Today we're going to go over how we're going to be generating the leads. I'm going to run you through everything. I'm not going to add fluff, so I'm not going to make this a 10-hour training, even though as time goes by, I'm going to add new modules to help you guys explode your lead generation skills. How I personally get Facebook leads for my clients is through Facebook ads, and I do it a special way. I don't use funnels. I do a way that not a lot of marketers teach. I've never seen a course that actually taught this way. This is kind of the GD method. But before we get into that, I want you to understand how important it is for you to continue learning outside of my courses or any training and how I do it. So I honestly buy books all the time, right? If you're going to be doing ads or lead generation or copy or sending emails, the best way for you to understand it is to buy information on these services, right? So we're going to be doing Facebook ads and I'm going to teach you how to do them. You're not going to necessarily need any of this information or any of these products, but I promise you it's going to help you in the long run. And the better you get at writing copy, the better you understand advertising and marketing, the easier it's going to be. And the best way to learn is just to read a few books. I'm not going to give you any boring books that I wouldn't recommend. These are books that I started out with. A really good book that you can read immediately is called The One-Page Marketing Plan. And that's a really good, short, easy read, straight to the point. You'll learn a lot in this book. It's one of my favorites. It teaches you a lot about how to set up a marketing plan, how to do the funnels, how to just write copy, how to do pretty much everything. I recommend it to anyone starting a business or anybody taking this course. But really important books that I highly recommend for writing ads is Hypnotic, can't even spell hypnotic, Hypnotic Writing by Joe Vitale. It's one of my favorite copywriting books. Advertising is really good. Honestly, guys, I own 90% of the copywriting books on Amazon. I have an entire bookshelf dedicated to writing. And do you technically need that? No, but the better you get, I can run an ad and I don't have to make 6 different examples for it to get a lot of results. I'll throw an ad together in 15 minutes and I'll start generating leads that night. But it's because of my practice. It's because of me going the extra mile and learning this additional information. So Hypnotic Writing is another one I recommend. So the One-Page Marketing, Hypnotic Writing, and then another really good one is How to Write Copy That Sells. And the reason I'm recommending these is because they're easy reads. I'm not going to try to give you something that's 100 pages long, but these are really easy reads. And if you start making a lot of money and you really want to take it to the next level, you can always buy something from Eugene Schwartz. He has my favorite copywriting books. They're a little more boring, but they're very rare. Like for a book like this, you're going to be paying close to $424. But if you ask me in the group, I know where you can get this book for $200. I know where you can get all these books, but this entire list, I have every single one of these books. And if you don't like reading or reading's not your thing, just spend 15 minutes a day reading like 2-3 pages out of these books. And in a year, you'll probably knock out 3 to 5 of them and you'll be the best, right? But I really want you to understand the importance of learning and understanding Facebook ads and how to set everything up. And I'm going to show you all the tips and tricks that I use that are getting my students. And I have over 70 people in this training, and I have many that have generated $10,000, even $20,000 a week. So I know my tactics work, but I want you to continue to sharpen your sword, right? Even the best samurai the best samurai in Japan still sharpens his. So you want to make sure to keep perfecting your craft. I have every one of these books. And, I'll be honest, every time I get paid, let's say I get paid $2,500 today, I'm going to go spend between 25 and 250 on information to help me scale what I'm already doing. That's kind of my secret, is if I make money, I reinvest a small percentage. I call it like tithing into my business, like how you give money to the church or how do you pay the taxes. Always budget out continued trainings for yourself. The more you learn, the more you will earn. The more hands you shake, the more money you make. It's all basic principles, but I study all the time. I try to read at least an hour a night, and I go through 7 different books. I'll read a chapter of one book, I'll pick up the other, read a chapter, I'll switch up the books from mindset and not just copywriting, right? Like I read Tribe of Mentors. This is, I'm trying to help you guys understand that it's all it has to do is mindset of not giving up. And if you read any of these success books, every single person in here has struggled or failed or something didn't work out in the beginning. But the reason they made it to the top is because they kept going. Right now in your life, you might be struggling. You might even doubt yourself and doubt even this course. But you got to understand that's normal. It's psychology. It's in our geography, or it's like in our biology, right? I said geography. It's in us to get scared, to not go, or to stay safe, right? Or just don't go to that edge. Don't go try that. Don't risk that. But you got to realize to unbrainwash yourself, get rid of that self-doubt. And when you buy books like Tribe of Mentors, you read every night, things will change. I'll be real with you guys. Before I started reading every night, I was doing about $20,000 a month. Once I started reading, I started doing $20,000 a week. But it's a continuous battle that before you get into a bunch of success, you're going to need to understand it first, right? If you hand a poor kid a bunch of money, he's going to lose it all because he doesn't understand the success. He doesn't understand the mindset. He doesn't understand the money. And the way that you keep your money, the way that you keep growing is to mentally grow with it. If anyone listening to this works out at the gym, you need to work out your brain. And, some people might think, this is fluff. This is not fluff. I wish somebody would have punched me in the face and said this to me 5 years ago, because this would have changed my life. I would be a lot further right now if I would have been doing this. So right now, what I want you to do is go on Amazon, look at some copywriting books, and look at some ones that I'm not telling you to buy them. Maybe you got Kindle, but really start understanding mass persuasion. How to write contagious, because these are going to help you get your clients leads. And the more leads you get for the cheaper the price, the more money you're going to make in the long run. This isn't just good for this. This is for your overall talking skills, your future emails, for leading the pack, growing more businesses. Copywriting is everything. I've made over $1 million with Facebook, and I've never had to even really run too many ads because my copywriting was good. When I throw up an ad, it would work because I knew how to write copy. Doesn't matter if you could barely read. Go and learn how to write copy. So this module right now, I'm trying to explain to you the importance of continued learning before we get into the lead generation, because this is going to help you. The more you do, the more money you're going to make in the long run. In the next module, I'm going to show you how to set up everything. And this is, and you might be like, oh man, I already know how to run Facebook ads. Listen, I teach a very different way than anything you'll ever see. Everything I do is a very different way. I have a different mindset, and everything I do works. But I want to show you this, and I want you to understand that you control the keys to whatever door you want to open, and the more pages you read, the more doors will open. See you guys in the next module. What's going on, guys? Today we're going to be talking about how to get the leads for our businesses, the niches we're working with. And the way that I use and get the leads is through Facebook ads. I'm sure you've seen a million courses or a million marketers showing you how to get Facebook leads and this and that. Listen, my course is going to be totally different. Everything in this training I'm showing you is a different way and a technique that my students are using, over 70 now, and we're doing up to $10,000, $20,000 a week. So don't get discouraged if you've seen Facebook ads in your feed or your timeline. They work very well. The reason I use Facebook ads is because the method that I'm going to teach you is guaranteed to get results. It's very easy to track, and you don't have to take people to a third-party site like ClickFunnels. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a Facebook ad, but here's a prime example. As you're scrolling down your timeline, I'm going to hit mute on this so we can watch the video. You see on your feed a KFC commercial, right? I don't know why they're showing me KFC. I've never even been to KFC. And then we got another one over here selling me some sort of marketing or something like this, right? These are Facebook ads. These are called pattern interrupts. As you're scrolling your feed, you get stopped by them, and the goal is to turn you into a paying customer. And if you've never seen a Facebook ad, you need to stop this training and go and start looking at all the examples that are being used right now. And a great way to come up with, your ads also is to snapshot your favorite ones that you come across, right? Whenever I see a really good ad, I snapshot it in my phone and take a picture because I might be able to use this copy later. And so Facebook ads are how we're going to be generating the leads for our clients. And don't get discouraged. Like I said, I'm going to help you through this process. But right now, if you've never run a Facebook ad, this might be where you need to stop the video and go and look at a few and understand it. Perfect example, sponsored. They usually have sponsored on the feed so you can know that it's not a post from a friend. If it says sponsored, it is an ad. And what's good about Facebook is they've really cleaned them up so you're not getting so many lame ads. I swear every time I'd scroll down like this, I'd hit 100 different ads all at once. So it's really nice to see that they've cleaned it up and they're doing more targeting so we can make more money and actually get in front of the people that are interested in what the client or what we're actually selling. So take a little bit of time and scroll your feed and snapshot a couple of the ads before we get into this, but I'm about to get it rocking. The first thing you're going to want to do is make sure that you have your business manager set up. The best way to do that, and probably the only way, is to go to business.facebook.com. We're not going to be boosting posts from a business page. We're going to actually have a backend. And here in a second, I'm going to show you what that looks like. But make sure you go to business.facebook.com. If you haven't, create an account. And if you want to read all this nice information here, that's fine, but you're going to need a business account. So before we continue, make sure that you go to business.facebook.com, create an account. It's very simple login. Don't make it too complicated. Log in with what you got, and then once you're logged in, continue the video. Once you're logged in, you're going to want to be able to create an account, or an ad, not an account. You're going to want to create an ad, and it's probably going to look more like this. Let me pull this up. I have multiple accounts, and since you're not running ads, it probably will not show any campaigns. What you're going to want to do is click create ad. I have many different ones. I personally don't run too many ads out of my business or out of my normal page that's connected to Ll because I have a lot going on and I don't want to run an ad that isn't approved and get banned and my account be shut down for 30 days. I make a lot of money off Facebook and I have huge communities of people, so that's the last thing I would want to happen. So I rarely run too many ads from this account. You can go and create another Facebook. You can do it from your client's account, but you guys aren't influencers, or most of you guys aren't, so you don't have anything to worry about. You can actually run it, so don't be discouraged. But I run a few campaigns here and there, but I have way too much going on to just try to do everything from my ad account all the time. I have another business account that I run it from outside of my personal email, which that's kind of irrelevant. You can set it up with your account, so don't freak out here. I'm just saying, so you're not going to see thousands of campaigns being ran. You're going to see a few. And I actually ran this one just to show you that it's very easy to get leads and for the price we want them. I personally like to get leads for around $5 to $30 because if we're charging $100 a lead, wouldn't it be nice to make at least $70, right? At the very least, because you're making a ton there. If you sell 20 leads, you just made $1,400. And I hope I said that. I hope I did the math right. I might be off. But so I always say if your leads are going more than $30 and you're not in a very expensive area, like if you're in New York, your leads can go higher than $8. Higher than $30. They can go up to $50, even $100. It really just depends on what you're charging the client. I have students that are charging people between $250 for one of these leads. So before we really get into this, I kind of went on a ramble. I want you to understand this is kind of what it's going to look like. You're going to have a campaign here, and you go into your campaign and you can break everything down and all the targets. And this is not going to be a course on specific targets and all that boring stuff. It's really irrelevant. You don't need it. There's other stuff out there where you can go and learn that. I'm going to show you how to get leads between $5 and $30. And if you're getting them under $5, post in the group. I want the other members to see. It's really awesome. I get leads all the time for under $5. And the forms, I do a lead generation form. So we're not actually running leads to a website. We're running leads to fill out a form. So this isn't just, let me show you kind of what it looks like. I'm going to hit preview here. So let's say I'm targeting, let me pull this down so we can see it. My niche is, in this ad, is millionaires. We're trying to sell them a a software, right? So I'm looking and I'm targeting millionaires interested in paying monthly fee for a software where they can get access to these houses. So what it does is if they click sign up or learn more, it's going to automatically auto-populate a survey from Facebook. So as soon as they hit sign up, it's going to auto-populate their name, their number, phone number, or their email address, and it's going to go to here. It's going to say, hey, you got a lead. And I'm going to show you later on how to automate this so when a lead comes in from that ad, it actually gets automatically sent to your email, a Google Sheet, and to the client's email. So they're getting leads virtually all day and you're not sitting there having to email back and forth. So let's start. I want to just say this over and so you guys understand what we're going to be doing. I'm going to be showing you how to create an ad campaign. We're going to be using something called lead generation forms. So I want you guys to go to this. I want you guys to create your ad and I want you to get to this page and I want you to stop. We're not doing traffic. We're not doing engagements. These are all great. These are great. Like, listen, these work, but this is not how I do it. This is not how my students do it. We use lead forms. We use lead generation forms. These are built-in funnels inside of Facebook, so we don't have to go use ClickFunnels or Unbounce. This is how I get leads for under $5. For like, think about that, guys. Let's say you got a $500 marketing expense, and you can get 100 leads for $500. Dude, that can make you 6 figures, and that's why I use this. I don't want to be sending traffic to their site because let's say that they get traffic to their site. They don't have to be honest. They don't have to say, hey, you never got us anything. How are we going to know that if we're sending traffic? Engagements we're not going to know if that's a lead. But with lead generation forms, we have a tracker. We have that sheet. We have the number of leads that have come in. So they can't really deny that 30 amount of emails and numbers have touched down in your inbox and in the spreadsheet because we have control of that. So that's why I do lead generation. It's the easiest to track, keep up with, and you can get a lot of high quality leads through here. So I want you to click on lead generation because that's how we do it. And go ahead and continue. Let me actually pull this down so we can see a little bit better. Here we go. We're going to go to lead generation and hit continue. And you can name it whatever you want. This is where it gets kind of tricky and confusing for the first time. Never again. So if you do not have access to their page, it's going to be hard for you to run ads. And the best way to do that is to send your client right off the back, after he pays you, a link to make you the admin. I'm going to show you how to do that right now. All you have to do is just go straight to Google, type in Facebook admin, and then you need to just send this link, this URL. You just go up here, copy and paste, and then you can email that over to your client. And this is all he has to do. It's like 5 steps to be able to become the admin and run ads on his page. And actually, you don't even need to be the admin. You could just be the editor, I'm pretty sure. But I always ask to be the admin. The admin's the way that I want. And just go to Google and type in Facebook admin, and then you just copy and paste this link, send it to them, and that will get them to make you an admin of their pages. These are some of the pages I'm running on here. There's quite a few, actually. And make sure before you continue running the ad that you accept the terms. One time, a student called me and said, hey, I can't make it past page 1. And I was like, did you accept the terms for this page? And even though it might be in a pre-existing page, they might have not accepted these terms on that page. So, make sure you accept this. And what that looks like, I'm going to show you since we're in the training, is obviously I've accepted it, but really just a little bit of copy here. And just make sure you accept that. You can read through it. If you want to pause the video and read through it, that's fine. When it comes to creating an audience, unless we have a huge email list from the client, which 99% of the time we don't, it's not going to really do us much good. You don't really have a custom audience yet. So what I do is I strictly focus on the location of where the leads are going to be and where the client wants the leads to come from. So the first thing I ask the client is, I'm like, is there a targeted area? These are like the 4 questions you ask the client. So if you made it through this training, you don't know what to follow up and ask. Really, all you're going to be asking them is, do you have an avatar? What's their age? Where do they live? How much they make? What their interests are? Like pretty much these 4 questions. Demographics, interests, behaviors, age, and location. So let's say somebody wants to only sell to certain neighborhoods. You would ask him for 10 different zip codes. Like in Austin, you got 78613, right? That's Cedar Park. 78641, Leander. See how these connect? And even if you don't have the zip codes and he just has one and doesn't give you 10, you can go and drop pins, or you can go onto Google and type in where the richest area is, what the neighborhoods. You can find this information from Google searching, right? If you're going to be selling, high-end pools, you're not going to be wanting to target poor areas or poor parts of town. You're going to want to know where to drop your pin. You can drop a pin and then you can move it less than a mile so it looks more like that. You can target specific areas that you want to get leads from. So you're not just getting leads from anywhere. These are targeted leads. And I've actually targeted specifically through 15 area codes and nothing outside of those neighborhoods for the client because they only wanted to do business in those neighborhoods. So it's not hard. So the best way to understand this is to practice and to play with it yourself, right? Get in here. And so let's just go over the example. What I'm going to do is give you this, obviously these examples, and then we're actually going to run an ad. I'm going to actually choose a city and a niche to get you those leads from. So don't worry. But right now I'm just kind of showing you the basic, overall view, the 1,000 miles up. So the first thing you have to do is connect your page. And then you got to figure out where we're going to be targeting. Is it the whole state of Texas, right? We could be the whole state. You never know. Ask the client. And then the ages, right? If you're selling a home for $500,000 for a client who's a realtor, I doubt anyone under the age of 30 is going to buy it. And you can straight up ask them, say, who is your ideal customer that comes into your shop every day, sir? Is it someone who's 20? Who do you want to do business with? This is what you ask them. Who is your client? You can even get them on the phone and call them, say, what are the ages you want to do business with? What are the interests? Could you write me out the avatar of your ideal perfect customer? And I'm going to target them. So you got the map going. Now, you just like I said, you got to figure out the age. Is it a men's cream? Is it a women's cream? This is very important because you do not want to be selling tampons to a man, right? That's kind of hilarious. I use that analogy, that as an example. But really, it's just about understanding who your client and who they're looking for. And obviously, if they only want English speaking, that's another question. But I'm going to be honest. Most of the people you're targeting here in the United States speaks English, so you're going to be just fine. Then you get to the detailed targeting. This is where it gets interesting. Let's say you are wanting to sell pools or home renovations, right? It's really cool because you can actually look up this list on Facebook, and you can find people based on their income, their net worth. You can get into great detail. There are lists online that will show you. Net worth is 2 words, by the way. So you can really get in there and have detail, like liquid assets. So you can really get down into who you want for your customers. So you're not just bringing someone, let's say they want rich people, you're bringing someone who's broke. It's not going to go too well. Also, what's great is you can exclude people. So let's say that we're selling high-end pools. Who are you going to want to exclude? Renters. Why would a renter buy a pool for a house he doesn't own? So we'd go in here and we exclude the renters. So remember, this is your avatar. This is who you're going to be targeting. You don't want to go too crazy because, the price of the ad will go up, but kind of leave it broad. Your typical audience, you want to keep between, 100,000 and $250,000. That's just the way that I've always done it. I might be wrong. Don't quote me on that. I'm more of a copywriter and, a little more targeted. I could care less if 10,000 or 1,000,000 people see me, but I like to keep this number between 100 and 250,000 people. And, that's just how I do it. So I'm going to just rehash. You choose the area we're going to be targeting, the ages, the female, the men, right? And then we're going to detail into examples of interests, behaviors, net worths, who we're not going to want in this. And remember, I'm going to run you through at least 3 different example ad campaigns. So you're going to know exactly how to do this. Right now, I'm just giving you the rundown, short and sweet, right? So you can go ahead and save this audience. You can name it whatever you want. This is where it gets kind of important, is that ads will look different on mobile devices than they will on desktop. So when you start doing this, do one at a time. Make a mobile ad that looks better for mobile and then one that looks better for desktop. And if you get really good at copywriting, you can do all devices for that same ad. Sometimes I'm lazy and I'll do it versus just making mobile friendly and desktop. But if you're really wanting to get results and fast, I personally do it always now is the mobile and the desktop. I'm just good to where, sometimes I can just wing it, but I prefer you guys to make a mobile ad and a desktop ad and make 2 examples of each. So you're running 4 ads for your client so you can start figuring out where they're getting the most traction. Because for some services, for some reason, people buy more over the phone. Maybe the desktop's not hitting. So you don't want to be wasting your ad spend in mobile if people are only buying and signing up through the desktop. And I'm not going to get into too many details because I don't want to bore you guys. This is a training on getting results, not becoming a Facebook ad expert. But another important thing is that I'm trying to show you is the feed, right? Remember I was telling you about the feeds? I love ads in the feed because if you're not in the feed, it might come up on the right column, and I personally ignore that. You might show up on Instagram. If you're selling to 65-year-olds a product and you don't uncheck this box, everyone on Instagram is seeing your ad and you're paying for people that aren't even going to buy the product to see it. So you want to make sure that you know where your people are, right? If your demographic is under the age of 30, then you probably do want it on Instagram on the feed. But if they're not, you probably want to keep it off. So I always make sure it's pretty much just the feeds so people can think one of their friends posted it, right? I'm more prone to buying from a feed because that's where my friends post and that's where my eyes are. And you can always split test and do things your way, but in this training, all my students I teach to get them from the feed, mobile friendly and desktop. And most of the time I stay away from Instagram. I have students that go after it, but I personally don't. So, like I said, we're going to be running into some example ads here in a minute, but I want you to understand all of these parts of the Facebook ad. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 different parts of an ad. It's not hard. And then make sure that on all mobile devices, you don't want to just target, maybe if you're selling an Apple product, you want only people that have the iOS devices only, but we're not going to be selling that kind of stuff. But Facebook gets really detailed, really, but most of the time they have everything preset, so you don't have to come in here and do a lot of changing. But make sure it's on all mobile devices. Do not check the box only connected when on Wi-Fi or when connected to Wi-Fi, because a lot of people are always in their car, at work, or places that don't have outside Wi-Fi, outside their phone service. So keep that open. What I like to do is I like to do $20 a day. I don't like to go over. I don't like to go under. I think $20 a day is great because if you've got a good ad, you should be able to get at least 1 or 2 leads for $20. And if you do, then you're way under budget at the $100 budget that you have. If you can keep it under 50, you're winning. And so I like to do this. And if I have a really good ad I just go and create the same ad. I don't upgrade because this will happen. This is what Facebook will do. Is that if you have $20 a day budget and you just decide to put 50 bucks in, and I'm speaking from personal experience, so all the Facebook ad experts out there, do not quote me on but this is happening to me. I'll go in here and I'll put $50 a day. I won't necessarily get more leads. The leads will start costing more. And I could be wrong, but that's what I've noticed over the last 2 years of doing this. So instead of increasing the budget, I make it seem like I'm broke, and I just go and start 3 other ads for $20 a day. So I get 2 leads for 20 bucks, and then I have 2 other ads, and I get 6 leads for $60 that day, and the client's happy. And if we're doing 30 leads a month for $3 grand, and I get 6 in a day, in a week, I could have all of his ads up, and I spent $300, and I got $2,700 profit on that, right? But I'm going to be honest, I like to go over. I like to do 5 to 10 over. So if some of those didn't pick up, there's really no reason. How could you be mad? I brought you 40 leads. Right? Always go above and beyond. If you get cheap and you bring them the bare minimum, it's not going to look good. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Office Space, but when Jennifer Aniston wore the bare minimum of flair to her job at Tchotchkes or whatever that place she worked, the manager got mad and she's like, well, the minimum's 13. He's like, well, we want people to go above and beyond. And if you want to retain your clients, always go above and beyond and give them extra. Make sure if there's anything they can need help on, you're there. So don't try to cheap it. Oh, I got your 30, bye. Right? Wouldn't it be nice if you hired you guys and you got the 30 and the next week you brought 10, maybe even 20? Think about, do you think if you brought them 20 extra leads that they might actually spend more money? Don't get greedy, guys. People are willing to up the ante. They might be charging you $5K, but I've had people come back to me and say, dude, they have a $20,000 a month. They were just testing out for $5K. So when you think short term, you're not going to have long-term results of success. So get in there, over deliver, and like I said, I like to run a couple ads all at $20 a day, and you want to go and hit continue. Okay, so this is how I personally do it. And if you want to go and split tests and try different methods, that's fine, but I'm not going to show you things that I've never done. I'm only showing you stuff that I do. I personally do either a video or a single image, and I do single image, and I'm going to show you why I do single image in the next video, but let me get through this. We're going to be running down every piece of this so you don't have to worry. I do single image. If you don't have an image from the client, you can go in here and use whatever images they have, and don't freak out. It's not going to actually say Shutterstock when you choose your image. It's not going to say that. The reason why they have, hold on, let me show you an example. So let's say you choose an image for your client. See how it says Shutterstock? Say done, and once the image drops, or once the ad runs, they're going to remove all that. They're doing that so you don't copy and paste or snapshot or go and use their photos, because they have a partnership with Shutterstock. So I like to run one strong image. I like to even make the image custom, and I'm going to show you in the next video how to do that. But I'm just running you through a quick overview on how we're going to be generating leads. And guys, it's not going to take 100 videos. I'm not going to waste your time. I promise you, even if you do not want to run 1,000,000 leads, and this might be for your business now, you might already have a business and you might be the plumber, you might be the renovator, you might be the niche that my people are targeting from this course. This is something you're going to want to learn, because you're able to get so many leads, not only for your clients, but for yourself, your family, your friends, other businesses. This is the key. So I like to do one image. And, the text here is very important. This is kind of where you start telling the story. This is where you use that hypnotic writing in that book I referred to you early. Display text is, our link is going to be their website. So you're going to actually bring them more traffic to their website, not needing to. But that's fine. They're not going to complain if you get them the 30 leads they paid you for, and then know deep down that you brought some extra traffic they're not used to on the website. It's going to look good. So later in this, I'm going to show you how to type out the headline, the newsfeed link, which button works for you, and then I'm going to show you how to set up a lead generation form. And that's pretty much it on Facebook ads. And then on another video, I'm going to teach you how to automate it using tools where you get a lead that comes in, you don't have to check Facebook every day. It'll actually come into your inbox, the client's inbox. I'm going to show you how to automate the entire process. But I really just wanted to give you a rundown through the lead form, how to write the text, the media, the pictures we use, the format. Are we going to use multiple images? And just everything, guys. It's not hard at all to do this. And it's literally a 10-step process. And I'm going to run you through it. And we're going to be choosing 3 of the top niches to create an ad for. And we're going to choose the city. And I'm going to show you how to continue and run your ads. So stick with me here. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, guys. So today we're actually going to be running an ad from start to finish. I'm going to show you how to set up the entire campaign, how to write the copy, how to do the targeting. And I'm going to go ahead and choose the city and my favorite niche. And before we get this thing rolling out, I'm going to tell you what niche we're going to be going after, and that is the pool builders. The reason I like pool builders is because pools range between $15,000 all the way up to millions of dollars. So if you're charging $3 to $5 grand and they close 1 or 2 pool deals, they're going to make a 5-figure profit. So they're probably going to keep you on. You're not expecting to sell 30 pools because they probably can't build it, but it's a great niche because of the ROI for the client. I have a lot of success in this. So the first thing you're going to want to do is click, obviously, create ad. And then remember, we do only lead generation. And so the first thing you're going to want to do is, if you've never run a pool ad, or you don't know anything about the pool, then you're going to want to go to Google. And you're going to want to do a little research, right? You're going to want to look and see if anyone has ran any previous campaigns for Facebook ads. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So when you're at Google, you can easily just type in pool Facebook ads. So we can get some inspiration, right? You want to know what pools are selling for, what people are saying to sell pools, and you might not even use these, but this is great. See how there's an ad for women, ad for men, how they have 2 separate, right? So you might even want to split test it. So remember how in the overview I was talking about having ads specifically for men and women, and this is a prime example, or just mobile and desktop. This is a great way to compare, because obviously this is going to attract the man, it's going to attract the woman, but this is a great way to get inspiration and get ideas for your ad. So right now, if you're thinking of your niche that you have already come up with after the previous training videos, go ahead and maybe even pause this video and type in Facebook ads for that niche. It might be home building, it might be dentist, it might be somebody on that line of work, but the best way to get motivation is to go and see what's already out there. And a great way of doing that is just a quick Google search, right? As soon as you get copyright and you start understanding your niche, it's going to get easier over time to write the ad copy and put up ads. And what's good about it is, let's say your niche is building pools. You can kind of take the same style in writing and apply it. So if you have an ad that's working in Florida, you might be able to go in California and run it. You might have to change the image a little bit. But that's what I love about running ads is, once you have your niche, it gets easier and easier because you've already had the success. You already know exactly what to say. So go ahead and get back to Facebook. So make sure that right off the back you connect to the right page. You don't want to be running a pool builder on 8-hour energy patches, right? It's not going to look that good, and it might throw some people off. And if you are not an admin of this page, this will not show up. So make sure you go to Google and type in Facebook admin
and send your client the link unless he tells you not to and he doesn't want you running it on his page, right? But they usually don't have a problem. So you go here and you copy and paste this link at the top. Obviously, you can send that to your client via email and you should have this. So let's pretend that this is the pool builder we're working with, and I'm going to give it location Miami. So unless we have a list of people we're targeting and we want to create a look-alike list, what that is that, let's say you guys have an email list from the client of people that have inquired over the last 5 years on his website. You can upload that and then you can hit create lookalike. And what that will do is it will create an audience that matches their previous interests. So, you're more prone to getting clients that look like your, people of interest. It's crazy. It's like duplicating. Let's say that you have 10 friends and, Facebook wants to get you 10 more. What they're going to do is they're going to take the attributes, the style of people that you're friends with, and they're going to create 10 others that have the similar interests, maybe like smoothies, maybe are about health, and they're going to put this ad in front of them. So if you ever get a list from a client, it's very easy to go ahead and add lookalike audiences. But right now, the pool builder that we're working with in Miami did not give us a list. So obviously we do not want the whole United States if we're selling pools in Miami. So what you're going to do is exit out of that. And then you're going to want to choose the area we're doing business in. And obviously make sure you're in the right city because there's a Miami, Oklahoma, there's a Miami, Florida, right? So make sure that you choose the right areas. And look at it, there's so much of that on the water. This is wasted space. So I'm going to go ahead and drop some pins. And if the client wants to be specific, he wants to do the neighborhoods, you're going to have to figure out the area codes that he wants to do them in. And you can target pretty easily. So let's say he says, Gallant, I only want to do business with people that make millions of dollars in Florida. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Google. I'm going to type in richest zip codes in Florida. And they're going to give me a list. So I'm going to go ahead and take these notes down. So I'm going to go here and type in here, let's delete what we have here. Let's just go ahead and do the targeting, detailed targeting, right? So Miami Beach, look at that. It looks like a freaking island. So yeah, I hope that's rich. We're going to choose this one next. And this is just an example. You can miss a few here. I'm just showing you how detailed you can get with these ads and how you can get into targeting so you can make your client happy. Make sure you don't click Lithuania right there. I can't even say it, a different country, because some of these numbers will show up. Like, I'll give you an example. See how that has a different country? Make sure you click the Florida part. And, you can just use this as an example, right? So we keep targeting. So these, this is who your client wants to do business with. These are the people that are doing $1 million pools. Some people like to sell cheap pools, and we can write an ad for selling cheaper pools. See how I accidentally clicked that and said in Spain? Very good, I caught that. You don't want to be charging outside of Spain. So right off the back, we already have an audience size of 220,000. Remember I said I like to keep it between 100 and 220. If you get it over, who cares? It's just more people that are potential leads. And the bigger and the more versatile the product or ad is, the higher this is going to go up. If everyone drinks water, so if you're selling a water product, hopefully there's going to be more people interested in water than a small fraction. And let's keep it transparent. If the client doesn't tell you the age of the person they want to do business with, you got to kind of wing it. And I'm going to be transparent. I doubt anyone over or under the age of 30 is considering buying in these areas, right? So, and I'm going to be honest, the 65-year-olds are probably not putting in a custom pool, and they might be. I don't know this niche. This is something you'd have to ask your client. Give us who your avatar is, where they live, how old are they, how much money they make, what their interests are. I'm going to do 60 because there's not a lot of 65-year-olds that swim every day. That's just from my own personal knowledge, So, and then my client obviously wants to build high-end pools. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to exclude people making, let me go ahead and move this down so you can see it. I'm going to base it off of income, right? So I'm looking for people that make over 6 figures. So I'm going to do income 6. Type in the incomes I want to choose. Let me scroll down so you can see this. We're going to do income 7. We're going to get more detailed targeting. Income. Let's just do 8, and then let's do income 9 this should be over 500,000. There we go. And then let's do home value, right? So we're looking for people that make 6 figures that own homes, right? We want to make sure that we're not just targeting people that make 6 figures because people rent, so it could look bad. So we got people that
make over six figures and over 500,000. They own a home, and we can stop there. I don't want to get too crazy into details, but you can go even better. But let's go ahead and exclude renters. Let's exclude people that are renting, because why would someone renting buy a house? And so we got renters, and then let's see people that are maybe interested. Apartments are fine, but obviously everybody who lives in an apartment is a renter, or most of them. And if they're not, maybe we can add apartments. See, you don't really even need to do that. I would just say, maybe here we go. See if that changes the number. So there's 60,000 people. What I would do to get this number up even further is go back to the zip codes and get the rest of them, the ones I didn't get. So we got, let's go here. Let's get the zip code. So we can get that number back up to 100,000. The more people, the better. It's just my personal experience. There's other coaches that teach things differently. But from what I like to teach, I do things my way. It works, right? So we're going to go here, and we're going to put that there. And so we should be at close. We're almost there. We're almost back to 100,000. Doesn't have to be right on the mark. I just like a lot of people seeing my stuff. See, I almost chose France. It's not even showing that zip code here. So what I'm going to do is Coconut Grove, so I don't choose France. Wow, so it's not even showing up on Facebook. Actually, there it is. Perfect. That just went all over the place. So what we're going to do is go ahead and put that down to 1 mile. So that area, 1 mile. So we got about 100,000. That's good. So let's kind of recap over everything, guys. We connected our page, which we don't have the page because this is a niche we're doing. And we have the audience size about 100,000, which isn't bad. We have the actual areas, top 10 richest areas of home buyers in Florida that we're going to market or add to sell pull to. And we have everything, making sure everything looks good. Let's zoom out and kind of look at where our targets are. It looks about right. Got it by the water. This looks like a pretty area. We've targeted the people that we're going to be, the ages between 30 and 60. And if we're going to be running an ad towards men, we're going to choose men, or we're going to run towards women, we're going to choose women. I'm going to be transparent. Since I know the niche very well, I know the ad gets a lot more women leads versus men. So I personally would choose mainly women. So that would cut the audience down in half. So in order to increase that, we add some more locations. We can even expand, right? You can expand versus just 1 mile. You can even go out to 2 miles, like right here for Coconut Grove. Since we dropped the pin, we can go ahead and put 2 miles, right? And even if you guys get out of the territories, remember, let's say that we're targeting the hood, right? Let's see, this is the hood. There's obviously some ghetto places, and there's nothing wrong with that, but they're not going to have the money. It doesn't really matter because we're only targeting people that make 6 figures plus and own homes and have a home value of, we can even do home value to where it is, be over 500,000. So, obviously this is somebody who can afford a high-end pool. So we go over, so let's do 6, home value. So it really doesn't need to go too detailed unless the client is specifically looking just to be in that area. But here we go right here. We got people that make over 6 figures that live in houses that that own their house that have a house that's worth over 500,000 all the way up to 2 million plus. Let's see if we can go even higher. Because the reason why our audience had dropped so much is because I just chose only women. So only women in this area, and I make sure to target some of these areas outside of here. I can even make that smaller. Women of the ages are women making over 600,000, or not 600,000. Women are households, not even just women, that are doing 6 figures a year, that own a house, that have a home value of $2 million, or between 500,000 and 2 million, or over 2 million. Excuse me, sorry guys. But we got our potential reach is great. And what I'm going to do, guys, is just go ahead and go back to all, because I'm going to write the copy for not just women. I'm going to do one versatile that you can run for yourself that doesn't need to be niched down to just females or male, which eventually you're going to want to, but it doesn't necessarily need to happen, not really. So we got close to 100,000. I like to keep between 100,000 and 2 million, or not 2 million, 250,000. Sorry, guys. And obviously, I do not want this on Instagram.
because people that are going to be buying a $100,000 pool are not typically on Instagram. I'm going to be wanting it in the feed. So we got all devices. That's right. We got it all mobile. Okay. We got our $20 a day. Perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down here and we're going to hit continue. And remember, I always like to do one image, and you can do a carousel, but I do one image. And I'm going to show you guys how to build a custom image for this, because I want to do a pattern interrupt. I don't want just a basic picture like this. It's boring. And then I'm going to show you how to write the copy. So let's say that we go here and we type in pools. People in their mind are already engineered to scroll past an ad. Like this is a cute little ad to stop you, but this isn't going to get someone to want to pull. So if the client has a custom pull that he's previously built, the more organic, the more real it looks, the easier it is to get traction, right? People want a pull that they can relate to, and I'm going to be honest, this is not the pull that I would use because we're attracting high-end, wealthy clients, right? This looks like a pull that you would get in a $100,000 house, right? So you're going to want to know what a pull looks like to the demographic you're reaching out to, and the best way of doing that is going to Google and looking. So you go to Google, you type in maybe custom pools, Florida. Let me pull this up, custom pools, Florida. Maybe go here and get some inspiration on the images, right? So like, obviously this looks nothing like a Florida pool. This looks nothing like a custom Florida pool. These look more like it. Like this is enchanting, right? If we're going to be selling to that rich area, this works amazingly. And this is before and after. That's a great little image. I would go here and I would get something bright. I wouldn't want it to be dark. This is great. It looks real. And I would, figure out a way to use this image. I don't think there might be some legalities, so you don't have to, but the client should have some realistic images of before and after pictures. So let's say the client gave me this image. What I'm going to go and do is snapshot this with my computer. You can even save image as over here, I believe. So I now have this image. What I'm going to do is do something even crazy that I don't even think they teach in other ad courses. So check this out. This is what I'm about to get into. So what I like to do when I have my image, which now that I saved it, is I'm actually out of Google right now. I'm actually in an app called Pixelmator on my MacBook. Or my iMac. It's only on the iOS store. I don't know if you guys have Photoshop or any skills, and you don't have to do this. Listen, you do not have to do what I'm about to do, but this to me is going the extra mile. This to me is how to get those results. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload the image, and then I'm going to show you guys something cool. So this is what I like to do to go the extra mile. And you don't have to do this, but I realized I get a lot of crazy success from doing this. So we all can agree that on Facebook ads, there is a lot of, repeat stuff, and on posts, what's going to get someone to stop to look at your poll? Like, is there words? Can we, you got your picture, but what I call and what I like to do is something called a pattern interrupt. Pattern interrupt is an image that stops them in their tracks. Like, what the hell is this? And a good way of doing pattern interrupts is having a picture like this and then having an arrow, right? Like a bright red arrow. So I don't even know if this is bright enough. Actually, it's not terrible. Let me see if I can make this a little bit lighter. So a arrow like this is a pattern interrupt because, like, imagine you're scrolling, you see this picture, you're going to stop and see what the hell this arrow is pointing at. And so that's a really good way to grab someone's attention, is by having some sort of, software or some sort of program like this, so you can go and add cool stuff to your pictures, right? Let's say you got an arrow right here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to add a circle, and I'm going to go in here and watch this. Here we go. I don't know why it's, here we go. I'm going to try that. Why is it doing black and white? What the heck? I don't want any colors. Okay, no, there we go. Let me grab my drink. Make sure you're staying hydrated when you're going on the skies. You don't want to be dehydrated. You can do something like that. Make sure colors blend. So you can do like arrow here and then like maybe a bright red circle there, or maybe just the arrow, or maybe I wouldn't do both. I would do maybe one or the other, or maybe add two of these guys, right? I'm going to go ahead and what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to add another one. I'm going to go up here to the top and do duplicate layer. And I'm going to go and add like these. So I'm going to delete this arrow. I'm going to just have these bad boys here. And, and just have that on the image. Maybe like right here so they can see it, right there where they can see it. Pattern interrupts. That's what this is called. And then I'm going to copy and paste that. And then I'm going to go back to my ad and use this as the image, because it's kind of weird, right? Actually, I'm going to do this. And you don't have to do this. You can even say 0 down, like in red letters, stuff like that to grab their attention. But there's a lot of ways to do it, or have an arrow, right? So we can just go ahead and throw this arrow up. People love that kind of stuff. We got a little arrow right there. It's a little bit different. And it's psychology, guys. It's like subliminal, like pointing, get yourself a pool, get yourself a pool, go buy here, go do this. And it's a lot better than just throwing up a random image. It'll interrupt their day. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and upload the image. See if I have it. Here we go. So there it is. And remember, guys, you don't have to use this. Maybe the client wants you to use something specific. But since I'm in control right now, I like to have fun. I like to do this for ads. I like to have cool different things on there. So obviously you can't see it because of the cropped. It doesn't look good. So what I'm going to do is have to go and edit it by cropping the image here. Just click this button and now it will look a lot better. And I'm going to be honest, for a high-end pool, it might be better off not having that. But let's say you're doing alarm systems, renovation, you could definitely point things out in the picture to get people to move forward with the call to action. But on this, you don't have to do it. I just think it's kind of cool, kind of subliminal. You can have an arrow here, one here, pointing all at the pool. It'd be kind of fun. It'll be kind of switch it up, especially if you're calling out the lady who's been interested in the pool in the last 6 months. So I'm just going to use this as an example, and we're going to continue moving forward with that. So right off the bat, if you own a pool, how can I grab your attention? What's going to make me grab your attention? What's going to connect with you? What's going to resonate with you when we're writing this copy? The first thing I want to do, what's going to resonate, is I'm going to call out the area by location. So I'm going to say residents of Miami, right? So it doesn't look like just any normal ad. And if you're targeting a certain city, you can have anything you want to say. Residents, citizens of, homeowners of, residents. I might do homeowners. Actually, I might just say residents, because obviously we're targeting only homeowners. So maybe just homeowners. Homeowners of Miami. So right off the bat, I'm calling out who I'm targeting. Targeting homeowners of Miami. Like if you saw an ad that just had the ad, that's great. But when you make it specific to the targeted area, it's going to make them feel a type of way, like, oh my God, this is specifically speaking to me because I live in Miami. I'm in this area. So I always try to target, or, I call out who I'm looking for. And I'm looking for homeowners of Miami. That's who we're looking for. Might as well call them out on the headline. And what I do is I start writing out the copy. It doesn't need to be perfect right off the bat. I just throw something out there, right? So and you got to get in the mind of your customer. Don't just think that, oh, I think this will sound good. You got to get in the mind of what they think, right? Let's get psychology. Since we're targeting some females, the ritzy. I'm getting the mind of a female owner of a house, ritzy. I'm going to put something like this. I want to make all of your neighbors Here we go. I'm going to say something like, want to make all your neighbors jealous. This is just a joke right here, jealous, but it works. I've used this before. Want to make all your neighbors jealous this summer with a brand new custom pool. Right? So, right off the bat, homeowners of Miami want to make all your neighbors jealous this summer with a brand new custom pool. Right? So, it's just, you're throwing something out there. The key to copywriting is just putting something out there, coming back and fixing, changing this letter here, doing that. It's all about doctoring it up. So we're just going to say Miami custom pools here, custom pools here. So we got where obviously the site is, it's Miami custom pools. Want to make all your neighbors jealous, right? So importance, how I do my emails. How I do my ads is there's 4 different things I want to make sure that are in this email, right? I want to make sure I call them out by name. I want to make sure there's an offer, an irresistible offer, not just any offer. I want there to be some curiosity. I want there to be some scarcity. So right now, let's say this is just for the desktop. If it was on mobile, this little newsfeed description does not work. They do not see that. So what I like to do here is I like to have some sort of irresistible offer with some scarcity. Scarcity means they have a limited time only to get this offer. I'm going to say free water slide. This is an example. Free water slide with every purchase in the month of January only. So right off the back, there's some direct benefit. They're getting some benefit. I don't know if Facebook's going to show it here, but in the ad, after you get the, okay, so great, they are. So free water slide with every purchase in the month of January only. So if they go ahead and they go and get a pool, they now have a water slide, and it's kind of rushing them to sign up for, more information. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click learn more. I do not want to sign up. I want to learn more, because you can't really buy a pool, sign up to buy a pool. You're going to want to learn more. So right now I have the basics out. I'm calling out them homeowners of Miami, right? This is where I need to come up with a catchy title, a tag, right? And then I need to come up with something else to persuade them to move forward, right? Because this isn't really a call to action. This is just showing some benefit and some scarcity. So I need to figure out something here. If you're selling the low-end areas, or anyone really, you can say zero down. You can say zero down on all. Since it's title, you want to make sure everything's capitalized. Zero down on all custom pools. So right here, there's some sort of benefit. Homeowners of Miami, zero down on all custom pools, right? So maybe they have great credit. Maybe they don't want to drop a lot of money. I know a lot of rich people, they like off credit. You can ask who their ideal customer is, what kind of offers they have, but I've had a lot of success saying like zero down on all custom pools. And so I'm going to get back to this. We're going to change that. But remember, if you got an idea, throw it out so you don't forget. So you just have something out there and you always come back and make it better. So want to make all your neighbors jealous this summer with a brand new custom pool? Don't miss out. We're going to do this. Don't miss out on all the fun. Don't miss out on all the fun. Don't miss out on all the fun like you. I'm just going to say don't miss out on the fun. I'm just going to throw something out there. I'm going to edit it. So don't miss out on the fun this summer. Don't miss out on the fun this summer. Set up a call with set up a free call. I like to use trigger words too. If that's something you know about me, I always use psychology words, like words that give actions and take away their fears. People are they don't want to spend money. So right now we're waving with the zero down. We got the free call. We got the free water slide. We're adding a lot of different things in here, a lot of different benefits, and we're really emphasizing on those benefits. So don't miss out on all the fun this summer. Set up a free call with one of our pool specialists so we can bring your dreams to life, right? So people love the dreams, right? And I like to keep these between 3 and 4 sentences. I don't want them to have to click learn more. And I like to give them something. Set up a free call with one of our specialists so we can bring your dreams to life. You can even say in here, pool dreams to life, just so you emphasize on we're selling pools. And we're not saying anything that's not legitimate. The client, depending on credit, they do have a lot of in-house financing. We have the opportunities here, and we have our pattern or interrupt on the image, which you don't have to add, especially for custom pools, but I like to add it. I think it looks kind of cool, and this looks like a real pool. And let's kind of talk a little bit more about images, right? The last thing you want this to do is look like an ad. When it looks like an actual opportunity or something of interest, they're going to be more prone to clicking on this. But if you use just a regular super Photoshop pool picture, it might scare them. So let's go over the copy now too. So try to make it as much organic as possible. I don't care if the quality is not as good as something you see up on the top. When it looks like this, it looks more real, it looks more natural, it looks like something they can relate to. So in my copy, in my body, I call everybody out directly for who they are, and then I offer the opportunity in the headline. I don't go off and make it too long. I say, listen, zero down on all custom pools, here's another thing I used to do. Zero down on all custom pools. Starting at, let me tell you how this was crazy, starting at $14,999. So what I did for this is I had a client And this was a true story. He had pools, and I said, what do the average pools go for in your area? He said, most pools start at $20,000. So what I did is I dropped the price to $15,000, as you can see here. And he was like, why are you doing that? I said, well, you can upsell it, right? But if they think that the price is going to be better than everyone else, you got zero down and you're $5,000 less, they're going to give you a shot, you know? He's like, what do you mean? I said, well, have you ever been to a dealership where you saw a car advertised like $19.99, you're going to get yourself a brand new Honda Accord, and you get there and they're like, oh yeah, we have that, but it doesn't have seats, doesn't have leather, doesn't have the radio. So that's up to them. But what this is going to do is it's going to bring traffic to them. And since we've already done the vetting through who we're targeting, we're not attracting broke people by offering this offer, right? Say we do have a $14.99 special, and then but this, and this, and this, and turned it into now it's $32.79, right? So I have an opportunity, something they've never seen. I've lowered the price cheaper than most people have, and I have zero down. So let's kind of go over from the start. Want to make all your neighbors jealous this summer with a brand new custom pool? It sounds exciting. Don't miss out on all the fun this summer. Set up a free call with one of our pool specialists so we can bring your pool dreams to life, right? Obviously, I can come back, spruce that up, make it better. That's what copywriting is. But let's get down to the headline. Homeowners of Miami, zero down on all custom pools starting at $14.99. News description, free water slide with every purchase in the month of January only. So right now, if you've been interested in the pool recently and you see an ad like this, like shit, I can get it cheaper than I've ever been able to get it. I can now get a free water slide, and I got time. You know, you're going to want to request more. You got a pattern interrupt. You got the 3 sentences selling you on it. Got the call to action. And so I like this ad, you know, and since I'm not the best at spelling, sometimes I have my assistant or Chelsea come in here and she'll make sure everything's spelled right. But that's what I do. You know, obviously it wouldn't say Carolina Financial Network, it'd be the client we're running the pool ad for. But this looks pretty good. You know, there's not too much going on. We're straight to the point. I'm not writing out a sales letter. I'm just getting them to find out more. And I'm offering a lot of irresistible offers in this. And I use the trigger words, right? Always have a free. People love free. And when they see free, it stops them. It's kind of like a pattern interrupt itself. I'm capitalizing on words that people would interest them. I'm showing the opportunity. You have to have a call to action. The call to action is set up a free call. And the benefit is the zero down on the custom pools and the free water slide and the scarcity. Remember, there's the things I like in the ads. The scarcity, the benefit. So we got the scarcity right here. We got the benefit. And we also now have the call to action. So we have all the things I like. We're calling them out by name. I almost might even sound repetitive about it, but we're shouting them out by name. So we're calling them out by name. We're offering the opportunity, the benefit. We have our scarcity. We have our trigger words, and we have our call to action. So write those 4 things down. Call to action, who we're targeting, our benefit, and our scarcity. Call to action, remember, who we're targeting, the benefit, and the scarcity. And I'll write that down, or if there's any questions on that, feel free to reach out to me. But that's how you kind of write the copy. You have all those triggers. You have trigger words, all the goods. So we got the learn more. What we're going to need to do now before we can launch this ad is go ahead and create a lead form. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create multiple ads in this training, so don't freak out. If you didn't catch something, you'll learn in the next ad. So let's go ahead and do a new form. So the headline, set up a free call today. So free call today. Say, hey, Florida residents. You can even say, hey, Florida residents. Set up a free call today, right? And you can use any image. You can use another image. Obviously, you might not even need the pattern interrupt there. You can actually have like the storefront of the business, right? Or you can use another pool. And then you go here to questions. I always ask for the phone number, email, and full name. And if you want, you can ask for the address if that's what the client prefers. But email, full name, phone number, easy for them to fill out. You know, they might not know where you live. They might just be calling, and if they think that you know that they live in a rich area, they might be scared to give you that information because they think you're going to charge more, right? So phone number, name, and email, so you can follow up via email or phone. And then the privacy policy. The privacy policy, most of the websites should have. You need to ask if they have a website disclaimer because legally they should have it. If not, if you don't know where to find it, you can just use their website link in both of these. Just copy and paste Miami custom pools here if you cannot find the disclaimer, but realistically they should have one on their website with the URL. Then you're going to go ahead and click thank you screen. We're all set here. If there's anything you want to add or change, the client might have something, and then you can add the Miami custom pools, because sometimes they don't want to wait and they want to go directly to the pool, but that's fine because now you're getting more leads. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save, and you can actually change this name so you stay organized and you remember. So we're going to say Miami custom pools. We have the date so we can remember. Save and then finish. So obviously I need to go ahead and add a little more paragraph. Sorry. We can just say here, speak to one of our specialists so we can bring your pool dreams to life. And you can even ask them if there's anything the client wants you to add in here. I'm just kind of using this as an example. Since I didn't use the Miami custom pool.com, right? So we're just going to do this. And we're going to go hit save, and now we should be good. It should work. Bam. See, if it doesn't work, like I said, fill in the blanks. You should be fine. And then once you have everything set up on the ad, you're going to want to continue. Hit continue. What this is going to do, which it's not going to do for me because I probably missed a few things, is it's going to set up an ad and it's going to be in review. And once it's at a review, it's going to be either approved or denied. Obviously, most times it's going to be approved, and you're going to be able to turn it on and off. So let's kind of figure out how we can turn that on and off or check on it. Since we haven't set up any automation, which I'm going to show you how to do some of the next modules coming up. So I go back to the back end, and you see where it says pending? I'm going to go ahead and turn that off because it's not a real ad. You just turn it on and off. You can check on how many leads are coming in, right? So let's say pretend this is the ad we're running. You can just click in here. Go ahead and click on there. And then what you can do is you can go directly and download the dates that you want. You can easily download it in CSV or Excel. So you can say organize if you want to see what the copy looked like. You can come in here and see what it looks like on mobile or desktop. And then you can just go here and click OK. But that's it. That was one of the first ads. We can go back over the copy real quick so we can remember everything we talked about. But I'll run a few more examples, but it's not rocket science. It's not hard, guys. It's just having those pattern interrupts, writing the copy, calling out the areas, and over the next few modules, I'm going to bring out more different niches, different examples, so make it all easy for you to understand, and then I'm going to show you how to automate the whole process. So don't worry, I got your back. What's going on, guys? I got a special treat for you today. So I'm going to be showing you how to automate your lead. So whenever a lead comes in through one of your Facebook lead generation forms, it can go into a Google spreadsheet that's shared with your customer, and also it could send either a text or an email to your customer as soon as that lead comes in. So it automates the process. Before, I didn't even know you could do this. So every time a lead had to come in, I had to check my Facebook like 3-4 times a day to get those out to the customers. It was very annoying. Also, they weren't closing as many because the customer or the lead that came in for the customer was already moved on to the next thing, right? You want to make sure that your leads get to your clients fast, and this is the fastest way. And what the surprise is, I've actually brought down one of my star students, Jared McKenzie. I think he's made almost $50,000 a month with this training. This is actually one of his techniques that he showed me after I mentored him. So he's going to be answering some questions I might have during this training process. But it's a treat to have you here, Jared. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Gallon.
All right. So first thing we're going to want to do is we're going to go into our drives to create our sheet. The sheet is what we're going to be sharing with the client. So when a lead comes in, he can always keep track and we can keep track of that. The first thing you're going to want to do is go to New. You're going to want to go to Google Sheets. And when you're in here, you're going to want to name it, because if you got 10 different customers or clients, you want to make sure that you have it all organized. So we're just going to call this Dr. Example 1. And what you're going to want to do is after you name it, you're going to want to go and give specific fields to fill out. So you got your name, you got your number, you got your email, and if there's anything else you want to add after the ones that I had, that's fine, but these are the ones that I set up. And you got the date. Okay, so we got all of our stuff, and then this up here, as soon as you have everything set up, you can go ahead and type in your client's email address and
hit done, and you can share this with him. So at any time he can go in here and see how everything's looking. All right, now let's go over to Zapier. Zapier is a tool that can connect you to Pipedrive, to Facebook ads. It's one of these connecting tools. It's very awesome. It's an integration platform. First thing we're going to want to do when you're in Zapier is you're going to want to make an account. They have free plans to try it. And so you might want to stop this video if you don't have an account, but make an account and then continue forward. You have at least a 2-week free trial period, but you're going to want to keep it a little bit longer. Now that you've made your account, first thing you're going to want to do is go back and you're going to want to make a zap. Click a zap. And today we're going to be connecting the Facebook lead generation to a Google Sheet. So you're going to want to be able to go to Facebook lead ads. Am I correct, Jerry? We on the right? Perfect. So go and make a new trigger. So I'm just going to go. Is there anything you want to add, Jared, on this?
Yeah, you definitely want to name your zap at the top left.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely. He's totally right. We're going to say Dr. Example 1, so we stay organized. I almost forgot the name. Sometimes I'm very unorganized, so that's why I brought Jared in this one. And then we're going to want to go to Save and Continue. And then we're going to, if you don't have a connected account, make sure you connect your Facebook account. And I've connected it to Dr. Gallant Leads. So what we're going to do today is we're going to connect the page of the client that we're actually running it for, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So click here and choose the page. I'm going to be using Modern Living Coverage as an example. I run a lot of life insurance leads for this company, so we're going to go ahead and choose the form that we're running under, and we're just going to click the form, and make sure you name your forms. I didn't name this form, but when you're running them, make sure you stay organized. Make sure you name your zaps, you name your sheets, and you name your forms. This is a little older ad before I used to automate it, but we're just going to use this one for now. You can always skip tests, but I always like to connect and continue to make sure it's going to work fine. See, test successful. All right. So now that we've connected that lead generation ad, we're going to connect it to your Google Sheets. So the client can now access the leads coming in. And then we're going to, after that, do it to where he gets an email every time the leads come in, or a secretary, or whoever handles the leads, his style team. But we're going to start with connecting it to our Google Sheet. So the first thing you're going to want to do is create spreadsheet row. Connect account. If you don't already have an account, you probably don't since this is your first time. And then you're going to want to save and continue. Then you're going to be able to pull up the actual sheet that you're connecting. Remember, we have Dr. Example 1 as our sheet. And then what we're going to do is make sure on here that you have it under sheet 1. Let me scroll so you can see how it's sheet 1. Sometimes Google Sheets gives you options of multiple sheets. So if you get like 6 months of the same client, it could be month 1 could be sheet 1 or sheet 2, But right now, you just make sure it's connected to sheet 1. And so on my sheet, I have the email. We're going to actually, I didn't mean to click their email. Sorry about that. We're going to add the name first. So full name is. Then we're going to add their phone number. Here's their phone number. And then we're going to add their email. And then we're going to add the date. So as you scroll down here, created time. So what this is it integrates from Facebook these accurate names. So you got Nancy is the name, number, email, date, right? So you want to make sure these are accurate. So you don't want to have the date would be her name, right? So you want to make sure these are in order. And it's very easy. Just click here like you just saw me do. And if you got to watch this module multiple times, that's fine. It took me 3 or 4 times of learning this training myself before I could actually do it. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to send a test to the sheet. So let's see if we got something on our sheet. What do you know? We got Nancy, first lead. Yay! So if when your leads come in through your ads, it's going to look like this on the sheet, and this is going to be shared with your client. Now let's show you how to automate it to where it goes out to an email to your client. So it's not just going to a sheet. And what's good about Zapier, if you want to even go even further, you can even have it send them a text when the leads come in. Imagine if it went to the sheet, the email, and the text, but I'm not going to actually do the text because a lot of clients will get annoyed by that. We can just do the email. So now that we've added the spreadsheet, let's go ahead and add our email zap to it. So you're going to want to go to email, send outbound email. So this is going to go to the client. And this is where you're going to want to
So the first thing you're going to want to do is the to right here is where it's going. So if it's going to you, make sure you want to CC yourself, even though you can CC yourself down here. You can have up to 5 names mentioned. So let's say it's Dr. Example 1 at gmail.com is who it's going to. Subject, you can always say something like new lead. Let them know we're here. And this is good because clients see this guys and they're like, wow, like these guys are working hard. I see their emails all freaking day. New lead from, you know, let's just say Gallant Dill Marketing. And then the body, you can go ahead and you're going to want to do something like this. Name. Let me pull this off so you guys don't have to hear all that background noise. So name, number, email. Oops. Gosh, sorry guys, I can't type today. You know how it goes. And then date, we'll just put time. So let me separate these, make it look a little prettier. And then, Jared, do you just click on the new lead?
Yeah, but when you do that, you want to click next to the column that you're going to use. So
yeah, okay. So click next to the name, new lead. You're going to want to do full name. So this means that it's in the email body. The name from the lead is going to actually show up right here. So you want to click on those and then add it from the new lead. That's right. And then email. Make sure you do this, guys. Even if you got to watch this 3 or 4 times, it's completely fine. And then the date. So the date created time. So let's kind of go over that. So Dr. Jeff and whoever on his team is going to be emailed instantly when a lead comes in. It's going to say new lead from your marketing company. Don't make sure not to put Gallant Dill Marketing and whatever steps you want it to say. And make sure you click and then add it from the lead form what you want to show up there. And then if you want an attachment, you can add that from. It can say Gallant Dill Marketing or GDM, right? And then reply whatever, or you can CC, BC, whatever you want. That's completely fine. And I personally don't do much after that. I just continue. Click continue. So make sure you want to send a test so it goes through. Obviously, this is going to go through to Dr. Example at Gmail, which is fine. It's cool. And then you're going to want to hit finish. Perfect, guys. If there's any questions, you can always reach out in the group, but that's about it. You know, we got, and you can turn on your Zap at the end. So make sure your Zaps are automating, and you should be good to go. If these aren't on, it won't run. So go see in your dashboard real quick. Our Zap, what our Zap is right now is a lead comes in through Facebook, goes into our shared Google spreadsheet. Then it goes to an email form that is sent to ourselves and the client. You can also add phone or anything else. You can ask them what they would like, and you know, it's really up to you from there. But that's it. You can turn this on and off at any time. So you know, turn off the campaign. That's how you do a automation for your Facebook ads to keep you guys not having to reach out every day. And every other Friday, you might want to send them an email checking in on them, see if they have any questions, right? Follow up to keep them retained. But that's how you do it, guys. Hey, what's going on, guys? So today we're going to go over the basic branding of your brand pretty much, and also we're going to do a quick overview and run through of the entire program so you guys can kind of close out and know exactly the order. So before we get into the closeout and run through the whole training overview real quick, I want you to understand that your brand is very important. You want to make sure that you have clean images, you're not partying, you look good when people look you up, because your clients will look you up. They will Google search you. So if you don't have a professional photo, you're out screwing around, you know, and you're not cleaned up, you're out partying, they might not do business with you, right? If they look you up and you don't have any friends, you look sketchy, and they will, they're not going to want to do business. You're not going to be able to sell $1 million in services if you look like a $10 service provider. That's a fact. So make sure that you get some professional headshots taken. You can always go get yourself a little press release. Just go to Google and write up a little press release on your business. Make sure your business pages look good and active. Make sure that people know exactly what you do and you're not hanging out with a bunch of bad influences. And make sure your page looks consistent. Make sure your website looks good, and you'll be just fine, right? You don't need to have all the branding in the world, because we're not selling branding, we're selling lead generation. So what I want to do today is, now that we've kind of talked about your little branding, little images, you know, I don't want to babysit you guys as a branding course. We can all do that later on, is how we're going to do this, right? So how are we going to start? Let's say we're starting from scratch. You need to know your niches. You need to know your top 3 niches, and I've given you lists in the previous modules. And what you're going to need to do is you're going to either need to use Hunter.io,
or you're going to need to use D7 Lead Finder or any other tool or scraper you can find on Google. There's a lot of them to get your niche. Let's say we're in Austin dentist, right? I can't even spell Austin or dentist, right? So here we go, dentist. Oh man, I spelled it wrong. Crazy. So let's pretend that, we're starting day one. We're going to go up here. We're going to export these. And then we're going to write our email script. Make sure you have your good script. And then you're going to go to your woodpecker.co account. Right? So you're going to get to your list. You're going to go into Woodpecker. You're going to set up your email. And all this is in the training. I just want to show you how easy it is. You're going to add a campaign. You're going to upload your list. And then you can do it for all the days of the week. You can change the city per week. All right, so let's say this was Austin, this is Houston, this is Dallas, this is San Antonio. So you're scrubbing the list, or you're adding the list, you're uploading it, you're writing your script, your subject line, and you're sending it out at the right time. Okay, let's say that people are responding. What you're going to want to do when they start responding to your email is make sure to put them into your pipe tribe so you can stay organized. And if I get enough requests, I'll probably add another video to the module where I can set a pipe tribe to Zapier. But I like to do everything by hand. So if people start responding, you start adding them in the pipe tribe. And make sure when they start responding, you follow up and you follow the system up in your pipe tribe. And the best way is by creating your link. And mine is callgallant.com. So you can send us an email, say, hey, whatever works best for you, Dr. Jeff, call Gallant. You get on the call with them on the right time. You make sure you're moving everything in your pipe tribe. You use my 5-minute close anyone script and you close them. And then you send them a follow-up email via Gmail, right? You send a little proposal. In the proposal, the best way you can close somebody is you send them a little follow-up. You add your references that you've pre-planned, right? Say you have like 3 friends you met in the group or someone you previously used. And then you add the proposal right into the attachments. You make it based off of what they want. And then maybe add an example of a Facebook ad in there, right? Add it in the attachments. You don't want to add it into the body. So you got your perfect example of what you're going to do for them, right? This is, example, right? Your proposal, and then your references. And then you send it. And if they say, okay, this sounds good, I would like to move forward, you go ahead and you invoice them via PayPal, right? We're just walking through the process. It's not that hard. So you got your PayPal, you send them an invoice like I showed you, and then you send them this link via email on Facebook admin. I'm going to actually send you guys a little template after this. You just send them this link, and then you start running their ads. You send them that and you say, hey, and you say in the email to them once they paid you, send them that link, you go in your Gmail account, and then you send that link, and then you ask for them who can describe your ideal customer, right? Age, interests, area, desires. It's pretty much all you need to start running that ad. You can send that to the doctor, what we need. And what you do, you go in, you set up your campaign, and then remember, you go back and you create a sheet that you're going to want to set up to your lead generation form through the Zapier tool, and then you're just going to automate the leads to your client. And so pretty much you're ready to go. And then every 30 days you send them an invoice and follow up with them every other week with an email. Say, hey, would you like to set up a call with me to discuss your account? And it's not hard, guys. I'm going to actually show you an image right now what it should look like. So I'm going to show you guys in the process order just so you have a visual representation of how easy this is. So you got your niche, you got your email suite, or you got your G Suite, you got your email script. So make sure you have a G Suite account set up to your domain. Very easy to set up. Then you connect and you write your email scripts for your niches, connect to Woodpecker, you respond to emails that are coming in, and you put them in your pipe tribe, and you send them your follow-up link through Schedule Once. If you don't want to, that's fine, but I prefer using Schedule Once. You have your 5-minute close anyone script. When you get on that call with them, you follow up with the email, the proposal, example of work, and references. The example of what the ad's going to look like, and references, even if they don't ask, just it helps the case. You invoice them if they say they're ready to move forward. You don't follow up too soon, too late. Wait 24 hours. And these are the Facebook ad questions. And then once you have those questions answered, you create your Google Sheet, you make your zaps, you run the lead generation, and follow up and repeat process till you have the number of clients wanted. So if you want to make $10,000 a month, you need to multiply it by how much you're charging and how many to get there. It's not hard. And keep testing your ads, right? You're not going to always win with these. This is going to be your only hiccup is, sometimes ads aren't going to work, but you don't need to give up. You need to test until you get better. You can always outsource the ads on Facebook, post in Facebook ad groups, and find people that know what they're doing. If you don't want to run them. But like I said, I'm going to keep dropping more trainings into the modules to make you a Facebook ads expert. And the goal with your Facebook ads is they pay between $5 and $30 per one and charge the client $100 plus. But that's it, guys. It's this is literally the six-figure blueprint. I've broken it down, and don't overthink it. Don't add many other pieces to this because this is what it is. I have over 70 people in this training right now that are doing this, and I'll show you our actual group. And you're actually going to be in a group and get the invitation to a group, but I have a group called the Gallant Dill True Students. If you take my one-on-one mentoring later on, or you come to my masterminds, this is where you get added. But I have 70 people that have taken this that are winning. Look at this. This is people at my house that took this in person and paid a lot more than $1,000 like what you guys paid. And it's crazy how many people are crushing it. Look at that. Right off the bat. And just super success. So don't freak out. You're going to be in your own little group. You post questions. But that's the six-figure blueprints, guys. I just gave you something that took me 3.5 years. So don't give up. Don't quit when things get hard. Collect checks. Look at Blake. He's one of my students. He's almost at $10,000 a month. And I know you can do it too, guys. And keep learning. Keep growing. Feel free to reach out. I'm going to keep adding to the trainings. And I look forward to seeing you guys at the top. There's nothing in your way. We're selling leads, nothing else, and you only need less than 5 people to make 6 figures. I have students making over $50,000 a month. This is your life. Get what you want. Stop wasting your time. Get to work. Start practicing. The faster you learn, the faster you can remove the L, which is earn. I'll see you guys at the top. I appreciate you guys reaching out and taking this training. I'm excited to see what results you have. When you get results, please make testimony videos. Please tag me. I'll repost you. Be honest. If you like the training, you got the value, which you should, go ahead and make a video if you want. And, I love thank you cards. I love everything. Like, I really appreciate everything you guys tell me. And I've had a lot of success with my courses, and I want this to be the best one. So if there's anything I can do to improve, let me know. If there's anything I can do for you, let me know. Reach out to me. You can always go to gallantdill.com and reach me there or on Facebook. I respond to everyone, especially if you definitely took this training. I will get back to you and answer any questions. Give me a little bit of time, but I'm here for you guys. I'm your cousin G. Make sure that you're a member of my entrepreneur lifestyle group. You can always reach me here at gallantdill.com. But like I said, I appreciate you taking this training. This is your year. Don't let anything get in the way. Nothing is in your way. Nothing besides yourself. So remove yourself, and I promise you can get to any level, any part of life you want. But let's start with the six-figure blueprint. Let's get you that first 100K. Let's get you that first 200K. Let's get you that first 300K. And then come back when you're ready for that million. I'll see you guys at the top.